I want to go to Worlds like so badly, and I have a lot to prove.
I definitely think that no team really wants to play us in playoffs. We beat every team in the LCS.
If we lose, then we're out completely, and our dreams are done.
Oh, he gets it! CLG did not want to be caught here. Worst situation possible.
If we can't beat Chris, then we don't deserve to go against the best.
We have to win this game, no matter what happens.
He stops bullet time right away! CLG is going to go on a tear here in this fight.
Chris is just another opponent to me.
I mean, I think the better team will definitely win, and I think it will be the better team.
I know that we can beat them.
Welcome to day 2 of the North American LCS Summer Playoffs. We have got a full day of league action coming your way live in front of this incredible audience. Hello, I'm Rivington Biz III, and with me is my co-pilot Sam Kobe Harmon Kansler for today.
All right, thanks, Goose. If today is anything like yesterday's wild series between Dignitas and TSM, we are definitely in for a wild day of League of Legends.
So intense. Let's pull up the bracket and see how things are filling out right now. With TSM's 3-1 win over Dignitas, they will advance to our first semifinal series. That will take place next week at PAX. There they will face off in a best-of-5 matchup against the number 2 seed, LMQ.
And Dignitas will face off against the loser of today's quarterfinal battle, and they will fight to avoid a trip to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament by winning the all-important 5th place.
That's right, and looking ahead to the World Championship, we can now add 2 more teams to the roster squads that have already secured their spots.
Earlier today, China's Edward Gaming and AHQ from Southeast Asia have qualified and will play in the international stage for a shot at the Summoners Cup.
Crazy stuff. Already this week, we've hit a bonanza of unforgettable moments, and the hashtag LCS Big Plays have been blowing up on Twitter. Our first highlight comes from Game 2 between TSM versus Dignitas and features Amazing on a mission. Zaxos says, "Third time's a charm." Always is. Let's take a look at the not-so-itsy-bitsy spider.
Guess who's back trying to stop him? It's going to be Zion.
Zion comes in. He knows what's going on. The flight comes out. Can they stop him? Oh my God! They kill him. The Nexus is saved. 65 minutes and the game continues. Dyrus tries to get himself in. He's got tiny arms though, and he can't get to the Nexus in time. Saplins won't be able to do it. He misses.
A new challenger approaches. Amazing. That's it. No one's got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1-1. TSM wins game number 2.
He's got tiny arms, Riv. He got one punch on it. All right. Amazing may have gotten the inspiration for that move from our next one. From Game 1, we have Jovan Barl T. He tweets, "I can hear Trick2G yelling Decane after that Zion Spartan play." Zion for the win is your next highlight.
The Nexus turret, he has minions. It's going to be on to the next. Amazing, kind of amazing. He misses the shockwave, or the sonic wave, I should say. And he hits the Tempest. The cripple may slow the attack, but it's not on that anymore.
Oh my God.
He's going to be able to hit it. A few last hits.
He got it.
My God, he wins the
Oh my
game.
God.
Zion Spartan wins the game for Dignitas. A lot of yelling, awesome wins, less expletives, awesome game.
One hit left on Zion's HP bar.
That was close. It always is. It has to go down that way. We had 3 of those yesterday. It was an amazing
There
day
was
of
another one in
Legends.
Challenger after the
That
LCS.
was so crazy. All right, so keep sharing those hero moments with us today by tweeting at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Before the alts start flying, be sure to head over to lolesports.com as always, where you can vote for who you think will be victorious in today's matches.
And also there, click on the tickets link to reserve your spot in our studio audience for the upcoming Spring Promotion Tournament. Watch as 6 teams from North America and Europe fight to hold on to their spots in the LCS, all from the comfort of our studios here in Los Angeles.
That's right. But right now, we're going to throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk to preview what we've got in store for today.
Thanks, Riv. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and I want to welcome our crack squad of league analysts, Joshua Jat Leesman and Cloud9's Hi to the desk. And hi, a lot of people are excited for this quarterfinal matchup between Curse and CLG, but you have a vested interest as you're going to be playing the winner of this matchup. So what are you looking to take away from today's best of 5?
Well,
Hopefully both teams play well, but not well enough to be able to take us down or anything. But I'll be watching the games closely to see how they play, their picks and bans, and basically be an owl staring over. Or is it a hawk?
I think both of them do watch.
They both do the same.
They both seem like observers.
Yeah. Either an owl or a hawk, whatever sounds cooler then.
Actually, a little bit of a follow-up. It seems like the games yesterday were a little bit closer than expected. Did you expect that TSM versus Dig result to go down like it did 3-1?
I thought TSM would win, so that went the way I thought. But as far as the games itself went, I thought the first two were much closer than should have been. Well, obviously every team plays different in scrims, right? But as far as scrim results go, TSM has been very dominant in that, pretty handily. And as far as against Dignitas, because we haven't had as much trouble against them as we have against TSM. So I thought based off of that TSM would kind of stomp Dignitas. But the first two games are very close. And then once they lost that second or the third game, I knew that it was like game over for Dignitas.
All right, yeah, we heard yesterday when we spoke to Loco that they were doing very well in scrims. So we'll see if that continues to translate into their games throughout the playoffs. But back to the match at hand today. Now, their methods have differed, but coming into this huge showdown, these two teams respect the significance of the moment, and they are ready to do whatever it takes to extend their season.
It's just a completely different feel when everyone is in here.
Every seat's going to be filled. It's going to be crazy. You just don't want to disappoint.
We know that we're coming in as underdogs, just having a chance to go to Worlds. We just need to prove people wrong.
We have to make sure that we are in top shape for playoffs. It's like the most important time of the year right now. If we fail right now against Curse, then we're pretty much out.
It's not going to be enough. And CLG are on a slump right now. And it plummeted from first now to fourth place.
We were just kind of like in a slump and we weren't really doing well, so we went to Korea for that reason.
CLG's bootcamp was like a desperate move for them to make. They wanted to get better because they were looking kind of shaky at the end of the split.
We probably took like the most extreme variation of preparation.
In North America, the go-to scrim time is 2 hours. I know that in North America, if we try to practice against a top team, they would have an issue with scrimming for like 4 to 5 hours at once.
In the Korean league scene, we scrim for 4 hours, and then at the end of the 4 hours, you decide if you want to do more.
In North America, when something goes wrong at like level 1 or level 3 or something like that, people just kind of remake. It's like, it's just a scrim, you know, and people move on. The difference was there, and it makes everything more serious.
I think the bonding experience we got out of the Korea tour was very important for us.
Seraph especially had a really hard time meshing with the team. Not only is there like a big language barrier, but there's a culture barrier, and he was like the newest member of the team, under like so much pressure from the community and from us as well, because we had so much expectations of him. Going to Korea, I think, helped calm him down, and he felt like more in his own comfort zone because he's from there. We fixed a million problem each other. I think the Korea travel was still really very valuable.
It's really hard to prepare for CLG specifically because we don't know what they're doing. They've been in Korea for like a few weeks. They probably picked up a bunch of different strats, ideas, and comps and stuff like that.
It really gave us the element of surprise. They don't know what we're going to play. They don't know like what changed, you know, about CLG.
I think they'll be decently aggressive, and they probably have some confidence from going against Korean bot lanes. But I still think their top side of the map is going to be weak. I think they'll be prone to invades. I think that Blink and Seraph will be prone to ganks and lanes.
We don't really know what CLG is doing, what they learned in Korea, what they're going to come back with. But we've been just working on our own game. We started practicing in best of 5 formats to mimic the playoff experience.
We want to be able to prove to everyone that this trip was worth it.
Right now the crowd is empty, there's no one here, but when the time our match comes, it's going to be wild.
So I can see that we have a full arena here and then a lot of hype, yeah. A lot of hype.
Before you get on stage, you can hear the fans, you can feel the energy. It makes me feel like I want to do things that are kind of beyond myself.
How we perform is just going to be how we're remembered and how we're judged as a team for this split.
If you don't go to Worlds and you don't show what you have against other players of other regions, like the superstars, then you're really nothing.
Hi, CLG put a lot of stock into this Korean boot camp. How much can a boot camp really turn around the trajectory of a season for a team?
It really depends on how the team handle it, right? So before they left, they were in a huge slump. They had a lot of internal issues. They weren't doing well. They just had a bad overall team atmosphere. In their boot camp to Korea, I don't know how that went, but I imagine they would fix their internal issues. They would fix the strife that they had. They would fix their gameplay issues. So the team, I would imagine, handled the boot camp well, but I believe 4 of their members came back on Sunday, and then Seraph came back on Wednesday. So if they're not dealt with the jet lag and they're not accustomed back to this time zone yet, then that might be bad. But I think CLG, for the most part, handled the situation they had to the best of their ability.
And I'm really curious to see how this turns out, too, because normally I feel like you need to be a really healthy team to lose a bunch of scrims and find constructive ways, because normally they're having all these issues because they've been losing a lot and they're at each other's throats. You don't necessarily get off each other's throats if you're going to lose a bunch of scrims. I'm actually a big proponent of finding scrim opponents you can beat if you're down on yourselves and then finding the harder scrims. CLG does things their own way. I think the value of being together with their coach is probably outweighing that, but I still don't know what's going to happen.
All right, speaking of dealing with tense situations and pressure, we're going to hop on over to Twitter because we've got a doozy of a question to get your mental gears going. We want to know which NALCS playoff team handles pressure the best and why.
Yeah, we'll be reading a few of your answers later in the show, so address those tweets to @LOLesports and use the hashtag LCS.
All right, we're going to take a quick break while we finish our caster prep for today's action. When we return, we'll be kicking off Game 1 of our quarterfinal series between Team Curse and CLG. Stay with us.
to the NALCS Summer Playoffs. We are ready to head into our first match between Team Curse and Counter Logic Gaming. And no doubt fans will be anxiously watching to see how the CLG squad perform after their recent trip to Korea for an extensive boot camp.
Yeah, CLG were on a 4-game slide in the last few weeks, and it was causing some internal conflict, which was reflected in their in-game communication. Problems which they said that they have solved by eating, sleeping, and practicing under the watchful eye of their coach, Monte Cristo. So I don't think there is even this question of if their trip to go to Korea was a good thing, but the question is really how much did it help them? And one thing that we can say for sure is that CLG will definitely have the element of surprise on their side. Cursive had a very small amount of intelligence on how to prepare against CLG here and whatever strategies they may have picked up in Korea. So they may have Curse feeling a bit nervous coming into this series, whereas all the fans are much more excited to see this Neoteric CLG and what they're bringing.
Yep, and Counter Logic Gaming may need that edge because this matchup has favored Curse to the tune of 3 wins and only 1 loss in the regular season.
Yeah, so Curse also, you know, they had a rough start to the regular season, winning only 5 of their first 14 games. And they spent the bulk of the season in 6th place. But around the halfway point, the team really started to pull together, and they turned around their season, ending the regular season 8-2 against the teams that are actually going to playoffs. And the last time that they actually lost a game to CLG was way back in week 1 of the summer split.
Yep.
The danger is, though, that Curse used everything in their playbook to make that last push into 4th place and secure their spot here in playoffs. So CLG have seen Voidboy's Tristana, they've seen his talent, and they've seen Cop's double Infinity Edge build.
Well, whenever CLG play, Afromu is always a pivotal player to watch. And if you want to take a closer look at CLG's star support and his quest to be the best in the world, check out Drive, the Afromu story. It's on YouTube. Join in the conversation at #LCSDrive. And looking at this game now, CLG admit it is hard to predict what Curse will be doing, and that can make preparation difficult. So Doublelift says he's focusing on what CLG will be bringing to this game.
Today is gonna be our first playoffs match against Team Curse, and we just have to win this game no matter what.
To perform well in playoffs would be huge for us. Now that we've made it, I think we're all motivated, and I think that we can do really well.
I learned this really early in my career that it doesn't really matter who you're playing against. It only matters who they're playing against, and that's you. But I know that my team thinks of Curse much differently, and they're probably the hardest team in the entire LCS to prepare for.
I think that our champion pools are really deep, so I think a best of 5 actually benefits us. Like, we actually have a strong game overall.
CLG is a team that we generally like playing against. We've done well against them, but they went to Korea. They're doing this hardcore boot camp. Honestly, we don't know what to expect.
They don't know what we're going to do. You know, we haven't been in NA for a long time. It's either we flop against Curse or we're going to go really far in Worlds.
I always just assume that I'm going to make the Worlds. As long as I have the passion to be a competitive player, I'll always have a chance to make Worlds.
It's amazing how much intensity is just kind of floating in the air with this in-game preparation that nobody knows about what's going to happen. And that pressure falls on Counter Logic Gaming to perform very well and Curse to kind of just break down that wall and keep a 3-1 record and consistent history for themselves. So it's going to be a really amazing matchup. Let's check out the starting lineups and get right into it. On the blue side, it will be Curse to start off. That's Quas in the top lane, Dominate in the jungle, Voidboy in mid, Cop at AD carry, and Xpecial at support.
And on the red side, it's CLG. Up top is Sarah. In the jungle, Dexter. Ooh. Mid link, AD carry, double lift, and supporting Afromu.
There's some love for the Counter Logic gamers sitting on the stage right now. For this quarterfinal series, we will be keeping a close eye on the dueling junglers. That's going to be a dueling junglers, if you can. Dominate versus Dexter, as they're going to head off on the Rift.
Yeah, Dominate really finished the regular season looking strong, and he was a big part of Curse's push to that 4th seed. Curse scored first blood in 22 of their 28 games, with Dominate participating in 86 of those first bloods. And the last time that these two teams did meet, Dominate had the upper hand. He was bringing his usual brand of early game aggression, and once Curse gained control, he was able to kill Dexter at his blue buff, and later he was able to find him recalling in a bush. As we've said, though, this is a retooled CLG who put a lot of effort into solving these issues, and we've seen that a confident Dexter is one of the elite junglers in North America.
You got to remember that this win from CLG did come back in week 1. Cop was bringing out the MF pick. They were trying different things. Teams were feeling each other out. Seraph being the first Korean player to be brought over to North America on CLG. So everybody was kind of back and forth there. But Curse found their ground in these matchups.
It's a good point to bring up the duo lane because Double Lift and Afromu, widely regarded best duo in North America. But the last 2 times that they faced Curse, Cop and Xpecial actually were the ones to come out with lane kills without a gank. That being said, the kills came from Double Lift and Afromu playing very aggressive, and then Cop and Xpecial sort of turning that around into a kill. We'll have to see what happens this time if Double Lift and Afromu maybe play a little bit more cautious, give them more respect, or if they go with the usual brand of all forward.
All forward. And we also have to watch mid as well. Voidboy versus Link. 2 very different play styles, to say the least. Voidboy loves to go in. Link is kind of very calculated in what he does in this situation.
Yeah, and Voidboy, as we said, Voidboy is really the center of Curse. He's the pillar that they build a lot of their strategies around. So a lot of that will be told in the picks and ban phase because, as we said, over 53% of the bans against Team Curse usually targeted at Voidboy.
I was going to say that's Vayne. Vayne gets banned out.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is that? We haven't seen her in so long.
That's funny.
But they take it out for Double Lift. His used to be his favorite champion.
Yeah.
Maybe they have better intel than we give them credit for.
It'd be interesting to see what they focus. Every game Curse has played against CLG, Twitch has been banned against Double Lift, so the Vayne and Zed come out to start this one off. I heard Bjergsen yesterday saying, man, I just wish I could have played Zed one game. Just keep banning him.
And interesting, CLG are forced to ban out the Alistar just because he's played in top and support now. It used to be an Afro move only pick. But with the changes to his ultimate and the mana cost, he has just skyrocketed in popularity. And we won't be able to see that combo with him and Link once again. Also, they take out that Tristana, which has classically given CLG a lot of trouble.
Kha'Zix. And what do we have? So jungler actually does get a bit of focus here.
So it's interesting, the landscape of junglers changed a lot on this current patch, and this is the patch that's going to be going to Worlds, so it's very interesting to talk about. The top 3 junglers did all take nerfs, but they were very small nerfs. So they've just been sort of brought down to the level of several other junglers, which have risen up. Kha'Zix being a big one, but also Nunu has really risen up alongside Kha'Zix to join the previous top 3 junglers. Which are both up. Dexter has classically preferred that Elise out of the trio, but we'll see if CLG switch something up here.
Nidalee grabbed up on the side of Quas, and Nunu would be very big for a kind of split push strategy that even Dig would run in the past if they were getting on Curse. But CLG, they're going to go ahead and lock that right in.
Is that Nunu that rose up alongside Kha'Zix? Very, very strong early vision control. Very happy about this one. Talk about that one later once the game starts and we have more time. But they pair it with a Kog'Maw. So that's a great late game already secured for CLG. Curse have already locked in the split pushing strategy. Basically the queen of split pushing. Nidalee right now is a massive lane bully as well as strong in the late game at taking down those turrets. The thing you have to watch out for with this Nidalee especially is even level 1 kills. Because if you face check a bush with Nidalee in it, or even with her near it, she can actually chase you down. She's one of the few champions that can deal enough damage early because she gets 2 spells from her 2 forms and a 30% increase in speed if she marks you that can take you out. So level 1 is going to be very exciting just because of that one champion pick.
I'm holding you to that.
We'll see how defensively CLG play the level 1, or if it is group invades, because both of those scenarios would reduce the effectiveness. Nocturne, though, being locked in to go up against this Nunu. So we'll see how well Dominate and Curse can protect their large jungle minions, because Nunu is great at taking those away and delaying not only the level 6 from Nocturne, but also the conversion of Feral Flare. So very interesting to lock in that Nocturne going against Nunu. Basically, they just want something that will get to the back, force the engage on that Kog'Maw.
Let's see what else we have. Lulu and a Thresh being picked up. Very interesting.
Yeah, it is an emerging protect the Kog'Maw composition from CLG, putting a lot of weight on Double Lift shoulders. And since they banned out Tristana, there's nothing that will really stand up to them into the late game.
Yeah.
That Twitch is still available, and he has a similar team fight power. But really, most teams, when faced with this situation, go with Corki, and they don't try and fight the late game power. Lucian, though, is a pretty good answer because he's not that bad in the late game either.
Right.
He also builds a strong crit line. The only problem for him is the range disadvantage.
Yeah. CLG had that Corki in mind with their bans. I see an Orianna for another shield coming in here. If anything, still have the Cinder. No, actually, rather, picked up on the side for Cop, going to Voyboy. So it could be shields. That Rise is still up. That was played quite a bit. Voyboy would play that into the Cinder a few times. I don't think I've ever seen Link do it, though. They're going to have to be considering.
And the Syndra lock-in here, we saw great things from Bjergsen yesterday. However, Voyboy in the early part of the season was playing a bunch of Syndra, and it wasn't having the effect that they wanted. They weren't able to get those Fog of War long-range stuns.
There it is.
The double AD. All right, forget Syndra. They got a double AD coming from CLG. It could be an AP Kog'Maw in mid.
Absolutely, it could.
It's probably an AP Kog'Maw in mid. But basically, they pick 2 long-range carries. Link, the AP here for mid, will probably be building that as the Chinese and Koreans have been going with the very strong AP Kog'Maw, but that's very, very late game oriented. We'll see if Doublelift is able to put enough pressure with the Twitch mid-game picks to buy Link time to build up those mana items, because Kog'Maw really likes to start with the tier and a lot of those mana stacking items.
Man,
takes a little while to be effective.
I feel like CLG just kind of ran away with Champion Select in their favor. That's a pretty good composition they just got. And Curse hasn't really shown that comp together in itself. We'll have to see, though. They've had a lot of time to prepare. And before the series gets underway, let's check out the vote over on LOLesports.com, where CLG is leading Curse with 69%.
And as always, we're keeping those polls open. Just continue to vote on Twitter by tweeting out the hashtag either CRSWin or CLGWin to @LOL Esports. All right, so we do get to see something already brought over, the new flavor.
Yep.
I don't think we've had AP Kog'Maw recently in North America, though it's been played sporadically throughout the history. Kog'Maw has been a strong AP mid laner. Recently just got nerfs to his ultimate, which took it down a little bit, but has skyrocketed in popularity pretty much at the same time. And they also have that blood-boiled Twitch for the late game for those team fights. So many options for CLG and many threats for CLG.
They have an amazing fight composition to bring out. As I said before, Twitch has been banned every game against CLG that Curse played them. And this time they leave it up instantly in the hands of Doublelift. So he's feeling super comfortable to start off that duo lane, which we said was being taken over by Cop and Xpecial as of late in the past 2 times these teams faced off.
Yeah, we'll see how Doublelift and Afromu play it this time around. Against Zilean, a lot of teams have been going aggressive to try and chunk him out early. Some teams, in response to that, the Zilean teams, a lot of Zilean teams have been lane swapping just to take advantage of the passive while not opening up Zilean to early aggression. But since he has not started with the Spell Thieves, there's no way they're going to go for a lane swap here. This is definitely a 2v2 from Cop and Xpecial. Going with the Doran's ring start on Zilean rather than gold generation. We'll see how this one works out for him, because that's going to give him a lot more lane dominance. We'll see how Lucian and Zilean can actually punish Doublelift and Xpecial.
As long as they can dodge the skill shot, or rather just a hook, as it would be. Doublelift's going to be hitting whatever he wants to while he farms. Well, let's see if they can take it over. It'll definitely give Dominate something to kind of relax about, because before 6, he wants to be jungling and getting that experience.
Yeah, a lot of defensive wards going down, and CLG looks like they'll probably do a late invade and then swap their lanes. They don't want to have Twitch down there, open him up to that double bomb with a Doran's Ring plus Lucian aggression. If they can get Twitch up to his Blade of the Ruin King and then start roaming around, that will be huge for them. But delayed invade versus 2. It does get seen out. Still some time on that ward. So Curse will be able to react here. All they have to do is swing down, start their own red, and then take control of the bottom side of the map of CLG. No blood spilled.
And they have a timer now going over on the ward from Xpecial. And we have the start going off. So CLG They go ahead and give up dragon control here in the early part of the game. Curse isn't the team to super go for an early dragon. They like to have Dominate try and control the lanes if he can. Even on Rengar, he was out to the lanes before 6 trying to help, coming up with some successful ganks. As we said, he's the one to have the most first bloods in the league here coming out of Curse.
All right, so as we see the fairly slow common start of the double jungles for Curse, we had a very early recall from Seraph to try and catch this common double jungle invade. They haven't gotten any vision down to pull off this move, though.
Well, this is a normal ward that Alphamu put here in the beginning of the game, so that's why they still have vision in this.
Oh, they do have. That ward was stacked on top of this Curse ward.
Oh, man. So
Calm
this is
smite.
nice to deny 6 from a Nocturne. Very good plays.
Yep. Dominate, keep calm.
Still
Secure
grabs it.
blue is able to get it. It was a nice move from CLG, though.
Gotta
Goodly
consider.
stacking up that ward.
Who lost more out of the lane? You still get blue, he gets away. 6 might take a little longer because he's got to get more HP. He'll be able to heal up, though. And then they lose it out of Alphamu in the bottom lane.
Well, there are a lot of good things that CLG get out of this lane swap. They get their Twitch to try and have an easy time ramping up to his assassination period.
This looks vice versa of our pre-show.
They slow down the Nocturne farming, or they attempt to.
Yeah.
Looks like there's going to be a collapse here. Voidboy pulls off. Blood Boil too much. One of the reasons why Nunu's so good at early invades. He can play it very easily. But another thing that CLG gained from that lane swap is neutralizing that Nidalee threat that we talked about. Spent a long time talking about her lane bully potential and her potential for those early kills. By pulling off that lane swap, they denied Quas a big part of what Nidalee is chosen for, the main part of her kit, the lane bully into the split pushing. So we'll see how it works out here, because currently trying to reset the wave, shove it into the turret so that Double Lift will not be able to freeze it.
He's already getting what he wants. It's going to be very good for him this game. See how this mid plays out. We haven't seen too much from Link. He actually isn't making any moves with this cog. He's just farming up, as he should. He's not really going to be bullying out Syndra right away. Voidboy also not trying to push out Link in lane either.
Yeah, he is. He's not going to be able to bully out Syndra. Voidboy is the one with definitely a lot of kill threat here.
There he goes.
Especially once he hits that level 6. Long range stun from Syndra is really, really strong against this composition. Anytime you have 2 low mobility carries on the opponents, Syndra is so strong because her stun does not get blocked by a beefy front line. One of the big things about Nunu is he loves to stand in front and take those skill shots for his team, but Syndra's stun goes right through him. So she's one of the best at either hitting a Twitch or Kog'Maw in the back line, and then having the follow-up there from a Nocturne Nidalee. See if they do get anything extra down here. No. But yeah, so there's good follow-up as well from Curse if he's able to hit that and take out one of the big threats from CLG. Good thing for CLG is they've got Nunu Peel, Lulu Ultimate for the buff, and 2 options. So even if one goes down, they still have a strong carry.
It'd be hard to find fights. CLG can't keep themselves on the top of the game here. Dominate and Voidboy could easily get some pickoffs later in this one. Well, it's the same thing. If CLG is ahead, they're going to be able to take down these turrets so quickly. All the protection on the ADs. Let's see that mid lane actually is running some AP on that cog. Yeah,
it's definitely the AP cog.
Mentioned that.
Pretty much the most common build for him for mid lane. But yeah, anytime that there is a Nunu in the game, I like to talk about the importance of keeping all of the wards down. He's one of the champions that can rush that sight stone before he even finishes his spirit stone. All about the early vision control. And I do kind of want to go on a little rant here about vision control, since we do have a lull in the game and a Nunu here. A lot of people do talk about good vision control and bad vision control, which is very easy to see in the game. But we don't really talk about the process of gaining it that often. Basically, there's offensive vision control and defensive vision control in the war on wards. And a team that has very good offensive vision control, if you can get your wards down into contested territory first, it alleviates a lot of pressure on your defensive warding game. Because not only do you obviously get the opportunity to set up those ambushes and the objective control, but you get vision of where your opponents are walking to place their wards. So it increases the accuracy of every sweeper that you use early game, which is very important because the cooldowns are extremely long early game. So if you are able to increase the accuracy of your sweepers, it greatly increases the efficiency of your defensive vision control game, and it makes it much easier. That's why I've become a very big supporter of these early mobility boots trend that we've been seeing from supports, opposed to rushing the Sightstone. There are many cases, of course, depending on what champions you have selected and their strengths in the game, where the mobility boots are a very good choice. Of course, those strengths do change over time. Let's see how this 3v3 goes around the blue buff. Syndra pretty much always has the advantage on those. Voyboy decides to jack the blue buff back.
Sharing is caring. Uh-oh. First blood, possibly. The ignite goes down. Won't be able to heal himself. Where's the hook? Hey, just dodges it. Oh, double lift, trying to flash in. Get that last bit of damage in.
Quas just got 4 summoner spells. Flash and heal both burn for double lift for the move speed, and the extra gap closer there. And the ignite and flash both burn from after moves. So that's all 4 top lane summoner spells for Quas's for his flash only. So very calm and strong escape there by Quas. Pretty big couple of wins here for Curse in the last couple of moments, where Nunu trying to take advantage of the vision, go for his invade. It was stopped because of the champion here, Syndra, talking about those champion strengths.
Great
one of
timing
her
on this.
best ones is controlling neutral objectives, and they get the second blue. This is a really huge swing for Curse right here, because AP Kog'Maw relies heavily on that blue buff, and as you can see, already really feeling the power of the Syndra lane bully.
He's already trying to charge up too, so he's not going to be bringing any damage in to contest these buffs back. They're trying to put the defensive wards down, but they're not working too well with that little mishap we just talked about. Curse, like you said, grab a swing.
Yeah.
Good buy too as well for Cop in the bottom lane. So it looks like they could have the upper hand too in that duo.
He is going with a whole bunch of flat AD here, trying to get back in time for this dragon.
Right.
Vision fairly equal here. They don't have anything inside the pit, and there's no positioning from Syndra or from Cop, so it would be a miraculous steal if Dominate got in there, considering Dexter's on Nunu. But they do secure the dragon there, able to shore up that gold deficit.
Yeah, tie it. Very nice.
Now the other thing, when you're talking about War on Vision and the process of gaining control, is that you cannot cover the entire map in Vision and hope to keep that vision. If you spread yourself too thin in any war, then you will lose on all fronts. So you want to choose a specific area that you're going to target, and that's, again, based on the strengths of your champions that you've selected for that current game and the time of the game. So you target this one area, and you make sure to allocate several of your players to be able to defend those wards, because the fight over accurate sweeps and over pink wards is where a lot of people lose their lives, Riv. Wards don't kill people. It's the people who effectively use wards that kill people.
Dang. That's stuff, Kobe. You can see Cop.
All right, done with the rant. No more ward.
Trying to freeze bottom lane here. Totally sensed out by CLG. They have enough wards on the top side that just died where Dominate is right now that they knew he was probably in bot lane. But now
double lift.
He hovers back up. He's trying to get some extra damage in. Say, hey, look, we could be hurt, but here's our jungler because we're going to counter. Very close. Oh, what? Why did he stay in the front? Xpecial knew to get right out of this fight immediately. He'll be down for a second. I like it, though. So far, Cop coming back on this. They just play this one very nicely. Uses the relentless pursuit to get out. That's the slow. Double lift could be coming up big here. Xpecial throws himself in the fire. Can he heal it back up? Oh, he gets the perfect amount of health back.
What an exchange down bottom. We do need to get a replay of that fight, because there were very good baiting maneuvers as well as keeping their distance here. Double lift, he got chunked out so early that he could not continue to apply damage for a large duration of that fight. And so he had to wait for another opening, return to ambush, and go back in after the chrono shift had already worn off. So this is all CLG. They were initially trying to bait in this aggression from Cop and Special because they had Dexter in the area. Aphromoo was able to land the strong hook to make this happen, but so much damage was received by him because Coppin and Xpecial had already chunked down Double Lift that they immediately get an answer kill. And Xpecial decides to go for the return here on Double Lift. If that piercing light from Cop had actually snagged Double, then it would have been the return kill. So close to going their way. But again, the first blood money was actually for Curse.
First blood again. First blood.
23.
Very consistent and persistent.
No dominate this time, though. That was the bottom lane of Curse getting first blood.
You said the past 2 games, that's what they've been doing to Double Lift and Aphromoo. And that was a 3v2 situation. They were able to come out on top, one of the most aggressive bottom lanes. So good things for Curse so far. They still have that bit of control and timing on CLG's buffs and their own to contest and defend. So they could still get a bigger upper hand here and keep the dominoes falling in their favor. Just about 1,000 gold right now in the lead, and that first turret to relieve some pressure and really have to call somebody else up here to help Seraph at some point in time, maybe. See what happens. Quas doing quite a good job.
Yeah.
88
all this action bottom lane, Nidalee has quietly risen as she should in the split pushing game here and been able to take out a turret by herself.
So good. They're causing so much chaos in the bottom lane. Dexter's not really getting much out of the ganks, and they're just clearing wards. Nice job by Xpecial and Cop.
And this is the battle over the contested territory here. Vision down first, enabling the accurate sweepers. I really like, I'm trying to keep track of the accuracy of sweepers in players in game, but it's a very,
What's the count?
It's a difficult task here because you have to go back through by hand and count them.
The life of a Nunu. Wards and clearing wards. Stealing your buffs and clearing more wards. He goes back into the jungle. He's actually got some white and wolves to do, so he'll have some fun. 1.5 on Dragon, so he's got perfect timing in that. Do a little defense here. Dominate cleans up, and he's actually going Cutlass right after his mod.
The classic.
Razor.
Yeah, this is a classic Nocturne build with the, used to be Wriggles into Blade of the Ruined King, but that item sadly no longer exists. So he's just going straight Mad Dreads into Cutlass here for extra early power. We see that build a lot on Rengar previously. Started by a lot of the Chinese and Korean players going with that build. Double Lift, though, he's got his completed Blade of the Ruined King, going for his first assassination attempt.
Oh, noes!
And it is a resounding success.
He had to pay him back. Double Lift was just remembering that Corki versus Jinx matchup in the bottom lane where Cop did the same thing. And he said, here's some medicine back. Seraph can't even really contest this red buff too much. Dominate's going to be able to come in. So CLG is able to reclaim their own blue, but that means Curse is focusing on red. I actually thought they were going to go ahead and give up that pressure, but they still keep it up in some way or another. Go ahead and get bottom turret for CLG. Great job by Double Lift to stay persistent there.
Is that long range stun?
Oh man, Dominate's just on the outside. That's the ultimate coming in, and he does terrify Link to death. Not going to be too much on this. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Nope. See, he tried to leave through the front door. Boy left through the back door and got out safely, but 1 for 1 either way.
What happened here is maybe a breakdown in cross-map communication for Curse. There was just a play bottom. They saw all these members of CLG down bottom taking that turret. Yet, after their play on the top side of the map, they still went for a play mid without any reinforcement. So CLG with a very easy rotation up there to defend, answer that kill on Link, even though Link is a very juicy target, and we got to see that combo in action we were talking about for the Syndra Nocturne. CLG are the ones who come out ahead because they were the ones already in the vicinity. Very easy move from them to swing over to mid, and perfect timing for Dragon. They clean up on objectives.
Quas doing what he can on the top still, keeps the gold even with the turret for Dragon, and even the second turret, the Double Lift would have, or their turret with Dragon, I should say, they dropped in the bottom lane. So everybody's still clawing to get in the lead here. Infinity Edge for Cop. Didn't help him in the last fight with the 3v1 on Double Lift and his Blade of the Ruined King, which he's now going for a Ghost Blade. Just a little harass in the knowledge. But this is a little bit of the ward game. They know the wards are going down, so the sweepers are going to be efficiently used.
And this is one of my favorite combos in the ward game, Nunu and Thresh, because Nunu's extremely quick, and extremely tanky very early on because of the passive that he gets. He can go in and be the one to place down the dangerous wards. He always has a lantern to get him out if they run into trouble. So it's a really, really big boon for the team with that combo as far as the Vision wars go. CLG going to try and press it in this area.
All right. I'm liking it, Kobe. Both the compositions are kind of coming out now. CLG is going to try to force it down. They have a lot of power. Curse remembers to keep the split push going. Quas takes the other lane.
Yep, his teleport is available right now, but really Nidalee just prefers not to use that spell. Wants to stay here as long as possible. He's got the completed Trinity Force, so this is the big spike for Nidalee. Most threatening Quad is going to get. Seraph's got himself a double buff here, though.
Yeah, that could be really bad because they're coming down. Doublelift's going to match this. What can Curse do, though? Curse has to react. Make something happen for themselves as well. Oh my gosh, this could still be bad. Seraph has to get away. Aphromu's going to be able to get the Whimsy from him. There's two. Oh, the minions, they're doing quite a bit of damage right now. Chase him. Another one in mid. CLG wreaking havoc across the map. A little bit of chaos they're causing for Curse. Good chase down by CLG, knowing they had the time to kind of, I guess it's not a waste, but the time to run down there and get that to happen.
Yeah, another good roam from CLG.
Yeah.
CLG's movements across the map have been what's keeping them in this game. To nobody's surprise, really, this is what was expected in this matchup here.
They're the death ball this time.
Exactly. They've been doing a very good job, and especially with Doublelift on Twitch, he's had very successful ambush moves. You talked about the stat in this matchup even. Curse and CLG. CLG often getting Twitch banned against them by Curse. They thought that Doublelift was done with this and that he had moved on from this pick.
Never.
But he has not.
Little breathing room from the culling from Cop. See the AP's gotten mid lane. Penetration after the Athenes with the tier still stacking for Link. Still waiting on him to go big damage. We see the blasting wand come in. It's a quick rod right after for Voyboy. He has not been able to cancel anybody out. Usually we see him with a few kills or at least the attempted roam by now. But the team's kind of been in chaos. Still even in gold with that chaos because Quas has really been able to just control the lanes by himself.
Yeah, this is a really exciting game because it's still even in gold and both teams have very, very viable strategies still. The split push is still a good option for Curse if they execute it a bit smoother. They do need to try and get Quas some an early warning system up so that the same does not happen to him. CLG though, after that first pick Nidalee, a lot of emphasis put on someone who can get past any ward line that's not true sight here. So Doublelift, pretty big answer here for Quas, and he's going to be a little bit more careful in pulling that off. The other thing that Curse do have going for them, again, is this course that Syndra long-range stun setup into the Nocturne ultimate. CLG, though,
they're doing a great job of getting these wards down.
And their Kog'Maw has done a good job of farming back up in that losing lane. They've gained enough confidence to even get into Curse's jungle.
Yeah, there's that lantern you were talking about. Safety for the team. We'll have to see if they can continue to use that and get some kills out of the wards they've just placed. A little too close on the turret. That bomb's going to do damage, but it will not take him down. Dominating, he should die going in this far unless Curse can recuperate on the situation. A huge scat of the week. Quas comes in very deep. He gets hooked. Do they turn on him? It's not going to be enough damage right away. The speed up from Xpecial to get to safety, but slivers of health as these players are either limping at each other or trying to limp away.
One of the most satisfying things as Syndra is being able to have Scatter of the Week cooldown come back up after you have unleashed power, because there are so many orbs on the ground, you get multiple stuns. First stun onto Seraph. Here we go. They go with the combo. Syndra ulti. Nocturne waits a while. They weren't sure if they wanted to 100% commit to this. Yeah. You can see why. Dexter zones out very well with the Nunu for a long time, but because of the Zilean pick, CLG are afraid to overcommit to these low health targets, and they don't get anyone too deep in this. That's why we see the few deaths from that exchange and CLG deciding to back off.
Very great fight prowess from both teams right now. This could be, oh, what a spell shield. Definitely considering that situation, reading the minds of CLG on the pink ward take. And they just get out with a quick downed death sentence. Looking at the summoner spells on both sides, really only safety, and Link's flash is up. Everything with kill pressure is down, so it's whatever they have right now in the skills and what's up in the mana bar. CLG takes Dragon, though. They're going to go ahead and grab 3. That's the 3rd one of the game, all for them. And the gold's still not even now, but very close to being even with Curse in the lead.
And again, CLG playing to their strengths. Curse doing a good job not jumping into that, not playing into CLG's strengths, because whenever you have one of these double strong late game carry teams with a lot of disengage, they've got the Nunu, they have strong objective control, they have strong disengage for these 2 very threatening carries. However, they do not have a very reliable engage for CLG. So CLG, it's very easy for them to set up around Dragon, and it's very dangerous for Curse to venture into that area, especially without vision. However, Curse are able to rely on that split push. They just left Quas in the top lane. They didn't waste any time going down to Dragon, trying to face check a Lulu Nunu team.
And unfortunately, it looks like Seraph now being able to hold his own in that Quas lane. Quas not really being able to create the pressure he did earlier. We've seen him pretty much get killed twice towards that bottom lane now. Went back towards top, and he's stopped just halfway short of the golems.
He is swapping again down to the bottom side, and again, the teleport is still up. But CLG, so classically, when you have this team that CLG are sort of running here, it's usually, yes, they do have very good easy control over neutral objectives like Dragon, because they have Thresh, Nunu, and Lulu for disengage, and they can scare you away. However, they are usually very weak to sieging up, because Twitch, as everyone knows, once he opens up from ambush, very vulnerable. However, they have an AP Kog'Maw who's very, very good at poking down around the turret.
Orb now.
So once he levels up and he gains the extra range on his ulti, then they can actually outrange Syndra stun, as long as none of their carries, Link or Double Lift, get caught by that long-range Syndra stun. Or Seraph, actually, as we saw him get hit last time. Nobody gets hit by that, then they can rely on that poke from Kog'Maw to open up an opportunity for them to go with. Still, though, Double Lift is not going to want to open up from his ambush around that turret range.
Man, I'd say Blue Buff has quite a high priority for Link right now. If Curse could do anything to really kind of get under their skin, it's consistently keep vision on that. Those Kog'Maw living artilleries definitely start to eat out your mana very fast. You can see he already has the tier, so they're ready to keep charging it up and feeding him that. Lucidity boots as well for safety on Ghost and Flash. We see that on TF as well. Just got to keep it for safety.
Yeah, Tyr and Athenes are critical for Kog'Maw. Opening up on Quas again, though. There's the assassination. Double Lift able to get past any sort of vision, and he's able to turn the tides in that 1v1. Again, Quas goes down.
Even with wards, there's just not enough for Quas to get out safely now. The split push is kind of fizzling.
It's a very smart answer from CLG to be able to go back to that Twitch pick for Double Lift. Continually assassinate the split pusher. This was one of the earliest answers to split pushers that we did see, picking some sort of assassin to go pick them off.
You have ridiculous clear on this team too. Seraph can go top lane or be with Double Lift, and Link can just void ooze and then living artillery a backline of minions. Curse is just stuck to be in mid and defend if they're not being able to split push.
Yeah, luckily for them though, Quas with the early static shiv, Voyboy with a blue buff, so they do have wave clear of their own. Lucian still has culling if they really do need it. But a blue buff on Link means they come in for that harass. Post level 11, he's got decent range already.
Sure, he would like that to be a Youmuu's instead of a static. On Cobb. This is getting pretty intense, Kobe. Somebody's going to get caught here.
Watch the positioning as everyone reacts to the spears being placed by Voyboy. Because the one thing about Syndra is that you can react to the stuns that she's trying to lay down.
Dexter wants it. He just walked right up to it. Oh, he can get one slow. He'll probably go in and throw it on the ultimate instantly. We see a lot of Nunus. It's not a full channel ult anymore. You can get it off with quite big damage if you just let it go. And not so much like that, but that's all the zoning they need to get the turret. So they're good off.
So that was beautifully executed by CLG.
Yeah,
they got
it was.
Blue buff on their Kog'Maw, so they want to take that opening, that window that they have to siege, and they take it. The only thing they misstepped there was a Blood Boil went onto Aphromoo instead of Double Lift. but he was standing right next to him. Just a little misclick. Quas, can he answer the turret?
Yes, he can.
Yes, he can.
Yes, he can. You questioned, it was answered.
So a trade in turrets there. That was actually a secondary turret for just an outer turret. Curse are not flustered here so far.
It worked, but it works slowly. As long as it works, that's what you need. So I was a little wrong. The split push did work, but it worked for losing something in mid as well. We'll see if Curse can keep the dominoes falling against CLG. It's probably going to be just from Quas again. That stick we saw from Voyboy gave him a good amount of movement in the mid lane. Dominates maybe ulted once, twice this game. There's really not a lot of option for him to go in with the amount of shields and peels.
Hey, 2 ults, 2 kills. Two ults set up by Voyboy.
True.
He dumps Syndra in, spheres into the target, and Dominate goes to make sure the target is finished. Combo definitely working as intended, and the exchange in objectives also working as intended for both teams here. They've got a little bit left on the duration of this blue buff for Link. Let's see what they can do for it. Their vision control here for Team CLG has lapsed. They're really, really in a tight spot here because they do not have any control over Dragon or Baron. So what Curse are doing is sort of baiting this by trying to fight the battle for vision around Dragon, but CLG do not bite that hard. They go back up to check just in time.
I believe that's Dominate, what was it, like 23 minutes? Dominate max consume on Nunu that one time, and that's how they beat Cloud9 in their game of week 11, I think it was, or week 10.
Yeah, this time around, though, Curse, they can't do... Whoa!
Whoa, dear. Oh, no! He gives him the okie doke, pulls him back in for a second there.
Here comes CLG, they're swinging around to flank.
That's one. Living Artillery does hit. They have Vision on X Special, and it might just be him, but no, do they want the special right off the bat? Blade of the Rune King used, so Doublelift can kind of just run back and forth.
The drive-by Blade active.
Everybody kind of was just saying, look at the spells I have.
Whew, very tense moment there. CLG do come out ahead with the Dragon pickup. Now, yeah, the thing I was about to say is that this Curse team, they can't take down the Dragon super quickly yet because the Blade of the Ruined King has not been finished for Dominate. It's still just the Cutlass. So that 2-man threat of Baron is not that threatening. CLG, all they have to do is put 1 ward in there, even though it was immediately cleared out. It's enough time for them to take Dragon and confidently get back up to contest it, that there was no threat of a Curse rushing down that Baron, and they come out ahead once again in the objective game.
Very nicely done. And Sarah's Embrace finished up. CLG getting mounds ahead here with the game being quite close. They just haven't really turned on the afterburners yet. It seems like they could do some big damage if they get the one fight that they need and run right down middle. Curse is still trying to defend a little more than they're even able to do offense, which means they have to find a way through CLG's strategy right now. Doesn't seem like it may be for game 1. CLG has kind of locked down a lot of the map pressure. Now, with that lapse on wards, they've definitely noticed and start to put them back down on their side.
So it is very difficult for Curse to find that way through CLG's strategy. Really, they're looking for the way around it here with the split push, with Italy curving around the bottom. See what we did? But yeah, if they did have a way through, it would be the picks. Because of the combo, it's not available right now because Dominate just used his ill-fated Nocturne ultimate on Aframu without support. But it is coming up very quickly here. CLG trying to force this Baron, though. They have vision control over the pit and a blue buff on Link.
We see going into
TP coming in.
There it is. Down from the top side, it's going to be Seraph trying to hold the team down. Still has the wild growth to lock it and save somebody if they need to. Dominate gets hit up, Dexter backing out of the fight as well. Doublelift is down, 46 seconds. Aframu is down, focusing on Link now. A Cathian surprise could definitely cancel out quite a bit here. Quas actually carrying this one out. A 4-4-3 so far, and Quas on the run here. It's going to be a slow from Special if he can reach Dexter. He clicks to the left and says, here, have some movement speed, have a bomb if you can take it. What a dodge from Dexter, but he does get the speed, slows him down with a blast. They get the ace. 47,000 gold across the board, 8-8, and Curse aces. Counterlogic Gaming.
What a beautifully played fight from Curse. What execution right there. The confidence of the disengage and then re-engage of the team. We're definitely going to watch that one again. Quas gets a turret after that fight, though. So not only do Curse pick up the lead in kills there, or they even it back up, but they also get the objective afterwards because Nidlee's so fast.
You got to note, Kobe, Link used his Ceres Embrace accidentally before this fight started.
Oh, so that was pretty big, that being down. But really, he was one of the last ones to go down here. This is the re-engage that we're talking about. After the Zillion ult, they use that for Dominate to tank pretty much the entire Nunu ult, and so nobody gets zoned by that. They just bide their time. They wait for Dominate to come back up. As Dominate comes back up, Curse know that he's going to go down. He's an easy focus target. This is a support Zillion ult. He has no AP. This will not be a full health Dominate coming back up. So they know that CLG are immediately going to dump damage on Dominate, and they take that opportunity to jump in. You see Cop dashing forward and Quas moving up as well. They immediately answer that kill, and they come out barely ahead. Nicely played right there. Curse really doing a good job, not hesitating. Very clear call.
Very strong fight indeed. We kind of thought the death ball coming from CLG would be the victor at all of our objectives we have in this game. So far at Dragons, but Curse turning that one around. Quas with a great teleport here.
Yeah.
CLG trying to set back up vision. It's going to be another tango for the Baron Pit.
There's they have the lantern though.
Yep.
Now, the thing is, second time around, will Curse be able to pull that off? Because Flash is used for everybody except Xpecial, whereas CLG, they still have the important mobility spells. They've got Link, Double Summoner, double it with his Flash up, and even Afro move. So if he has to Flash Lantern or Flash with his ultimate to get back up, there's a lot more mobility there. Oh no!
That probably wasn't the best that could have happened right now. Dexter, he's throwing down a good ultimate, but he does get taken down by Cop. That's the best of situations. Both junglers are down. This would be a full team fight without a smite.
Yeah, Xpecial was not in range to get his Chrono Shift off there. So it's still a pretty big win for Curse, though, because a 4v4 with a Zillion still on your team is a bigger difference than the 5v5 with him on your team.
Is it a 4v4?
So we'll have to see. They have positioning on the mid lane here. They're going to get this turret down.
Like I said, once one team gets that opening, it's just such an influx. Map control comes to them now, and this makes Quas's job even easier. The team now can create pressure in the mid lane. The split push strategy comes back to life for these guys. Just need the wards now. It's a little dark.
This game is so exciting. The level of the last two team fights, those definitely deserve re-watching. There were so many small things that went on. We'll have to revisit them later. CLG, third attempt on Baron. Return to the scene of the crime.
Oh, man.
They've got the vision. They have cooldowns. They have positioning.
Slow going, that's for sure. There's the grab onto Quas. He should be able to get out safely. Just a little bit of focus onto him so far. Now 3 members. Whoa! What was going on the left side there? Voidboy gets taken down.
The pillar is now for Curse. They have no AoE stun now. They cannot fight this once more. They have to return to split pushing. There's no way they can run into that Baron pip line.
Link dealing an extreme amount of damage. Voidboy didn't even think he needed to do anything evasive.
Can he answer though? He's got a little bit of time. He's committed to this. He's staying in there.
Oh man, backdoors all weekend long. Let's get an inhibitor to start this one off. That's going to be a hit from Quas. He should and probably will go down in this situation. You got to go down valiantly, and he does.
What an exchange, though. Can they even up gold here? The turret plus the inhibitor.
It should be, yeah, they're going to be more.
Dragon plus the inhibitor. Here's the thing, though. CLG, they've got 5 members alive with Baron buff. So the question is, how much can they get on this push? 38 seconds left on Quas before he can revisit the team. Defense now for Curse. Can they wave clear? At least one turret's going to go down.
It's going to be tough wave clear. Voidboy's coming back. The static shiv was purchased onto Cop. If he didn't get that, they'd kind of be fizzling out with the minion waves coming in. Turret falls without anybody there, as it should. And now we'll see what they can do on the front step. Dexter did this last time and just threw off absolute 0. Turret's a little too healthy for that, for the initial step. They're going to go ahead and make sure it's clear on the outside so they can't get flanked or swiped here by a pick from Dominate and Voidboy. And go at it once again. 11-9 coming up 37 minutes. Another amazing playoff game here for the NALCS.
Woo, you can say that again. This is an exciting start to this series. So glad it's turning out this well. CLG, there were doubts whether they would come roaring back after their visit to Korea. They look way better than when they left. They were having a lot of trouble in the last couple games before they left. Definitely with a much cleaner strategy this time around, but Curse as well have answered them every turn here. Question is, how can they use the super minion line in mid to supplement Quas's split pushing pressure? They've got, theoretically, 2 lanes of pressure here with the artificial mid lane. Super minion's going to be walking down there constantly.
I like what Curse is doing right now, making sure they're gaining the vision that they need, or at least denying, not really putting out too many wards. They're staying very much so power in numbers. Doesn't seem like they want to get too much. Baron's wearing off on CLG, so I guess that's the best option they have right now, to kind of hold back, let that happen, and have CLG just try to push in these super minion waves.
You bring up a very good point with your Curse vision point there, because again, double lift on Twitch. This team, the CLG team, is not a one-trick pony. They have the ability to also pick off stragglers. This is still a very real threat from CLG. Dexter doesn't even have to be with double lift. He can blood boil him and then leave. But they're going to go with the 5-man squad. They want those 2 threats. They've got the blue buff on Link. They have the Baron buff. They want to make use of this while they have the extra stats here and regeneration. Double lift recalling, though.
He's recalling,
They're canceling the siege.
Quas on the top side. He's going to have to stop somebody. And Quas with a Bloodthirster now and a Frozen Mallet.
Let's watch this 1v1. Doubleth is going in. He's got the speed up from Quas.
No. Oh! Wait! Oh! No, he slowed him, but he's out of the brush, so it might just negate the speed. He actually throws on his Yomus. He knows he needs to turn around for a quick second on this one. Wild Growth's going to save him. Quas has been 3v1 so many times this game.
There it is. Oh my goodness. CLG switching gears so quickly. They rely on the secondary strategy there, go with the assassination from Twitch, collapse onto Quas, kill the split pusher, and now, what is it, 45-second window, can they answer inhibitor turret? That all-important cracking the inhibitor turret line is what's important for CLG. That pick on the split pusher does not mean much if they can't get the turret down in that window.
It's so true. All the wave clear actually still stands for Curse, so this could be a tough task. 0 damage onto that turret, and they have to get in close to even get the auto attacks on. Yeah, they have the 2 long-range ADs and a Lulu, but it's not a huge amount of damage. Great job by Doublelift, focusing the turret. Whoa, Boy gets locked in. He did get the Zillion ult, so he's going to be back up fighting with the team. 2 down now for CLG. They did what they could to take the mid turret, and Curse shut the front door. It's going to be Dexter staying alive. That tankiness coming in. He gets the bomb on Link. They have to trade. They have to split. Link would have killed him, and he goes down anyways. Aframu's getting hit up. Can he scatter the weak? It's within range, but he walks past it, so it's just going to be more Qs. Wow, Quas going ham as he comes up back to life and continuously gets another ace for the team. We're going to go ahead and get down mid lane for Curse now.
25 seconds left on double lift. Are they going to go for the Nexus? No, they don't have
the Nexus. That inhibitor's going down.
Ooh, okay, so they don't have any minions to take off the armor buff of the turrets. There's no way that's going to be the end of the game. But what a response from Curse. They know that CLG are... Oh, they are going to try. What? They're going to get at least one Nexus turret here.
He says, I'm Quas. Let's go.
Woo. Okay.
And he says,
just kidding. We don't have the minions. The buff is on the turrets. We back up.
That was for the back door. They're prepping it.
All right, I can't breathe. Okay, replay here. They get the stun onto Link. Good Syndra play from Boy. He's spamming his ultimate so that he can get it off before he goes down. As he said, Zillion ultimate did get off in time as well. Link here having a hard time hitting the Qs, but he does hit the R to kill Cop, taking off the AD carry. And then this play from Dominate to flash in to get another kill because they have the teleport ready from Quas. And Nidalee, as we said, the 30% chase down speed for him enables him to make sure nobody is going to escape a fight. Curse cleanup for the ace.
Quas is playing like a monster right now. He, without being on the screen quite a bit, has controlled a lot of this game for Curse, and the rest of the team is doing the perfect thing to allow him to kind of just be a nuisance. Sure, he goes down on the other sides of the lane, but that just leaves CLG's window to say, let's go aggressive. Quas comes back and he says, now it's my window again, and it's really been working out. Gold again, completely even along with the kills.
And you can see CLG's priorities. They set up their vision around the Baron pit. They commit all of their resources, their 3 pink wards, plus all of their champions to defend their vision around that Baron pit. 17 seconds left on it. Curse, however, their highest priority, objectives, buildings to take down. So they rush over to try and create pressure on the bottom lane, while they have, again, the super minion conga line going up mid. These games are so intense, Rib. I feel bad for you. You had yesterday, extremely intense series. I'm sure you can take it.
We only have the reveal show tomorrow. I can blow my voice out today. It'll be fine. Going out towards Baron now. 1 second, and he's alive. There's the worm. He's on the map. 3 pink wards coming in for CLG as their vision is on lockdown, but can they guard and secure that vision?
And Curse just, they're able to run in and face check this Baron pit where they didn't have any vision to go clean out CLG's because of their really deep offensive wards that they had. They had wards all the way down CLG's base. Knew that they were not on the map. They were confined inside their base. So Curse are able to use those previously placed line of wards to pull off a very, very, very much needed sweep of the Baron area.
So 2K gold lead. A bit of the back and forth is finally in Curse's favor, but I don't know if that really means anything for this fight.
Dexter, can he pull off the hero steal? He does not have flash.
Oh, the Baron finally goes down. The tickling hits Dexter in the backside, and they're going to go ahead and get out of this fight quick and easy.
Just to make sure that they do get that disengage, they want to set up properly. Oh, they're going to rush down mid here. Will this be an exchange? Everybody recalling, though.
It's like such an intense moment. Backing.
Well, it's like they were grouped up like Power Rangers there. Everybody in the same squad. 4-man recall. They leave Quas up top. They're going to exchange top turret here for mid.
They leave this poor turret in mid lane, going down. CLG takes a bit of an advantage there. Good thing for Lanterns. Good thing for Lanterns. Slow push. Oh, he gets an inhibitor turret. Quas is going hard. The team's going to try and keep him here. Double Lift gets a very nice wild growth to stay alive through the Voyboy's ultimate. Voyboy tries to get out. Another inhibitor goes down. Kobe, we're going to get another race.
Cost gold for Nexus turrets. Can they stop the recalls here? It's only Seraph. Seraph solo.
He got one. This is ridiculous. Seraph was able to take out Quas within the last few fights in the lane. He's going to go for the second Nexus turret. He is now a cupcake, but he will be getting back to form soon. Gonna have to back out on this one. Top inhibitor is down. Seraph jumps in and he gets a bit of glitter.
Comes up big, but they are able to stop Link, and they take down another member of CLG. 2 men for Curse alive. Means a 3-man defense for CLG should be able to clear out minions up top, but another inhibitor went down in the process. However, CLG, they were able to finally crack open the inhibitor line for turrets of Curse. They actually have a way into the base now. Still, so much left to go in this game. Baron's not going to come back for a while, so they won't have the neutral objective to sort of derail the team fights here. And it's going to be all about the wave control. Nobody has vision left on this map because there's so much emphasis being put on the defense of inhibitors and inhibitor turrets. We'll see who can get out there quick enough to establish
like poor man's
an area for an ambush. So let's see what happened back down at the base. CLG are going back to try and recall. Little did they know, Seraph was going to take care of business himself.
Where'd Double Lift come from?
Goes in to try and stop this one. Afro move with a hook from the bush onto Cop to bring him into range of Link, where he gets taken out.
Good stop on the back for a few. Double Lift was able to make it, but they get good kills on both sides. 16-17. 2K gold lead still for Curse here.
Now, I really like these lulls in the late game where people have been fighting for so much that wards have expired. It opens up the opportunity for so many ambushes and finding the pockets of Fog of War that your opponents have left up. Was really impressed during the OGN finals, Blue and Arrows. The god Cacao able to find one of those pockets and actually ended the game because of it. Opportunity here for the teams. They've just got up some more defensive wards. So they've established some safe areas.
Yes.
But there are still several pockets to try and fit through.
We need a name
and
for
CLG, they always have to worry about a ward inside their actual base. Whenever you have two inhibitors down like
for a teleport.
A teleport, because Riv, how do games end on the playoffs in North America? They end with one person killing a Nexus by himself.
One person indeed. It seems to be the true form we have coming into this season. Who will it be? Right now, Quas is definitely on form to do it. He's actually building it now, Mercurial Scimitar for himself. More damage and safety. Good lord. That would not have been an alive person if he found him. Slow movement, though. Nobody really wants to make a move into these high-value pockets. They don't have the vision.
All right, deep breaths. CLG have established at least this quadrant of the map, their blue buff side. They've got it very well warded. They even have pink vision here to make sure that Curse do not have any deep wards down.
Looks special, too. He has a Seraph's Embrace. Good lord.
Let's see if... oh, yeah, he does. Let's see if Double Lift can pull off another miraculous pick. CLG right now have their hands full, clearing out the super minion line.
That is the only thing that's going to win a game. Somebody gets picked on the outside here. They can't just... We've seen him walk up to the turrets numerous times. Curse won 2 of those fights in a row.
Yeah, and they have not been hesitating. They've been able to... Either Voidboy is able to land one of these stuns from Syndra, or Dominate is just forcing the issue here. They don't wait around for this Kog'Maw poke. This AP Kog'Maw has not been able to get enough damage down on the backline before the fights start happening. Everybody now with bubbles as well. Going to make his job even harder. We'll see if he can come through here. He's even fairly strong at chunking down a front line if somebody's too close, though. So really it's going to be all about positioning and the hard CC that they're able to land for the next team fight. Bases are pretty much wide open. All it takes is one of those inhibitors to be down. And if CLG cleaned up an ace, they could rush to end the game as well. Curse would definitely have an easier time of doing it, but nobody wants to make that first mistake here in the late game. We've seen it so many times in the high-pressure situations when everything is on the line. The playoffs and the relegation games, teams start playing a lot more safe. They become so much more risk-adverse during these times because it means so much to them. And a first game sets the tone for an entire series in these best-of-5 that we are definitely going to be in the long haul for.
Yep. Already coming up on 50 minutes right now, Kobe. And we just got another blasting wand in the hands of Link. Going for a bit more damage on himself. Maybe Lichbane. We'll see. Try to take down turrets with the rest of the team. Everybody's got... This becomes my favorite point in the game when we get to 6 items, because it kind of just nullifies everything that happened before. It's like, what do you got? What are you bringing to the table now? Can you play to the highest caliber on your champion?
And in this specific game, it's even more exciting because the weapons both teams are wielding are completely different.
Yeah,
CLG, they still have the option. They still have Blood Boil, put that onto Double Lift. Even Seraph can try and give him a picks, and they send him out. See if they can find that pick. Or they can rely on that Kog'Maw, the defensive disengage, long-range poke. He's got his blue buff up. Seraph is handling himself in the split push game versus Quas right now, doing a good job wave clearing. He even has a Zhonya's Hourglass, so he can buy time if he gets into trouble for the rest of the team to move over there. This team from CLG are very quick. They have so many speed ups that they can add onto Double Lift that Double Lift can make his way across half of the map extremely quickly to cover any weakness that does show up.
Here's the pick being set up right now. Hoping they're in Fog of War. They have
Voidboy though, he's fed up.
He does not get the ultimate yet. They're able to shut him down. He actually does have Zillion's ult, but can they continue this fight? This will mean game if they can get any more. What a teleport for Quas! Seraph had no idea he was going to get pinched in on the back line. Quas is still attached to Seraph, but he gets the Lantern to safety from the Thresh Express, and CLG is out of there. Inhibitors are going to be going down here, more than one for sure.
That might even be a push to finish. They don't mess time with the second inhibitor. They're going for the Nexus.
This would be absolutely ridiculous. You can get very tunneled in on trying to get the Nexus turret, which will cost you the fight. The fight will cost them the game on either side. One Nexus turret goes down. Xpecial's one shot away from dying. Ult comes up again for him. Rewinding it down. Cop lives. Quas still alive, having the biggest health bar at the end of most of these fights, trying to be the last man standing. That's going to be game one. Perseverance and focus from Curse to take down Counterlogic Gaming.
Look at all of the sides after that game. What an intense game here. And I would expect nothing less from the opener of these two teams. CLG versus Curse. The rivalry is reignited here. Everyone talks about the TSM CLG, but for the longest time, Curse were sort of like the stepbrother of that rivalry. For a long time, we picked up a lot of benched CLG members going to Curse, so they had this between the two organizations, a long story there as well. All of the players almost are different now, since save for Voyboy, but it's back alive. They have to fight each other to get into the playoffs, to get to Worlds.
Yeah.
They said it in the video, if you don't make it here, then nothing else matters. Both these teams, everything for them is going to Worlds.
I believe that means so much more than we know for these guys, because a lot of us haven't sat in that position, and that is completely dry. Well, yes, you have.
I have not. No, don't say that.
You've been there and won, I guess, so you haven't been.
I have not been to Worlds. We did WCG.
Okay, Worlds.
It's a completely. I've been to Worlds.
But see, then even you know you've been near that position, and it's still more. There's so much pressure, and now CLG's pressure to perform has just gone through the roof. Like, obviously, they're coming with the backstory that they're the team that went over to practice, and Curse stayed here for 3 weeks to do what they could. And it looks like Perseverance really paid off. Understanding their opponents was so strong, and Quas has developed into such a top laner this season for them, and a big key factor to that game, along with the plays from mid lane and the early game again from the duo of Curse in the bottom.
Yeah, I like that you point out Quas, because he doesn't get a lot of recognition, even though his stats are always great and his team play is always strong. He doesn't make a lot of flashy moves. He plays so smart there.
Yeah.
In this game, the split pushing, he was on point with all of the teleports to follow up. He did get caught out by double lift though, but that's an invisible twitch coming at you, and they weren't able to reposition a lucky pink ward to try and get some defense for him. So I don't know how much you blame him for those early pushes, because it is a team call. They need to do something to create pressure for the CLG team to keep them from just shoving in with the blue buff Kog'Maw.
And on a quick note, I got crazy there, and I said the reveal show's tomorrow. It's on the 8th. Yeah. We're going crazy. Had to fix.
Small
the lowdown now on the nail biter. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our brain trust at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Riv. Now, true to how this week has been going, an exciting first game to start off today's series. And guys, we've got to answer that question about how CLG has come back from their boot camp. They looked like they were a little out of sorts there later in the game, not sure how to engage or, you know, take a fight off of Curse.
Yeah, I don't know what Doublelift was doing in that last fight. He thought he'd be able to open on the Cinder, but Voyboy had much better ideas. Like a DFG Cinder is going to one-shot him. But I think as a general thing, CLG did look much improved, but it wasn't like they turned into a top 3 Korean team overnight. You know, they're improved, but they're still CLG.
Well, and Voyboy had the confidence of having a zillion behind him to build that DFG and be in the front line, not too afraid of getting jumped on, knowing he could come right back into the fight. Now, another thing I want to look at, though, is the Nidalee in the top lane and the build that he went with. I mean, that suggests that they were split push from the start. That was all they were going to focus on.
Right.
Is that right?
So Nidalee had a very weird build. She had Bloodthirster, Trinity Force, Frozen Mallet, Merc Scimitar. So that basically says she wanted to 1v1 and split push the entire day. I'm not sure if that's the best split pushing build. I don't play Nidalee, so I don't know about that. But she did a lot of damage and she is super strong. And they basically didn't want to fight and just have Nidalee deal with Lulu. And there's no way Lulu can beat Nidalee when Nidalee has those items. There's like nothing Lulu can do to that.
All right, now, if we look at the fact that they pulled out that AP Cog, now that's something that we've seen come in from the Korean region quite a bit. Do we feel like it paid off? Did Link have enough time to kind of work on that champion?
I mean, Hai and I were talking that the Kog'Maw was pretty good, but nothing spectacular. He never took over the game. But I think it's because CLG just had no way of following up on any poke that he did land. So if Link did manage to get a little bit of poke down, they could do something but they couldn't because they actually, even when they had a 4v5, we had that one fight that High called way beforehand. It was 4v5. He said if CLG goes in here, they throw. And
so there were two major fights that game that basically showed that they didn't know how to play with the Kog'Maw. The first fight was at the mid inhibitor turret where they tried to backdoor it. The only way CLG wins the fight is if Kog'Maw pokes beforehand, but Curse was full HP under the turret, and they tried to force a 4v5, and that's not going to work. Kog'Maw didn't get to do any poke before that fight, and they lost that fight because they initiated before he got poke off. The second fight was the very end of the game, where Twitch initiated the fight, and if you look at the health bars of Curse, every member's full HP, Kog'Maw is full mana, and you don't want to force a fight like that. 1, Twitch will die when he opens up. 2, Kog'Maw hasn't done anything yet. So they wanted to fight because they're afraid of Nidalee, but they haven't got any poke off yet, and they had to wait for Kog'Maw to do something. The fact that he didn't just basically made him lose the fight. If you look at the end of the fight, he has like 90% mana. That's not what an AP Kog'Maw wants.
I thought it was a really interesting game, too, because we kept talking about how it was a big split push threat in Nidalee, and how was CLG going to deal with it. A lot of it was with Twitch. There wasn't necessarily, as Hai was saying, the best vision control to prevent the Twitch from sneaking up on Quas, which is why this game stretched on and on. But CLG never had a true answer for the Curse split push, and eventually it allowed Curse to win the game.
Well, I feel like the Twitch was a fairly good answer to the Nidalee, having that assassination potential. The problem lied in not being able to convert anything off of the assassination. So does that mean they need to look towards a more engaged style jungler or something like that, so once they do deal with the split push, they can actually take an objective?
Yeah, so every time they would kill Nidalee, right, what did they get after that? They got killed, but they sent 3, 4 people to go up there and kill him. Also around the map, Curse wasn't doing that much when Nidalee died, to be fair. But when you sacrifice a lot of resources to do that, you're not really getting that much of an advantage if you're not able to press on with it. So it's just when you get a kill on Nidalee, what did they try to do after? They couldn't do much. Because as you saw, they got the kill on Nidalee top, they tried to push mid, they died for that. So even though they could catch out Nidalee, what can they get after that? And they couldn't get that much off of it.
All right, I want to jump into a replay here. Hi, you already kind of touched on it a bit. We're at 39 minutes into the game. It's under the inhib turret where Curse manages to snag an ace. If you could, go ahead and walk us through this and just kind of elaborate on the point you were making earlier.
Right, so they caught Nidalee earlier, and she has 20 seconds to revive. They're trying to tank a turret 4v5, and they can't do this. Just because everyone on Curse right now is full HP. In the case Curse didn't have Zilean, that may have worked out, but Doublelift and Seraph die instantly in that team fight, and they can't. They just can't do this. They haven't poked them down with Kog'Maw yet, and they're trying to do the thing they can't do. And they just didn't understand how to play against Zilean and how to play with Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and that was another one of those situations where, although they got the hook onto Syndra, because of the Zilean ult, he got his ultimate off onto Twitch, as you said, but still came back up and is at the end of the fight here, putting out damage.
X Special had incredibly clutch Zilean ults that whole time. Hyde said they go in if they throw, and I think unless they can catch Syndra. They caught Syndra, but it didn't matter. Hyde was right the whole time because they just Zilean ulted it. He killed the person for basically a Zilean ult, and then because there was so much focused when they hooked Voyboy, they forgot about Cop on the side who ended up killing Doublelift. So it was just a really good fight, 4v5.
If it was any support other than Zilean right there, I think CLG would have won the game right there just for catching the Syndra. But since Zilean is there, he was like, what, level 16? Had all, like, yeah. He's scaled as best as he could be by now. So Zilean saved the game right there and made CLG lose. I don't know how many times CLG has played against Zilean. I imagine they would, since it's pretty popular in Korea, but they just didn't respect the Zilean ultimate. They sacrificed all the resources in killing one person. He just revives, and you lost a team fight because of that.
Yeah, it's pretty popular in Korea, both as a support and as a mid laner, so I would feel like they've had a fair amount of practice against it.
Especially if we look at the rest of their picks right there. The AP Kog'Maw, even the Twitch as an AD carry is something that is still massively popular in Korea, but not necessarily over in North America. And it did throw Curse for a bit of a loop, but they've clearly been practicing a lot of stuff of their own, too. The Nidalee is something we haven't seen Quas on much, and X Special broke out the Zilean. Like, they prepared just as well back here as Korea did, as CLG did over in Korea.
All right, well, now, a final question before we close out the segment. Looking ahead, both teams are actually going to be on the same side next game, right? So we're still going to have CLG on red and Curse on blue. How can we see picks bans evolve from CLG's side to maybe turn it around?
I think as far as picks and bans go, if I remember correctly, they were kind of odd in the first place. They're kind of just doing target bans against each player. I don't know if CLG will ban Zilean or not, since it was an issue that game. They might ban Nidalee too, since there's not really a clear response to what you can do against Nidalee. Like if you pick Maokai loses lane. Any champion you pick in Nidalee will lose lane, except for maybe Ryze. But Nidalee is such a dominant top lane champion at the moment that they probably might. I think they'll ban it. I don't think they'll let Nidalee go through again, just because they couldn't answer to it.
Well, with as exciting as all of the games have been, both this weekend and then this first game today, I, for one, can tell you that I am pumped for the next game. But we are going to have to take 3.5 to restock the store for our next battle between CLG and Curse. So don't go anywhere. The day's just getting started.
Get it?
Get some kills out of the wards they've just placed. A little too close on the turret. That bomb's going to do damage, but it will not take him down.
I'm stunning. I stun them all. I'm flashing in. I'm on Twitch.
Yo, kill Twitch. Look for Cog, look for Cog.
I spud you. You guys can win that. You guys can win that.
I'm on Lulu.
Yep.
I'm dead.
Kill Lulu.
Squads can kill everybody. Squads can kill everybody.
Great job by Double It, focusing the turret. Whoa, boy gets locked in. He did get the Zillion ult, so he's going to be back up fighting with the team. 2v1, 2 down now for CLG. They did what they could to take the mid turret, and Curse shut the front door.
Throughout my whole league career, I've only been to Worlds once, and that was with CLG. But this season, I feel so good about our team. I think we have a realistic shot of beating anyone in NA, making it to Worlds, and I hope that's what we can do.
Welcome back to the 2014 Summer Playoffs and Game 2 between Team Curse and CLG. Now, Curse, they grabbed the first win of the series and were showing a lot of strengths that they can build upon going into Game 2. One of those of which I want to talk about is Quas. As an individual, very strong individual playmaker and kind of a menace there on Italy split pushing.
He's been a good top laner pretty much this whole split. And in this one in particular, Curse itself as a team was actually helping him out. So when CLG sent a bunch of people down early game for Dragon, it gave Koss something High noticed was 3 full waves, and then he carried that advantage throughout the whole thing. This team was actually completely built around Quas, which is not something Curse was doing earlier in the year, but it's something they did in that last game.
Well, and for CLG, the question is, what do they need to do this next game to even step it up and, you know, put points on the board?
Well, as far as what happened last game with Italy, he got a huge advantage, and a lot of people will probably point out that he got picked out a lot, but that was due to Curse not grouping up as a team and getting correct ward vision up for him. So every time you'd see him split pushing, he didn't have the correct ward vision because his team would never group up to give it to him. So he got caught up a couple times for that. And if they want to do it again this game, I think for them to do it more successfully, they will have to make warding a priority and an objective. If they don't do that again, then they probably... It'll turn out the same way as last time. He'll get caught and he'll die. But if they give him good ward vision, he can play a split pushing game. And if he has a dominant top lane champion relative to Seraph, he can do the same thing again.
And more to your question as well, what CLG needs to do, I think they have to kind of calm down. If we consider the amount of pressure they must be under right now after going all the way to Korea for this boot camp, whether or not they want it to be, the fan expectation is incredible for them right now. When Doublelift, we heard in the pregame feature, was talking about Seraph, it was all the pressure that Seraph was under and how he may not have been coping with that well. It's only more pressure now. And we're pretty far away from the stage back here. I could hear Doublelift yelling, and I've never heard him that loud during games. They are completely hyped up right now, and I think they need to bring it down a notch so they play more consistently.
Right, but that does point to the idea that they are aware of the pressure that they're under and their need to perform. So we'll see if they can do exactly that as we send it over to the guys at the caster desk to take us into Game 2.
Thank you very much, Dash. And we are going to just jump right into Champion Select on this one. And I can't imagine it's going to be any different than Game 1. The playoffs have quarterfinal playoffs have shown us amazing intensity. And these teams, as the guys just said on the desk, know the pressure, know what's on the line, and they are showing it.
Well, yeah, there's definitely going to be the same amount of intensity this game. I think a lot of things are going to change, especially for CLG. Their Kog'Maw mid, that did not go well. He didn't, even late game where he shines, he didn't get effective poke down for the team. And it kind of feels like in Champion Select, they already had the Kog'Maw locked in, and then they were trying to tunnel on this AP Cog, and they were like, okay, so we need Twitch in order to stop the split push by picking off the Nidalee, you know, that we're going to try and attack that and try and kill that strategy there. But it really seems like they kind of tunneled on the AP Cog, and I don't think they will do that again because that really was a big part of their downfall. The other thing is the Zilean pick is probably going to rise in priority for these teams as CLG definitely had a lot of frustrations. X-Special was on point with many an ultimate. Chrono Shift changing those fights.
Look at this priority for 80 carries. Trist mid, Vayne Twitch, Doublelift might be a problem on Counter Logic Gaming for Curse. They consider it very much so with a few. I'm considering junglers to come out in the next few bans here. Another 80 carry, 4 straight here in Game 2.
Okay, I'll raise you an 80 carry here. Now we have 4 80 carry bans. Will they go all the way?
Doublelift's going to have to play Jinx at this point. It's one of his fallbacks. I mean, Kog'Maw is still up, but it could be banned.
Well, probably going to have a first pick 80 carry
They cow it.
The thing is, it kind of looks like Curse want to do another split push. We'll see what they decide to go with this time around. But as you said, Kog'Maw is kind of the belle of the ball right now, left up.
Cop's got some good stats on Cog. Definitely has some good games there with the KDA for that champion. So if he were to get that in his hands, they take that away. As we said, no. No, they don't. So forget about that nonsense. The Hullabaloo has been banned out. So, Quas, what do they get?
So, if we were sort of going down tier list here. Okay, so there is the split push there, going back to that. But if you're kind of going down the tier list, Lucian is probably higher priority. But you know what?
Say Lulu
I have
still.
seen some very strong Graves play. I am a little biased because that's my favorite AD carry, but XQ in China, beautiful, beautiful Graves play. I believe that champion is ready for competitive play in North America as well. And since there's so many AD carry bans, he might make a showing. But what we've got on the board so far, the split push once again from Quas. We'll have to see if he goes with such a high damage build this time around again, or if he decides to change it up.
Man, CLG, they'd be going back to the old days if they locked this in. Just remember Hot Shot, or I should say Farm Shot GG in the top lane on Nidalee on Cho'Gath, taking 4 guys at the bottom lane so the team can do Baron by themselves.
Classic. Brings me back, Riv.
Oh, man.
Here's some adaptation.
Oh, the switcheroo.
Okay.
So they get the Zillion this time. They say that's a formidable thing to have.
Interesting. So they take away the Zillion, and they do lock in that Lucian, one of the higher tier AD carries. Now, the interesting choice here for Curse is they could also go with some utility from their AD carry like Sivir. If you're going with a split push
it's been
for
a while.
Nidalee, then your 4-man squad having that speed boost ultimate is extremely useful. Always like to see when one role gets focused this hard in pick bans, because we finally get to see differences. Everybody kind of falls into these patterns where Kog'Maw's picked all the time.
It's not many times the AD carries are kind of pushed into an uncomfortable zone.
I mean, they could still very well just go with that Jinx, go with the resetting for team fights.
Oh, wow.
Plenty of tower damage. Locking in the blind pick Rise
Yeah,
mid.
absolutely. That's what I was thinking. Very bold. Slowly ticks down.
Okay, it doesn't lock it in, just a bait.
Say Braum.
Wow, that front line. Pretty good disengage so far. Nunu with the zone control as well as Braum.
Keep an eye on how Dominate maxes his abilities this time around. A lot of Nunus on that Consume lately. For the objective control.
Now, let's see how CLG really tweak this one, because so far they've decided to try and steal away from Curse, adapting that way so that Curse can't perform the exact same strategy.
Right. But then are they pushing themselves into something where they're not doing what they came into the week planning to do?
Well, exactly. So they need to figure out what is the best way for us to use Zillion. Are they going to have actually a mid lane Zillion, or send him to support as well? We may see from the type of jungler that they decide to use. Will they use an offensive Kha'Zix? Whoa, nope. It's going to be a Maokai that could either go top. So this could be a support Zillion, mid-rise, top Maokai.
Right.
Or it could still be a jungle Maokai and then have a solo. Send those guys to solo lane. So there's still options for them. Oh, Caitlyn. We also forgot about the Caitlyn. Cop's first true love.
Cop actually had good results. He didn't play many games of it in the spring and the summer. I guess I should say spring. But he had good results on Draven. Good amount of wins, like 3-1 or something probably.
Yeah,
Syndra
I remember the days of the cashing in for stacks for Cop.
But he would always cash in like one after the other, and he'd never get any stacks because the kills just came in. Good games. Good games.
All right, well, they would just return to the Jinx.
Yeah.
Very, very strong for that late game. But again, her positioning is going to be key for them. There's a lot less leeway for Curse this time around. They are really going to have good positioning with the 4-man squad. Nunu, if you use Nunu for disengage, the thing is that you often have to sacrifice the Nunu for that. And he will have to give up his life. We'll see how well Braum and Nunu can combine to keep Jinx and Syndra safe, because Syndra and Jinx, if you are not going to get a kill very quickly, they have low mobility.
Right.
And Maokai will be able to get right in there. Twisted Advance, very easy to target.
It's really their initiation right now. They don't have anything else besides that.
Yeah. The problem for me is
past Nunu.
that if you're going to have a Maokai here, what's going to deal with this Nidalee split push? Because Maokai, there's no way he's going to do that. So Maokai wants to be
You're
with the
safe
team.
in that lane.
He wants to hard engage. He wants to force the fight on the 4-man squad. So it is going to be the top lane Maokai. That's probably going to be a lane swap there. Nidalee would definitely dumpster him. We'll see how the early ward game goes down because you're going to have to get some vision down to see where these lanes are going.
Yep.
But again, that last pick, Kha'Zix, he's really risen up alongside Nunu.
Dexter gets himself an aggressive jungler. The Zillion prioritized a bit here to keep Doublelift alive. He actually had a very good game on Twitch last time, which is now banned out. So very high priority still for Doublelift to come into these games and carry. We've heard Monte Cristo say before in interviews, if CLG has to go ahead and leave it up to Doublelift to kind of carry a game, we feel like that's okay. And then they orchestrate their strat in order to get Doublelift kills and snowball them along. We'll see if that's what they can do. The teams have locked in their champs and the game is taking shape. So head over to Twitter and let us know who you think is going to win.
All right, just tweet either the hashtag CRS win or CLG win to @LO Esports, and we will be checking back in to see how the vote has shifted as the game plays out.
And I guess it plays into a positive as well, because Jat's saying he can hear Doublelift from the back, and I know I've never heard Doublelift really talk. Mostly CLG's quiet. You'll hear Alpha move sometimes.
Yeah. I remember one time in their game versus LMQ when they were in the base and Doublelift is yelling. He's like, "This is our last chance." And he goes and he chased down Ackerman and he gets 100%ed.
Right, but being that positive, the team has to be riding that wave. Again, the ability to perform here, coming back from Korea, everybody thinking that they're going to be Super Saiyan right now and come into these games and pretty much just kick everybody sky high.
There's tremendous pressure on the CLG players right now. Especially coming out losing the first game. You know, will they be able to perform under this pressure and keep cool? It looked like they were dealing with it okay so far. But, you know, those kinds of problems can resurface fairly quickly under very high amounts of pressure. We'll have to see, though. Link is going to be on that rise mid with the double mobility summoner spells. We'll see if he's able to dodge the Syndra damage early on. He has not gone for boots to dodge. He's decided to go with just Health Crystal.
Wow.
A little bit safer in case he's not able to dodge, and he does get a visit early on. Ooh, that's that dangerous scenario, though. You do not want to fight in Italy over that tri-bush positioning.
They did that last time. Seraph walked away with 3 of those javelins in his backside.
All right, so this team fight from CLG is going to look like a Seraph locking down whoever he can get for Curse to force the team fight so they can force the issue, stop the split push, and Dexter jumping immediately in. I expect Dexter to go full assassin build here, all damage, just relying on Afromu to revive him when he jumps in.
Yeah.
And hopefully they're able to kill somebody. Even if they exchange it for Dexter, he'll get back up with a reset and be able to continue his leaping ways. But yeah, he's probably going to go for that full damage and just sort of tag team dive in with Seraph. Relying on Afromu in the back line. And Doublelift will probably have to keep himself alive. Good thing they were able to get Lucian for him. Very high mobility. Wow, the delayed invade is seen here. Some extra intelligence for Curse to work with early on. 3-man squad, they decide to ignore it and just exchange. They were not seen going into this red buff steal.
Right.
So the classic move from CLG is, just go back over to our red side after we steal their blue. Should be there, right? Unless they are tipped off somehow by this invade from Curse.
Well, they don't have the lane showing yet, so they know they're off somewhere being sneaky deaky. See how for move.
Yeah, it looks like
He's
far.
hanging out to see if he can catch someone.
Now they know.
There.
Yep, Dominate's got a red buff. What's he doing? He's walking away from our red side. Is this going to be a 3 buff here for Curse with CLG going for the... Looks like they're going to try for it. CLG, by the way, they walked through the lane, so it was a pretty safe route for them to try and do that. A little bit tricky, but Curse with the moves here. Dominate on Nunu. Takes advantage of the jungle early on. And he gets some deep warding done down in the jungle. See if he continues to punish all game long, because he's got a Syndra once again to work off in the mid lane. It's going to help his invade efforts substantially.
Many of the games, as I rewatched these battles between Curse and CLG, involved, 50, involved Curse invading the jungle every time in the beginning, trying to throw something off the mark to just a normal game.
And it really, plays 100% into their team this time around. The Rise, we have seen Rises beat Syndra in the North American LCS, but that was Pobelter starting boots
Yeah.
and then rushing into a Negatron cloak. And being able to retain control and then come out ahead of the Syndra. This time around, though, we'll see if Link can pull it off. Voyboy has shown a very, very strong Syndra game last matchup here. People were critiquing him on the champions that were not, you know, Yasuo or...
Well, how do you split that? Ooh. Let's say thumbs up just for making that happen. 4 minutes on the clock, and it looks like everybody's pretty much dead set. Actually, Dexter here wants to get something, but a good ward from Quas keeps himself safe. Definitely a lot more pressure to this guy in the top lane before he gets going, as opposed to killing him when his split push has already started.
Yeah, so one of the things about blue side for top lane is that it's a bit more difficult just because there are those 2 avenues to come through. Wow, they are just going to 2-man try and shove this in to stop the freeze. Ooh, scared off. But Nidalee, because she has so much mobility, she only has to spend 1 ward anyway, even though she is on blue side, so much easier for him. Link, very good dodges this far.
All right, we'll see CLG and Aframu. Seraph and Aframu, I should say, in this bottom lane now, not allowing Cop and Xpecial to get any sort of advantage that they did last time. We saw them get a bit of an upper hand onto Doublelift and Aframu, but this time it's a bit more crowd control and they can't keep going on the engagements.
Yep, Seraph and Aframu shoving in Cop and Xpecial.
Yeah.
Trying to make them CS under the turret, but strong use of the Targon to execute there. Able to get everything, and they also position the wave very well for themselves. Close to their turret, but not being shot by the turret. Again, Quas up here has a problem. Lane is frozen very close to the turret by Doublelift. Dexter looks to take advantage.
Oh, he got the Ardent Blaze on. He's going to have a little bit of passive movement speed on this. Quas dodges out on the slow for that one. So he does waste a flash there. Dexter, he is making some return trips, though, one after the other.
Not quite able to complete that auto attack animation and get the slowdown. Showing top. Curse, predictable reaction. Go for the dragon bottom side and dominate on Nunu. Should be able to secure that.
They can also get some really nice vision after this as well. Seeing the Dexter probably backed or is still in the top lane, they should get some forward wards here. This should be safe. They go ahead and get themselves back into a position to continue winning. There's Dominate getting that ward in. And back to the duos.
We talk about the things that Quas does that go unannounced. He just drew pressure up to the top lane. This dragon created by Quas because the jungler showed, and they're the ones with Nunu. Quas didn't even have to burn his teleport to get back to lane. I guess that's because he's frozen here, though he's having a hard time. Dexter, since they've already lost the dragon, they don't have to sacrifice any more to continue the camp.
Oh, man.
They're keeping him down.
Very close. Oh, he hesitated. There was a stutter step on that. I don't know if it would have mattered or not, but the Q comes up big from Dexter. They finalized the kill.
And they needed that. Dexter's spending a lot of time camping this top lane. They do make it count, though. So at least they were able to pick up the kill. Quas is level 3.
Yeah.
They've been able to zone him out very, very effectively, and Doublelift has been able to keep this freeze going.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising to see it coming.
Very good job of Doublelift to just prune this wave rather than accidentally shoving it every time they go aggressive.
Pruning very well. Got the green thumb. Looks like he'll keep that one steady. 59 to 56, even for the duo in the bottom. And Cop's not actually even 6 yet, so you can see how that solo lane affects Doublelift, getting him quite strong, quite fast, so they can use those power spikes. Tears charged up for CLG on their side. They're knowing they're going against the split push, so why not take the time to get strong as well towards that late game. Seraph's Embrace will be coming out for Link and Aframu.
All right, let's see if Dominate decides to continue control of the jungle. They do not venture any deeper into CLG territory here, though. They only have the perimeter wards. Interesting move, because they already had the blue buff advantage on mid laners with Voyboy, but they decide not to go for it. So Dexter will be very happy about this, able to get his red buff this time around and get the all-important level 6 for Kha'Zix. Nope, one more camp, just kidding. But we'll keep track of what he evolves to. I'm a pretty big fan of evolving the jump still for the extra range and the reset potential.
You don't have to wait long.
Much better. But the Void Spikes are also a very good option.
Do you think that hurts him?
The wings. I have no idea what it's like to actually sprout
I like
wings.
that. Thumbs up to production. They said change is good.
But yeah, he does go for the longer jump. He's waiting for the cooldown right now, getting around the wards. He will have it back up for the gank. Here they go again, top, looking for the return kill.
Oh no.
That's over a trap.
Quas trying to extend his 9 lives. Yeah, he gets out with one of them again. Very nicely done. His teleport and flash are down though, so he cannot do much to even rebuttal these ganks, but walk back to the base, and or teleport back and walk back to his turret rather. Link with blue buff in mid lane. He's almost
Interesting roam.
10 CS down here as he's getting charged up. Voyboy getting not something we saw before. The roam from mid lane was non-existent last game. It looks like they try actually to do a 3-man counter gank to shut down a little bit of what Doublelift's been getting here in the top.
Yeah, very clear strategy here from Dexter. Stay top all day long. Keep this Nidalee down. Avoid the split pushing as long as possible. He used his flash for that.
No. Well,
miscalculated.
Hey,
slightly.
You know what? 50-50. That could have been a hashtag LCS big
That
play.
is not a 50-50. You can 100% judge the time of a recall. That is not left up to chance. It's the same every single time.
Gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. We've all been there, done that, and it happens. Bit of a cooldown to wait for in the mid lane now for Voyboy. Back to the bot here. Seraph doing a bit better this time, given the support of Afro Moo. It looks like Xpecial still has no trouble going aggressive, trying to get that concussive blows knocked down.
Doublelift switched up to the solo carry role here, doing a good job for himself. Also, though, nice to be a solo carry when you receive every single gank from your jungler. See if it pays off, because the first blood money did basically pay off for that dragon money and got CLG back up to even here. Really, we'll see if it tells in the effectiveness of Quas later in the game. Can he ever get to that point? Because once again, Wave pushing back towards Doublelift. He's doing a good job starving Quas.
You should put a trap in that brush. I don't know.
Well, no. The thing is, he evolved his wings, so even if you get close enough to put the trap, you're in range for the jump. So he'll get a jump auto attack slow off either way.
It's like so tense when he walks up. Oh,
dang! He tried for it. That is a hard. That is a hard ward to place.
You guys didn't see that. Nobody saw that.
So, if you place the ward over 50%, if you place a ward over 50% through any terrain, then it will jump to the other side. But
wards don't jump, Kobe.
He had the angle slightly off there. There's only a small point where you can actually get that ward.
He scarred it.
You can get that ward into that bush if you place it just so. But he fails twice. However, traps do save him. I was wrong about the trap range there. Not able to get the jump off in exchange for it. And he's completely safe. Dexter
kind of hesitated.
Holy moly.
He's back.
He's created a whole city up there. It's not just a camp anymore. He's got brick and mortar walls. Dragon number 2 is going to go down in exchange for that camp.
He's still got the wards. Starting to garrison up a little bit. He's going to stay and steal white. So they've been here long enough, I'll take something. So he grabs that. Quas, if he can continue to stay safe, and they should figure out that Dexter's going to stay up here. Definitely take some advantages on the other side of the map. Dexter, again, going pretty hard. Obviously, just going to push him out on this one.
All right, so this answer, though, is just going to be for the bottom turret.
Yeah.
So the extra dragon gold will still stay in Curse's advantage. Blue buff numeraire.
Oh, no. There we go. As long as it doesn't run back. Boy Bjergsen should talk about how to take that on the other side.
Bjergsen did have a little trouble with that yesterday.
So
but they got it eventually.
They did. They did. That's what counts in the end. So we got Infinity Edges on both sides coming out. Doublelift favoring the critical strike a little bit more. Freak actually denouncing tons of damage for Triforce last night in the Challenger Series. He said tons of damage for Infinity Edge. Yeah. That was pretty scary time. But looks like the 80 carries, they're on that boat as well.
Let's see how they transition here after their bottom turret's been taken.
Yeah.
Jinx's poke is
going to make it very hard to guard a turret, Kobe, when you're down to half HP before it happens. So mid will fall here. Opened up like a curse.
Oh!
Mad pressure! That's the
off.
He
got it off.
He's shifting time. Good slow. Whoa! Tries to flash over that. He still got slow here. Dexter goes in, but he has no kill potential, so he's forced to flash out on that one. Nobody can follow him. Getting a little too hypey on that, and they're going to go ahead and get a double kill. Cop gets excited.
That is very bad news for CLG. Losing faith here. They decide to re-engage after no chrono shift, and Aframu is basically out of the fight.
They don't really have damage in their builds going into these fights yet.
Plus, not only did they engage the losing fight, but they engaged the losing fight with teleport and flash from both of their divers.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunate.
Tears don't do damage. Tears are delicious. 14.5 on the clock. Curse cleaning up those tears right now. 2-1. The game is not out of the hands of CLG by any means yet. Cop doing a great job. Passive attack speed to just drop turrets. Curse is getting all the control they want here in the mid game.
So waiting around a little long here, though. Several members of CLG are coming up.
What?
Whoa!
Oh! Several members of Curse are coming up as well. Cop takes a bit of damage there. The ultimate could keep him alive long enough to cancel out Cop. Seraph goes down. Cop's going to say later. He is not freezing for anybody. Curse. Can he get Xpecial out alive? Dexter's actually trying to get in range of Cop as well. Cop didn't get out trying to save Xpecial. Both of them are going to go down. And it is going to actually be Link that goes the long haul to pick this up. Double lift. He sees that he could be in trouble in the bottom lane.
Yeah, what do they get out of all of CLG's commitment up top, though? Curse had several members in base. Voyboy didn't get anything for it. Dominate was not able to clear wards. They did defensively ward up their top side, but a pretty clean pickup there for CLG. Reinforcements arriving in time to answer for Seraph. So they do get one extra.
Got to be careful here. He's messing with RNG, hoping he crits more than Nidalee hits.
Well, also the thing is here that this Nidalee, they've kept him down so much. He's 2 levels under double lift. So again, here we see Seraph. Seraph knew that he had the team coming in, but they were a little bit too far behind. And Aframu doesn't look like Chrono Shift was up. That may have been the miscommunication there. That Seraph was hoping that Zillion ult was available, but it was not.
Oh, a little bit of the bait. Nice glacial fissure. No red buff or any damage to come from the outside. Oh, he's so close. He gets the bomb on. That's one of the worst feelings in the world.
They are picking on Quas this game.
As they should. Why don't you pick on the guy that carried the entire last game through map control?
So they attack the split push before the split push gets going at all. And another good roam from CLG.
Yeah.
This was the bright spot for CLG last game as well. Even though they had their fair share of mistakes, they did make a lot of good mid-game choices. And their movements across the map, whoa, left the Baron pit.
Whoa, indeed. This is going to be big with Jinx. The Infinity Edge is out on her already.
Tisk, yeah.
This is going to be Baron.
That is
17 minutes from Curse in the game. Is Dominate? He's got the level on Consume?
Yep.
Yes, he does. Nom Nom, thank you very much. The Pink Ward is late, and the rest of Counterlogic Gaming follows suit with that lateness. They're going to be just kind of...
He's toast.
With that Baron. Oh man, no red buff this time. Gets that movement speed. Trying to mark him with the Javelin. Cannot get it. We'll see how CLG kind of reacts to this. They have to assess what they can do in these fights now. Just so close.
Yeah.
So now it's Curse activating this
18-minute
Baron.
Baron buff is ridiculous here for Curse.
Kind of kills anybody's power curve if they're going down at this point.
Yeah, the thing is, CLG,
going right back up.
They've got the Kha'Zix, so if they are forced into a team fight here, Dexter, whenever he jumps in, he's going to die very, very quickly. And that means that their Chrono Shift cannot be wasted. It's going to have to be pretty much used on him. So there's not a lot of options for CLG, and their wave clear is fairly low. Rise pretty much has to use his ultimate for their wave clear, or they have to call Seraph down. Really, CLG just want to hang on right now. They've got tier and 2 rods.
They're charging. Those rods have only been max 4 minutes on Quas's, so 80 AP.
Done again.
Oh, he's saying hit me again. Yeah, super minions. Well,
They
not
got the dragon
super
during
minions,
this revival.
but super job from the minions. Oh, wait a minute. Doesn't want to go down this time. Getting out. Very nicely done by Aframu to take the most amount of damage that he can. The rest of the team, though, may be in a sore spot to complete this fight. Oh, it goes to double lift. He walks on top of that situation to make sure he's the one hit. Dominate can't get the right ice ball off.
Oh!
They are slowing still. There's one. He finds it. Very nicely done to predict the movement and the path of Aframu. Taking him down after a coast-to-coast run, and Curse is running away with this game compared to game 1.
Yeah, there's no way that you can escape a team with Jinx, Nunu, and Nidalee on it. The chase of that team is ridiculous. There's no way that you're going to be able to get away after a bad exchange like that. And you could tell as soon as that Chrono Shift was burned, CLG, half the team just wanted to ditch him and leave. But they did stick around. And a couple more bit the dust after Curse were able to rotate.
Gonna try to save face.
Let's see here. 4 members versus Blue Buff. Again, Syndra.
My word.
That's just not even fair. All right,
Do
let's
this
look
one
again.
more time.
Another
Fog of War.
Yeah, well, he
just placed the
he
ward.
was putting
right.
that ward down
exactly.
at the time. So you're right. It's the Fog of War that gained them this pick. They stick around, get the knockup, get the extra damage, and it buys enough time for the team that was doing Dragon to swing up to mid lane. And now you can just see it in action. The Blood Boils, Ice Balls, Nidalee with her own speed boosts, and Jinx does get a reset to join in the back.
All that kind of stuff. Bunch of malarkey. But it's winning. Definitely giving them what they need. This prediction. Whoop. Nicely calculated. As Freak would say, because math. 34 to 29,000. That gold lead has been the biggest we've seen between Curse and CLG here in this game.
Yeah.
Boy setting himself up from safety, Scatter the Weeks.
This is looking very, very promising for Curse. This whole series. The question...
A lot of momentum here.
The question of the internal problems for CLG and the possibility of, quote-unquote, tilting if they do get behind early in this series is a very real concern for them. And it seems like definitely after that, especially the engage mid, where they burn the Chrono Shift and then they burn Teleport and Flash to engage on the Curse team, it seems like there are definitely still some lingering issues for CLG that need to be dealt with.
It wasn't a game they came into to have a plan. Their plan was to stop Quas, not really stop Quas and then take over. And once Quas wasn't really stopped, Curse already had everything in motion. Cop had already gotten a few kills in the bottom lane. Now 5-1. You said it before. The Blood Boil on top of every other utility that this team brings from their passives and whatnot is just too much so far with a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, they committed everything to stopping Quas. That was
a lot.
That was the
6 minutes of games.
The whole plan there for CLG, giving up all dragons.
It seems Curse gets that early lead, get a first blood. They didn't get it this time, but they answered very fast, and they used that lead to get everything they want.
Whoa, Seraph coming in hot.
Here he is, home garden in. He could be chopped up. He gets caught in the last one. They have time to focus down Link. Teleport coming in as well. Quas is right in the middle of the fight, playing it like he's Mundo. Seraph trying to run out. Him and Link have just the same amount of health, equaling 800. But now it's all down to 0 across the board. Dexter running for the base. He's the only one, 75% HP, and the Nexus turrets, inhibitor turrets, are going to start falling.
Hey, we talked about it on the preview show. Curse's recent performances
absolutely ridiculous.
Have been ridiculous, and they continue them here today. After those 3 weeks playoff practice, showing up big once again. It's not just in scrims. They're performing here in the LCS.
Curse bring out the same composition, but go so hard they don't even have a chance to use the split push. 22 minutes in, they're going to be taking down Nexus #2 on to game 3. 17-minute Baron. Map control and all the likes for Curse coming into this one. The early invade, denying both buffs on that one. They took the blue on the side of CLG for Curse, but getting all the starts that they needed. Champion select for CLG went down to the last second each time, considering all of their picks from seeing the same Nidalee composition come out, but it still took them the full champion select to come up with something. They wanted that zillion. They couldn't get to a point where any of those things worked. I feel that CLG needs something to win in the early game so their late game composition works, because once Curse gets a hold, that stranglehold just keeps going.
Yeah, their second try at dealing with Nidalee, it did not turn out well for them. Even camping her as hard as possible. You give up so many things when you camp the top lane nowadays with the increased gold of Dragon. It was really too much for them to come back with, especially given the erroneous engages that they had in the mid game. So maybe they will just go with a completely different plan and ban out the champion, because as well, the all AD carry bans didn't stop Cop at all.
A lot of bullying coming in here from Curse these games, right? You didn't stop Quas at all. Quas or Cop. And that's the thing as well. We've always said that Curse doesn't really come together as a team. Usually one guy plays as an all-star for a game. But Curse has realized that, and the team doesn't try to pick up if they're behind. They allow that person who's playing well, Quas game 1, Cop game 2, to keep getting the kills. Usually we would say Curse's bad history was that they'd get a bit and they'd take too much and then get aced trying to take something simple like a blue buff and waste all their flashes, which then the next 5 minutes is the other team's. Curse has not let that happen yet. It's a big change.
Yeah, I think the biggest change, like I said on the previous show, is Curse's ability to deal with pressure. It was always something that was big for them. You know, they were the team that actually had people having to go to the bathroom before games because they were so nervous. But they performed in the end to get that 4th seed when it really counted, and they're performing now to try and make their way to Worlds.
Well, we'll see. And the Best of 5 series has still a lot more to go. We've got the guys standing by at the analyst desk to walk us through Curse's Game 2 win.
Thanks, Riv. Now, Curse with a commanding start to the series, taking both wins and keeping CLG off the board. And that was a dominating win, 22 minutes, just over 22 minutes.
It got out of hand so fast.
I mean, so what are the factors of that? I mean, they did have a bit of a snowbally comp with the Jinx and the Syndra being able to take down turrets pretty quickly. But what was up with CLG? How did they let that happen?
I think there were two pretty big things early in the game that happened. The first thing was Dexter camping the ever-living crap out of top. While he was doing that, they lost all control on the bottom side of the map. They lost a turret, they lost Dragon, I think they lost a blue buff too. And basically it made them unable to do anything and didn't even get anything out of it. They didn't even kill Quas. They lost so much pressure off of that, and they wasted so much time and resources. I don't know if it's Doublelift calling Dexter to camp there or if Dexter just wanted to camp there. But whoever did that, they can't be doing that. You can't waste your jungler's time like that for no reason. And the second major thing was that big fight at like 13 minutes or something like that. They used Zillion ult. They lost his ulti, and they try to fight after anyway. And when teams are like that, you can basically tell they're desperate. They lost their turret. They're upset. They want to get something back. So they try to do a team fight, and that didn't work out for them.
All right, well, let's jump into that replay, actually.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, he wasted a ton of time top lane, but let's jump into that replay that you were talking about, High, at 13 minutes. It's kind of a poor choice in engage, like you said, from CLG. Jad, if you don't mind walking us through it.
Yeah, we were talking about the very start of this, how much CLG lost without Curse really burning anything. So let's just roll this right now, because they're sieging down the turret, but Aphromoo takes so much poke that it eventually has to burn his ultimate. The Cinder stun, he almost died here, right? Like, he barely got the stun off by the time that hit. You could hear by the sound. But then they're thinking, oh man, Jinx rocket is down. But you know what else is down? Your Zillion ult, and Seraph isn't that strong yet. He walks into the grouped up Curse, and it's what Hai was saying. It was total desperation right there. As soon as he jumps in, what's preventing Curse from just killing them straight up? There is no threat to back up the Maokai. And when that happened, the game really started getting out of hand because they'd used all of their plans already, and it wasn't working.
Well, so at that point, we saw CLG get even more desperate. They chose to fight again and again and again, losing battles. Hai, as a shot caller, as a team leader, who is it on that person's shoulders to like just say, hey, we have to stop. Everyone take a breath. Take a step back. Let's slow this game down. What are the steps you can take as a leader in a team to kind of help your team get back into that mindset?
Whoever's making these risky calls, I think they're okay. But when you make risky calls like this is what happens. Sometimes they work out, and other times they don't. As you see, they made a risky call there. They lost the game off of that. So whoever is doing the main shot calling for CLG probably has to relax a bit, think a little bit more calmly, and take better planned risk. They shouldn't just go into things because they're upset or they feel like they're in against the wall. They have to think a little bit, take their time, and do smarter things. They're not really thinking through what they're doing right now. Who starts a fight with down an ultimate and making like they had a good idea. Maokai tried to flash in to catch Syndra and try and catch him out, but it was just too far away. And it's just like you're forcing things way too hard and you're getting punished for it. You need to calm down and think a little bit.
And when I was looking at the team compositions as well, I actually really liked CLG's comp and Champ Select. They had really strong front line with still able to put out damage. If Ryze and Maokai were to have gotten ahead that game, I think they could have just pushed through Curse. Yet they focused all of their ganks on the top lane Lucian and basically just threw Ryze and Maokai to the wolves as far as assistance goes. And the Lucian doesn't matter if he doesn't have a tank line in front of him. He's actually one of the least important parts of that team composition. So I think CLG was just a little bit desperate and tunneling on certain things.
So they had a really late game scaling composition with that Ryze and the Maokai, who get pretty beefy, have a front line, and can support that Lucian. Yet they threw the game away with a couple pretty poor engages. We're actually going to take another look at one of them at 17 minutes, or right near at the end of the game, 22 minutes in. Here, this is kind of an interesting choice by Link. Hi, if you could walk us through this one, what's the decision making here?
Well, at this point, CLG knows if they don't win a fight or do something, they will lose the game. So they try to force something, and once again, he flashes in, doesn't get anyone, and it's just straight dead again. At this point in time, they're too far back or behind to actually do anything. But even then, when you look at CLG's team comp, they have such good scaling champions, but the entire game, they're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to force things, when instead they could just play a little bit more passive, be a little bit more calm, give up some objectives, which is fine, but let yourself scale. When your Maokai is like level 10, no items, your Ryze is like level 12, no items, why are you trying to fight? If you give those two champions time to scale, they become infinitely strong. Like, there's no way they can deal with Maokai at the end of the game if he gets his items or a Ryze. But they spend 20 minutes of the game trying to get ahead when they don't have to get ahead. And we were fighting against teams like Syndra and Jinx that are actually pretty strong early and mid-game. Then I don't know what you're thinking. Like, Game 1, they didn't know how to play against Zilean that well, or play with the AP Kog'Maw. This game, they didn't understand that they should let their team scale. I think they're just like, until, I don't even know.
I do have to give credit to Curse as well. We know that Curse is an incredibly emotional team that takes momentum in a very serious way. They got the 17-minute Baron, which was a really good call. Another max consume Nunu, which was the opposite skill order that Dexter had done on Nunu the previous game. Dexter did max E. They used it for the objective control. And when Curse gets going, they gain their confidence. And that's when you really see their true potential come out. And they're there right now. So CLG is in big trouble.
Yeah, we have to give some credit to Curse, of course, because you don't win in 22 minutes if you're not doing anything
exactly.
Right. But one more thing about CLG, Jat, while we were watching the game, you kind of mentioned when teams go to another region or try to adapt and play against a new style, and then they kind of revert. They come back to the NA, and they're back against what they used to be playing against. They kind of are faltering in between the two metas.
We see it all the time when you have pockets of scrims. I actually remember it from last year in the NA playoffs. Both sides of the brackets had different metas that they were operating within. Curse was in like the Heal Ignite Mundo top with TSM, and you saw both Quas and Darius playing that. Then the other bracket had a completely different thing. Korea has their own set of picks right now, and you can tell that CLG has picked all of those things up. So all the stuff they're playing is kind of on 3 or 4 weeks of practice with the new stuff. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a reflection of their practice opponents.
All right, and one final question, Hi. In this situation where CLG is only going to be more desperate, being down 0-2 in a best-of-5 series, knowing they have to take the next 3 games, is this time to pull out something crazy, or do you kind of go back to what you know?
Honestly speaking, CLG should lose at this point. You're down 2-0. You have to win 3 games in a row. On top of that, the game before you just got destroyed. Like, Curse isn't playing bad at all right now. They're playing extremely well. They got a free Baron at 17 minutes because CLG did a bad push. So Curse is punishing CLG very well for their mistakes. So when you're down 0-2 and the enemy team isn't throwing, they're not playing bad, what do? You go back to your old picks and lose anyway? I don't know what they can do to come back. I will honestly be really surprised if CLG 3-0s Curse after this.
It would be impressive, to say the least. So we'll see if within this break, they can kind of regroup and make that final push. Now, we'll be right back after this with our third battle between Curse and Counterlogic Gaming to see who will advance to the semifinals. The North American Summer Playoffs continue after this.
Let's go, boys! Hype! We've trained 3 weeks for this, man.
We trained a whole year for this.
Dexter goes in, but he has no kill potential, so he's forced to flash out on that one. Nobody can follow him. Getting a little too hypey on that. Any damage to come from the outside? Oh, he's so close. He gets the bomb on. That's one of the worst feelings in the world. Quas is right in the middle of the fight, playing it like he's Mundo. Seraph trying to run out. Him and Link have just the same amount of health, equaling 800. Oh! But now it's all down to 0.
I think it's a stylistic mismatch for us. We don't prepare specifically for any particular team, and Chris does. When we try to apply our general strategy, it's really easy for them to know what it's going to be, but it's really hard for us to know what they're going to do. Because every single time they play, it's something completely different. And we've always been really bad at dealing with stuff that we don't expect. So we just have to brute force, like, outskill them, as opposed to try to understand their strategy and then, like, apply that to the next game.
Welcome back to the North American LCS Summer Playoffs. But before we head on to the Rift, we're going to click over to Twitter to see what you've been saying about our question of the day. Which NALCS player or team, handles pressure the best and why? Our first response comes from @Khalid901K. I definitely think that Curse performed the best under pressure, and we saw that easily in their Super Week. Curse or die.
This is the strangest thing because Curse has not been the team to perform under pressure historically, but as of late, it seems hard to argue with right here. coming in against a team that they didn't know how to scout for because they've been gone for so long, and starting off 2-0 is really good play under pressure.
Yeah, definitely stepped it up in week 11. And today, our next tweet comes from @CivicRasa. I think LMQ, when you look into their eyes, you can tell they're just stone cold killers.
Yeah, especially Xiao, that guy. He's just... Don't want to meet him in a dark alley.
And Vasily, never afraid to jump in.
But honestly, they actually do perform really well. There's a lot of pressure on them coming all the way over from China and then exceeding everyone's expectations throughout the regular season.
That's true, coming right out of the Challenger Series as well. And our final one here, @VUX Gaming, easily Cloud9. The fact alone that they never lost a playoff game before is proof of that. Hi, anything to say there?
Well,
he's not one to break.
We've done well under pressure. How about that? As far as... Is it international, meaning like in America, or is that nationally speaking?
That would be nationally speaking.
Nationally speaking, we've done very well under pressure, at least. We haven't really dropped a playoff game yet. I think we will this time around, but we haven't yet. So historically speaking, we've done well under pressure.
Yeah, that would actually be my answer. If I were to have picked a team, even if Kai wasn't here, I would say Cloud9.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Hi, is there another team within the NALCS that you feel operates very well under pressure?
Well, if I were to pick another team besides us that operates well under pressure, I think I would probably say, let me think here. I would say TSM back with Reginald. Back when he was on the team, they handled pressure very well. They've won 2 years straight in a row, I think, of like tournaments on and on. They handled pressure extremely well. The new TSM, I'm not entirely sure since they're obviously new players, like 4 different people, or 3 rather. So I'll have to see how the new TSM goes under pressure, but the old TSM, they played very well under pressure.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all for the responses, but we want more, so please keep sending those promo tweets, or primo tweets rather, @LOL Esports. But now, guys, let's turn our attention back to the main event, Curse versus CLG, and right now it's do or die for CLG. The game is a must-win to keep their dream of worlds alive. And I want to look at one person in particular who CLG has not been afraid of putting the weight on his shoulders in the past, Doublelift.
Yeah, he had a good game on Twitch in the first game, yet they're putting so many resources into Doublelift. If he's not hard carrying him at this point, I don't see a way that they win the game. The ganks that Dexter put up there in the top lane in the last game were just so numerous, yet it didn't really yield many results.
And meanwhile, over on Curse's side, we have to hit, or they have hit on a winning formula and are within arm's reach of securing their spot in the semifinals. Got to look at Doublelift's counterpart, Cop, here. Hi, what can he do to secure the victory and move on to the semifinals for Curse?
Honestly, Cop doesn't have to change that much of what he's doing right now. It's just because they're not focusing him at all. They aren't doing anything to try and shut him down. They aren't doing anything to try to shut down Boy. They're honestly just putting all their eggs into Doublelift's basket, and it's not panning out for them. Like for example, last game, Syndra had no flash mid, and Ryze had his flash. Why don't they just double flash on him and kill him? They're not doing anything they should be doing, and they just want Doublelift to carry them, and you can't go into that mentality.
I feel
you
like
have to have your other players carry too.
I feel like that sits perfectly into Cop's wheelhouse, that idea of consistency, right? He's always been famed for being a rather consistent, not a huge playmaker, and that's pretty much what they need him to do right here. Well, to get us into our third game, we're going to throw it across the studio to Riv and Kobe to take us into the game.
Thanks, Dash. I do want to add on to High's point because I really like it, how Cop doesn't have to change much. Even though CLG banned so many AD carries, I think CLG need to stop focusing on Cop, and they need to change off of Cop because Syndra has been a big problem for them. Nidalee has been a big problem for them. Nunu is also a really big, important character in this matchup, and yet this kind of tunnel visioning for CLG seems to be costing them.
So a lot of the
game 3.
Social media from the players saying that CLG is kind of focusing the wrong things. It's a best of 5. They're afraid of getting cheesed in all these strategies that they think Curse is going to do.
The Tristana mid thing?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if that's cheese. That seems like a legitimate strategy.
Well, the other ones besides that, like if they had something else, that I like the idea when I read that it's a best of 5. You know, there's going to be losses. Try your strategies too. There's time in this series. Make it happen. That time has kind of fallen by the wayside now. Match point here for Curse in the best of 5 quarterfinals versus Counter Logic Gaming. Facing off against Cloud9 will be the winner of this match.
There's one of them. Okay, so there they go. They lost all these games. They banned out. What's been beating us? Syndra's gone. Nidalee's gone.
Get it.
Now, Nunu is still up there. You can trade a Nunu pick, though. Let's see what Curse go to. They're actually forcing Curse to do something else.
Right.
All right. Well, they don't get to steal away the Nunu or trade that. But I still think it was a very good move from CLG. Dropping the Trist ban is probably a bad idea. Voyboy on mid Trist, completely successful. It's even been successful when adapted. Froggen did it extremely well as well.
Yep.
It's just the champion in mid lane. Tristana shoves waves without having to use mana. And wave shoving is a lot what mid lane is about nowadays. So it's very hard for a lot of the mages early on to deal with the shoving of Tristana. You know, talking to some of the mid players that had to face it afterwards, they're just like, you feel like there's nothing that you can do because you keep having to spend all of your mana to try and keep up with this shoving of Trist. And eventually you run out of resources, whereas she just gets stronger and stronger and scales very well into late game.
It's one of the biggest harassments to be able to push your lane and harass with like an explosive shot, one after the other. It's consecutive firing that Tristana puts on you in lane. Not this time. Not for Voyboy. Lulu and Kog'Maw picked up safety and shields for somewhat safe lane for Seraph coming in here. You know, something we questioned about Seraph as well in the beginning was he going to kind of be a plug and play? What are they going to try to do with him? Does he go above and beyond for the team, or does he fill the position of a top laner?
And I do like the first two picks from CLG because Nunu plus Lulu has been such a good combo for a lot of these teams. When you not only have the Blood Boil on your AD carry, but you also stack the on-hit damage of picks, there's a multiplicative bonus that you get there for your AD carry, and that itself turns your carry into a giant threat. So CLG take away the Lulu, and they will protect their Kog'Maw. After the first game, I think this is going to be attack damage Kog'Maw given to double lift, just because the poke style for CLG did not work out. They weren't able to get their poke down before fighting. But, you know, this is still CLG. They could easily still go with an AP Cog mid. Syndra is banned out this time, so he wouldn't get punished as hard in the mid lane.
Cops Corki recently has been paired up with that Talon and with that Tristana. Both wins over LNQ and Dignitas in the Super Week 11. Very interesting composition Curse is putting together here. They may decide to go for that AD if they do want to.
One thing that makes me think that Curse won't go for just another adaptation of split pushing is that their AD carry choice this time around, Corki, is about fighting team fights in the mid game. He's not about taking the turrets down as quickly as Jinx. Jinx plus Nunu just destroys them. So Corki makes me think that they're going to look more for those mid-game fights where he has a Trinity Force plus, you know, Infinity Edge or Bork, and he is able to just dump out damage. And they can make use of that Zillion in the mid-game, where Zillion reviving somebody in the early team fights completely changes the face of the game.
Oh boy. Forgot about this guy being up and that guy. Quas to get Maokai. He actually played that in their last 3 games. 3 victories in a row for Quas. Maokai Yasuo coming out for another AD on Curse.
Talk about team fight combo. Maokai plus Yasuo is a ridiculous combo. That is guaranteed team fight prowess right there. Maokai's Arcane Smash does count as a displacement. Can set off Yasuo. Plus, then he's already in there with his aura running. That is a very, very scary, scary mid-game here from Curse. Let's see what CLG decide to use. They only have 1 pick left with which to counter.
A lot riding on Link here.
That's scary looking for the early dragons. Early dragons, I would already say, those are Curse territory. If they control the vision, they've got a Nunu, they should really be able to set that up quite easily. Wild card here is the Evelyn pick from Dexter. We'll see what kind of chaos you can cause with that pick. See if he can actually use the perma-stealth to CLG's advantage and get some surprising moves in the works for CLG.
Oh man. So where's the early pressure coming from? That's kind of what I'm looking for from CLG. If they lose ground in the early game, it's not like they find it.
Well,
Dexter can help do that if he's in every lane this time.
Their Ryze scales well. Their Kog'Maw scales well. Lulu's a great support as far as supports go for scaling well. Nami and Lulu is great disengage. So CLG, they can still play this, but holy, disengaging against the Maokai Yasuo is near impossible. So.
And then you got speed up as well if anybody really needs to get back in range.
Oh,
Zillion ultimate.
yeah, exactly.
Or Zillion speed up and ultimate.
You're right. Add that into the Maokai Yasuo combo because that just means Maokai doesn't even have to flash half the time. He's got the speed and a bomb.
That's true. We'll have to see how they utilize it. It's easier said than done, as always. The game's about to go live, so head over to Twitter and share your predictions by tweeting #CurseWin or #CLGWin to @LOL Esports. It's going to be a big matchup here. It could mean CLG's really history to keep themselves in the playoff here.
Yeah, I mean, they're down to their last match. Must-win game here. They have to turn it on right now. Talk about pressure. If they lose this game, the pressure will definitely subside a little bit, but they still have to then play to make sure that they stay in and they don't have to fight a challenger team.
This is another aspect of the best-of-5 series, though. The length, something that was definitely considered yesterday in 250 or 150 and then a 60-minute game, is that the people start to fall apart. We saw that happen to Dignitas. They fell apart after an elongated session of playing. Can that happen, or will that happen, I should say, to Curse? Jumping into the matchup. Home turf being created by the crowd here for Counter Logic Gaming on the red side.
Rally caps are on for CLG fans.
Say that again.
They are praying. Let's see what CLG can do. Level 1 here with the Evelyn mobile ward scouting.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Defensive line set up.
A different start.
Mana Crystal this time. Okay, so yeah, Rise versus Yasuo. Preferred counter pick for a lot of Rise players, and Link is taking it to the extreme here, going super aggressive, Mana Crystal start, gonna make his Qs hit that much harder. We'll see how Voyboy is able to weather the storm. Kill potential there is definitely for both sides, so jungler intervention would be big. Maybe that's where Dexter will make his move, because Yasuo does have the Rune Prison. Rune Prison is a big part of why people like Rise into Yasuo.
I think there's exhaust as well from Voyboy.
So, oh yeah, man. So talking about mid lane exhaust, that is definitely my preferred summoner spell. Just overall, it's so good in so many different situations. Even offensively, people underestimate the armor reduction, and they often take Ignite to, for those extra kills. But honestly, if you're in a long fight with the armor reduction and the slowed move speed, you can sometimes even get more damage out of bringing an exhaust, as long as you're not fighting like a Mundo or something. We will see here, though, Link once again going mobility for the mid lane. See how it starts out. Curse, repeat, invade, red side. This time around, Dexter's way ahead of the game. Already got his own red invade going. Afromu going to come up, and never mind, just watch him do it. They will see Kog'Maw bottom, see the lane swap. And let's see how they react to this lane swap. Ward did get placed. They know that there's no blue start.
He got out. Afromu was in scary territory, so he heads up top. He's going to be giving help here to Seraph.
It's an interesting 2v2 matchup here, too. Now that CLG have decided to go with the Lulu plus Nami lane, because all four members are ranged here. And all four of them have a lot of harass that they can dish out very early on. So the early jump that Cop and X Special got by being in that lane in the beginning, because they initiated the swap, not to mention the zillion extra 8% experience, is going to be pretty big, because when Cop and X Special hit that level 2, they have a tremendous amount of burst damage. We'll see how they can use that to their advantage. Maybe they will force something on Seraph and Afromu, but they didn't push very hard. And level 2, they're not doing anything.
Nope. You can actually see mid lane. Voyboy missed one of the 2 first waves, went back, and he already has a pink and a green here. He was at 10-4 in CS, so Link is a bit behind on the pressure Voyboy is creating. We'll see if that continues.
Yeah, one thing a lot of Yasuos can do is they try and charge up and shove the waves early. The timing here for the backing for Voyboy is something that we've seen a lot from actually High. He'll shove very hard, and he'll come back with 2 wards. Usually they're 2 green ones, but since he's facing an Evelyn, definitely he wants that pink one to come back with. As we said, this mid lane matchup could turn poorly for him if the Evelyn does show up, and there's a Rune Prison.
Oh, hello! Oh, good thing he had an exit on the stage right. Link keeps himself safe there. Good spot by Dexter as well. Top lane aggression onto Xpecial. He's not afraid to stay in these fights and continue providing that utility. Getting out with a sliver.
The mage fights.
Yeah.
Of 2014 up top here. Corky's pretty much a semi-mage. We'll see there. Instant clear out from that ward. That should signal to Dexter. He should take that bit of information, because even though he lost his ward and he lost his time going in there, he should take that to mean that there is a pink ward either in the Wraith bush or in that back red side bush. And he should work around that from now on. Even when you lose something like a ward, you always have to take every bit of information as a jungler. Jungling's all about not only managing the information for your team, but also the flow of information. If you know what your enemy is able to see, then you can feed them misinformation in order to manipulate them. It's one of the funnest things about playing jungle, and one of the things that gives them the most power.
Nice little job by Link there, playing mind games. Runs it Voyboy to get him away from the siege wave so he can easily farm it. Voyboy shares experience with Dominate now. No big moves to be made just yet. Dominate hasn't really been trying to get inside the jungle or find a Dexter, which isn't the easiest thing to do. Dexter's done a good job at keeping himself invisible, but he also has ganked a lot less this time. Doesn't feel like any of the lanes are really going to give him a for sure kill.
Yeah, we'll see how the landscape changes once the junglers make their first returns to base, because, well, actually second return to base for Dexter, but Nunu, let's see how many wards Dominate decides to go with. Quillcoat will give him 1.
Boom, boom.
And he stacks up a whole bunch more. So you know the game plan for him. We'll see how Dexter is able to respond.
Well, they've already started with the pink, so in that ward war, they feel like they have the defense so far in their pressure. The little pressure they have in the lanes. This, however, 18 to 29 for the top and bottom of how they're swapped around. Quas is having a little harder of a time. A little harder of a time, I should say.
Yeah, he doesn't have any support with him, and he's in the only disparity here. The top lane is all range champions, but he is melee versus Kog'Maw. Pretty hard for him. Did he miss that cannon because of the wall placement? Just saw that at the very end there. If that was a wall to block a cannon kill, that was a masterful move by Voyboy to deny some cannon minion money for Link. And as we said, Dexter, great job, returns back, took the information, kills the pink ward. Dominate, though, has the level 2 consume.
Voyboy on the outside, great bubble dodge, very nice wind wall as well. Link coming on the outside. Great grab by Dominate. Does the fight continue? Voyboy throws down the exhaust. That's the power. He hardly took any damage from the repeated machine gun attacks of Rise. Beautiful last breath gets the almost entire team of CLG. Curse really can't follow, though.
They steal the dragon. They run them off. They didn't even have their AD carry that entire time. And we already saw the first Maokai Yasuo combo.
Wow, Voyboy.
Whoa, Curse with a massive, massive outplay right there.
Very beautifully done. Cop still full health here. They're ready to stay and stop backs as well if they can. Quas can clean up the mid lane. They're going to be able to shut one down. Xpecial causing a little bit of trouble here. And he's just going to go ahead and say, nah, 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 nah. Uh-oh.
What's Cop saying?
I don't know. Cop's saying flash. Oh, and he is the Valkyrie. Cop says first blood again for Curse. Wow. Persistence pays off once again for Curse.
Xpecial decides to go open door number 2, and he fortunately runs straight through the Nami bubble, right into Aphromoo, and performs a masterful bait and switch here, because his AD carry, full of mana, able to finish the first blood. What a play, without even trying to orchestrate it from the beginning.
Just Cop taking control there with Xpecial. A little bit of mind games that they'll be playing for themselves. They're loving this tier on the Zillion, though, lately, for support especially. Late game Seraph, you usually get to it as well. You've been given utility and cooldown to your team, so gets that stacked pretty fast. Looking around the board, still, actually, with all that fighting, we were looking at like an 18 to 25 to 30 CS. Quas is caught up to Seraphs now, so it's going to be quite a good force as they bring it to that late game. First Dragon we just saw go in favor of Curse. Again, they get an early lead, and CLG stop it this time.
I don't know, because there's already the double vision team,
right?
Dominate and Xpecial once again invading into the top side jungle, preparing this for red buff Nope, red buff's already taken. What is it, 8? It's 9 minutes already. Okay, so that's a little late for that. But they will be able to catch people in transit if they see anyone swinging up to the top side. It's an interesting choice to go for that vision up top side. We'll have to see what they think they're going to work off with that vision.
I like this. Got to follow each other. I don't want either of them getting too big. Voyboy and Link on each side kind of need to be stopped from getting to that point where they can take anybody out in a 1v1 or even a 2v1. Voyboy loves to get into that situation, and he'll just keep doing it in the bottom lane at that second tier turret. You might see Curse kind of even put themselves into a split push composition if they can do so and avoid fights.
Well, Dexter has spent a lot of time just sitting in this bush waiting to try and get that combo that we talked about, the Rise plus jungle gank. However, Dominate comes down with Voyboy, so he scares him off, and all the time spent trying to wait in that bush goes to waste. They do know that Dominate is down there at least. They did gain information on his position.
What a weird game.
But there's no way that they could fight it. Oh, you're talking about the switch
mid.
of mids.
Duo's mid now. Mid's bottom.
Well, it was a good answer in
the
in the lane swap there. And having the duo mid would definitely facilitate further invades from the new jungle.
I think we should just have duo mid all the time. New thing. It'll be a lot more fighting.
It's for this team, for Curse, since they're such the mid-game power that we keep talking about and their team fight power. They're wanting to take control of the jungle so early. It makes tremendous amount of sense for them because they could send Nunu on dangerous missions and then have the firepower to back it up from the mid lane, very close to roam from there, especially since their mid laner, or one of their mid laners, is going to be Zillion with the speed up.
Half HP for 200 HP. Quas winning these fights 2 levels up right now on Seraph from being in that lane. See if Seraph can keep himself safe. 66 to 59, the CS is staying there. Seraph's going to be able to bring good utility to the team. Keep Double Lift alive. He's at 87 and 91, so he's not going to be a gigantic Kog'Maw right off the bat. CLG is still kind of scratching at an advantage they can get in this one to give themselves objectives, 1 minute on Dragon, and much more. They're going to need some turrets here for map pressure soon.
Let's see if they can actually secure a mid turret before Dragon. They actually have 4 of their pink wards down already to try and keep tabs on Dexter. If Dexter tries to make any aggressive move into Curse territory, they will 100% know about it. So they're effectively bottling up this Evelynn, keeping down Dexter's early game-changing potential. He's forced just for a drive-by.
And now know where he is. Having vision on E, very nice. They don't have too many forward pink wards, but they are stopping him. Dexter has a line of wards he's going to have to walk through. 4 pink across Curse's side. A line of scrimmage, if you will. Very safe in protecting their own resources, and right now putting a forward push on mid lane. And no pressure to Quas in the top. He's having a great time. Voyboy's going to grab up red, and I think we're going to see a little bit of Dragon pressure.
Let's see here. What spawns first, blue or Dragon? Looks like Dragon will be the key. I don't think Dominate got his red yet. So that means it's going to be Dragon, #1 thing to fight over. Going to be very, very hard for CLG to contest that Dragon. Teleport is up for both top laners, yet both top laners can stop their counterpart if they decide to try and make it there.
This is where we said it gets scary, though, this death squad of Curse.
The one bonus is that without Maokai, Voyboy has to start his own knockup. And they rush right in.
Does he have the exhaust up? Voyboy does. He has not used it just yet. Dexter is the focus here. The teleports are coming in on both sides. Wild Growth has already been used. Curse seems to have the upper hand. Dexter's doing a nice job in the back line. Takes down 1. Cop trying to focus the DPS from the outside, and he starts to. Double kill for him. Not a triple kill as Voyboy picks up the 3rd one to fall. Seraph is just going to have to walk this one out. Can they put him in a box? Looks like he gets out just in time to stay safe. Great fight again from Curse. Dragon stays alive, though.
Yeah, CLG did not hesitate to initiate that one. They do come out losing the control of the area, though. So we'll have to see how the second round goes. I kind of want to look at the replay of the top laners. Oh, I see. Lulu's under her tower, so there's no way the top laners were going to exchange interrupts.
Right.
And so instead, they just end up exchanging teleports, and both end up down there. pretty even as far as the kills go. Man, Voyboy got so close to dying. But no more shots from Double Lift.
There's so much chaos from Curse when you have that many people for the other team to focus on. CLG was focusing the right people, but that still left Cop on the outside to just shoot in phosphorus bombs and auto attacks.
All right, round 2, here it is. Blue buff first. This is like the calm before the storm. This is the opening fight for the dragon fight.
It's not good, though, to be losing the blue buff.
Seraph is going top. They are giving up this dragon fight. Wise decision from CLG. There's way too much control of Curse. They cannot walk into a set-up team fight from this Curse squad. So they decide to give it away. They link us control of the bottom side river.
Wow. It's the first game, Curse kind of figured out what the plan was and then felt that they could put their foot down. Very strong play so far coming from them. Cop as well, 3-0-1, had a fantastic game, last game as well on Jinx.
Bring around the rosy here for Dexter.
He's playing that smart.
CLG have to be so careful. This is the point in the game that we're talking about, the massive, massive power swings for all of these Cursed champions in the mid game. They've got a Trinity Force. They have their Static Shiv. They have these first key items for their 2 main carries already available. And they've got a Nunu with max consume.
Oh man, again? This one's even 2 minutes earlier than the last one, Kobe.
Seraph might have an inkling.
Say Seraph, we need vision right now. He has a sweeper, no wards. He's gonna have to face check it. He could be the first victim of this. Quas does not go up with the movement speed, and little old Seraph able to stop the Baron by himself. Little does he know, huge play right there. The team's able to stay pretty much spread out across the map. Counterlogic Gaming definitely repairing what happened in the early game from Curse. That first blood was able to come out from Cop, and he has run away with that. Voyboy's creating pressure with the rest of the team. And those two have been pivotal for Curse's victories here, along with Quas just doing his own thing off on an island throughout each and every game.
Yep. He's this time around, though, on the Maokai, when he joins the fight and they start a fight with him, it is going to be a bloodbath. So far, though, Seraph did a pretty good job. He kept his wits about him, able to follow that roam down to Baron's side and stop it.
So it looks like the Scrying Orb and Sweepers come out. Vision feels like it, in Curse's eyes, can be controlled more by denying everything CLG has and slowly moving forward.
Man, level 11 Maokai versus the Lulu. Even Maokai able to get the shove on and get lane control. Let's see what Curse can do with the double buff Corki. Yasuo probably going to try and make a solo play down there. Nah, they do. They just got vision of Evelynn in her own red side jungle because of their deep wards. Might open up some counterplay down here. Negative.
Back and forth, yeah. It looks like they want it. They're just backing off right now. I like that, though. Voyboy's old habits were to always go in on the fight, get himself in trouble. He's definitely corrected a few of those, and it really causes him to be one of those huge impact players for the team, because then he does go in at the right moments.
Yeah, both those guys did get their early resistance items, so they're happy to just farm against each other. Good swing up top. All 3 members? No, they don't. They pull off X Special, but they've got control of the top side. Probably will be the outer turret going down. Blood Boil doesn't matter who it's on. Helps in taking down those turrets very quickly.
Trees don't have blood.
Sap Boil? I don't think you can change the name of the ability based on the champions.
It works, though.
Gotcha.
We'll just go with that, I guess.
Look at this, though. Defensive wards up for CLG in their red side jungle. So they're already prepping for Baron defense. That's what this is. In their red side jungle, they're trying to regain control because of the threat of this Nunu. Max consume. They have to be worried about these Barons. Already 18 minutes in, you can see how cautious they're playing. Trying to get that early warning system up.
Good words from Curse. Keeping eyes on Dexter, as they need to. Only with the Lizard finished on his side. He's got the Sight Stone for vision. They know falling behind a little bit, they need to open up the map with the eyes. so they can stop Curse from doing things like this. Woo. Completely prepping the Baron, and they're the only ones with vision around this area right now. Only blue wards.
So the thing is, now that Curse have committed these pink wards up to this Baron control, they also need to commit champions to defend those pink wards because they're the stronger team for team fighting. They should not let these wards die. However, they abandoned the area. One will probably get cleared out by CLG here, even though Curse are the stronger team fight right now. So even that right there was a big pickup for CLG. Only got one of them though. Important one inside the pit remains strong.
There's a ton of wards. All the way, actually, not deep red, but on that red side buff as well for CLG. So anything from quite a ways allows Curse to be privy of where CLG is. 5k gold and more control on both sides of the map. One just died on red, but Curse can still close in on that if they need to.
Curse valuing blue buff steal more than that single pink ward. All in all, good decision, good forethought using the timer on that. We'll see how they return to Dragon, and then after this next Dragon pickup, we'll probably see them go for something because CLG, once again, they gave up the last Dragon. They're not going to fight this one. What can they get in exchange for it, though? Because CLG should know that they do not want to wait around this Dragon. The worst thing you can do is just hang around a Dragon you know you're going to give up and waste your time there. So trying to make a play on the top side of the map, timing it with this Dragon, trying to make the best of a bad situation. But Cop has his defense up.
Yep.
Or Quas.
Cop and Quas. Keeping each other safe. Defense and numbers. He's going to be out of there, though. Dexter got a good mind to start a fight on Cop if they were able to catch him there and pinch in from mid lane. Curse taking an uncontested Dragon now. And really, a little bit of time of this use for CLG to grab vision on the Baron. But it's not something they can hold as well. So they're just biding their time for Curse to make a mistake here. No initiations are going to be coming from them.
So the trade ended up being pink ward inside Baron for the Dragon kill. They didn't quite get the other pink ward either. Dexter was a little bit too worried that he would be collapsed on to get the pixel push.
Hey man, 5 hits is a lot.
It's a long time to stay in one place, especially this very squishy Evelynn. Sightstone plus Lizard Elder does not let you survive long, especially since Cop on Corki. Double buffs. That is one of the scariest things. Mid-game Corki double buffs is ridiculous because Corki, yes, he has one of the longest cooldowns on his dash, but it also travels the furthest distance. So if he catches you out with a red buff on, very, very dangerous for you.
Scorch the ground and pretty much make your day miserable. He's on a good build path right now. Triforce finished, and he's got the pickaxe on top of the scepter. Doing more damage than Double Lift. Somebody we haven't seen too much of this game. Usually Double Lift's involved in quite a bit to get himself going, or the team's helping him. Only 2 assists there from somebody they're putting quite a big backpack on for the team. Quas using Maelstrom to close out the bottom lane, and somewhat of a split push that they can activate here. Almost a 1-3-1 with jungle invade.
Yeah, Curse are so far ahead that they have a split pushing Maokai winning the split push war.
Yeah.
CLG don't really have a good 1v1 option versus Maokai.
No.
They are such a heavy AP team. Quas went early Banshee's Veil. And Link gets bullied out here.
A little bit of vision onto a special.
Pressure. Dexter come up with a flash.
He has to go big. He has to go big to get this Baron. No gap closer over the wall. It's going down quite low. Baron at 1,500 health. That's getting eaten down by Dominate and Curse. Really watching CLG kind of muster about right now. Big damage onto Dexter. The tidal wave is a beautiful disengage, leaving only Quas on the other side of the wall by himself. CLG should be able to make their way away from this. The twisted advance is in range, and so is the last shot. A big one from Cop to take down Dexter. Everybody gets a piece of that on the assist reel, and they're going for top turret. Baron taken again by Curse.
Yeah, the commitment of Curse to stay in there, make sure that they're going to get it. They have the confidence of a new combo to secure it, so they stay in. And a little bit of a disorganized attempt there from CLG to try and make their move. Seraph with the teleport in and immediate flash out while everybody except Dexter peels away. Dexter got a little bit too close there. Wrapping around the opening of the Baron. And
they're doing everything they want now.
After that point, like, if you don't make something happen with the Baron hitting Curse, you're going to lose
right.
plenty of objectives afterwards, because that's really
full health coming out of the pit.
The only kind of advantage that you can get for a team fight right now, if you're CLG. If you work with the DPS of Baron, then maybe you can catch them off guard and work some positioning to your advantage, but there's no way you're going to contest those towers afterwards. So Curse come up huge, 10k gold lead, Baron buff again, 24 minutes in. Expect that shove onto a turret and a tower dive if CLG stick around. They are well equipped for this tower dive. Even though there's no armor to speak of for Curse right now, they have a zillion ultimates, and they have, as Freak would say, tons of damage.
Yes, they do. Voyboy, level 15. 2 levels higher than anybody on Counterlogic Gaming right now. Quas is actually 14. Higher than Link in the mid lane. These guys have so many things playing in their favor.
All right, let's see if we can see a flash. Oh, Maokai does not have flash. Okay, so it would have to be a sped up Maokai. Maybe Zillion speed up Maokai into Twisted Advance on Double Lift.
God, he's so
if
big.
that happens, Double Lift will get Arcane smashed and Yasuo comboed, and it's pretty much up to Seraph and Aframu to keep him alive through that dive, which is definitely going to be a tall task.
Tall task indeed. Curse bringing themselves up to that right now, at least for the quarterfinals here. An amazing stretch of play they've had. Coming out of Super Week with 3 consecutive wins at the end. That was over TSM, LMQ, and Dignitas. Coming into the playoff picture when they were asked, who would you guys want to play against in the playoffs? Curse, Voyboy is more than happy to say Cloud9. Ooh, there's a lot of damage right there. So Curse versus CLG, they feel very confident about this matchup, and it's shown throughout all of their play. Just 25 minutes in, a second time here in a row that Curse has taken Baron before 25 minutes, and it's working beautifully as they just keep doing things in such a strategical fashion.
Yeah, so they're going with that split push, relying on Voyboy to actually keep the pressure on Link. There goes a little preview of the tower dive. Voyboy's not here, so we actually don't get to see the Maokai Yasuo combo. However, outer turrets are not where CLG will make their last stand. As always, it is the inhibitor turrets, where you have the extra added fortifications of the walls to try and funnel them through. And it will be a defense of the Alamo for CLG. See if they can keep it alive long enough for some extra scaling with Double Lift and Link.
It's still pretty early in the game, so if people go down, the death timers are not going to be too long. That's something you got to consider here. Curse has definitely made a lot of work in a little bit of time. Now looking to even take over CLG's jungle. If the rest of Curse had closed in on that, it would have been it. Voyboy actually does not have an ability to activate Last Breath. He was still looking for a few more Qs, so they get out on this one to fight another day. CLG as well. Aframu is going to get healed up, get some more mana in his bar. They have the disengage here. They don't have too much wave clear, though. Seraph's going to have to be on the front line to do that.
Yeah, it's hard for CLG. Even if Seraph goes up for that wave clear,
it's dangerous.
Yep. Anyone who gets exposed, Quas is ready to dive them. No outer turrets will be saved this day.
Voyboy going to be the first in the game to 18 if they're able to reach that mark. He has been wreaking havoc. Really putting these games on their back. Curse has been showing well on the big stage here. Best of 5 series. It's definitely something that these teams said they practiced for. They had to get themselves into this mindset. No more stopping the game after a false level 3 or something erroneous. Seems to be paying off quite well. And they've kind of stuck with things that are in their wheelhouse. It seems like CLG's picks have been much more reactive in Champion Select to any of the games that have been played.
Yeah, and Curse didn't have to show that much. Beyond a split-pushing Nidalee strategy,
yeah, right.
They didn't reveal too much extra this time around, so Curse pretty much already looking towards Cloud9 and what's going to happen there. Curse are one of the most diverse playbooks of any of the teams in North America. It's actually a really good matchup for Cloud9 because Cloud9 have been very adaptable themselves, and both teams do rely heavily on their mid laners for those game plans. So that will be exciting. But one thing that will probably not be getting through are the Nidalee split pushes. Let's see though, CLG still have a bit of life in them. The turtle is real. Let's see if they can do it. there's zero reason for them to go outside of their base now. They cannot contest the Baron. The gold lead was very iffy for them to contest last time on Baron. And now
there's so much weighing on their minds, Kobe. You can tell from the pace of the game. The first game was neck and neck. The second game, Curse seemed to take more footing. This game, CLG has yet to drop one of their towers. Curse is full bore, 100% for the win here. CLG, they might be tilting a little bit at this point.
Curse are kind of just reveling in their success at this point. They have complete control, and Dexter is a man on a mission to get vision of Baron and pull off a magical steal. However, pink wards, visible.
So many scary things.
Gotta run away.
Diving out by himself there. Could have gotten twisted advance there by Quas. No lantern to get him out. A lot of risky moves need to be done. That's how CLG keeps themselves in the game. So the mistakes are only going to happen if Curse plays it even better.
All right, let's see. Last-ditch effort. Dexter is in position. He wants to go for it this time. Still flash available.
This could be big. Going for broke. They get special quite fast. That's the Zillion ultimate down, and they blew his flash. Do they have the damage? A great wind wall by Voyboy to shut down a bit of that early DPS to impact the fight. On to Aframu. He's down. Doublelift gets the hit. Quas is just way too big. 2 levels up right now. Soloing Doublelift on the backside. A 2v1 for Doublelift to go down, or rather, on the other side, Link to go down, and Doublelift finally falls. The ace at Baron. Curse will grab once more.
Good attempt from CLG, but just way too much money in the pockets of Curse. CLG even did some things well in that fight.
Absolutely. The good focus.
Rune Prison timed very well from Link. He stopped the movements from Voyboy while the very low duration knockup from Quas came out. So that small window of the Arcane Smash, they got the bump.
See this
but
again.
Link already had Voyboy in a Rune Prison. So Dexter, one man, he's going to go down there. But they traded for Xpecial. At that point, it's pretty good. Immediate Rune Prison. Voyboy doesn't get to ult. Then he gets exhausted by Link. So the follow-up, very good there from CLG. They focus down, take out the Yasuo. But there are too many other threats. Quas by himself is a beast right now. Able to finish off double.
That was technically a 4v5. Xpecial went down immediately in that fight, and Dexter got his Agony's Embrace off, so the damage was dealt there. Xpecial, he's up for the Baron. It's nice for him.
He revived in time to get the buff. Perfect. Now, though, nothing left on the map save for inhibitor turrets, so we will see. We will see, Riv, the dive.
Will we? I just need to be sure one more time. 16,000 gold, Kobe. Astronomical right now coming out for Curse here. 32 minutes on the clock. And right now, they're very sure that they can pretty much just kind of walk this one in the front door.
And what a ride it's been for this Curse team. They started off, like many of the other North American LCS teams, coming into this split with some roster changes that they would have to work through. Continually switching out the support role as Cop is used to. And they too were aware that they were going to have to work through some growing pains, as many of the other teams had to work through. But man, did they have a rough start to the split.
But when you end it with an undeniable statistic like 8-2 against the top teams in the league, you're bound to be in a position like this at the end of the season.
Yeah, and the one thing with that statistic that you can't actually ignore is the fact that it does bring up inconsistency issues for them, because they did drop those early games to the teams that are not in playoffs.
Right.
So the question is, what Curse will move forward here? Will they keep up these types of performances against arguably North America's strongest, the first place? Cloud9.
Right now, they test their chances one more time, peppering the front base of CounterLogic Gaming's first inhibitor turret in what could be the last matchup in this best-of-5 series. Cop throwing out some missiles from the outside. They get the first inhibitor. Quas and Voyboy go in on each other here. It's going to be on to Link. Can they take him down? Oh, he gets the last breath. No, actually just gets the last Q, and the hit for the kill as he flashes in. Seraph's going to be the next target here. Cannot get any whimsy out. He goes down, though, so they're not going to maybe be able to finish this one. We got a very hurt I Will Dominate. The inhibitor's down. The pressure continuously created here, and looks like they're going to stay for some damage, Kobe.
Aframu came in for the exhaust to slow him down for another tower hit. Double lift though. He's gonna be well pressed to defend this.
This is gonna be it. They are pushed back to the fountain right now. Nexus turrets are falling. 34 minutes into the game. A clean sweep on Counter Logic Gaming after the boot camp in Korea. It's not gonna be enough to stop Curse. And it's gonna be a 3-0 in the best of 5 quarterfinals. Curse takes out Counter Logic Gaming. It looks like they knew it all along.
I think after the first couple of games there, the confidence of the team, you could really see it.
Set in motion.
It's night and day from the beginning of the split when they were sitting in the chairs before games to how they're acting now. So calm, even after the games, not very animated.
This guy, Special in his Zillion play. Boy in his Syndra and Yasuo play. This guy right here, Quas, Nidalee, and Maokai coming out huge in these games. Single-handedly helping to win the first game. And Cop sitting right there. 2 great games on 2 different AD carries throughout the matchup, and even more. He played a variety. We're going to get to talk to this guy in just a second. Boy with a great game. Really a kingpin for Curse to come out here. Everybody played amazing. I'll say it again because we've said it before. Curse comes out with all-star days for 1 or 2 people. They all showed up for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they all look pretty good here. CLG with quite a few mistakes that Curse were immediately able to jump on. So
I think always the pressure in itself was so much for CLG coming into this. To perform, to then bring back any mistakes that were made, and then to kind of figure out how to beat Curse after they saw what wasn't working. That just starts to add on way too many things to multitask when you're trying to win your best of 5 series.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot on their minds. They will have to regroup though, because as we said, they still have more games to win.
Yeah.
See how they recover.
Let's see. We're going to go ahead and send it down to Jat, who's on the stage with the victorious Team Curse.
Thank you, guys. And Voyboy, just where to start? You guys spent most of the regular season around 6th place. You make a surge to get 4th, and now you're 1 playoff series away from making it to Worlds. What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I feel like indescribably happy. I did not think we were going to get to this spot. Like at the beginning of the season, we were like, all right, man, like we're good. Like we can get top 3, we can finish top, and then like the whole season, we were just losing games. We just couldn't find our mojo, and everyone was just counting us out, and for good reason, because we were just losing a lot. And then towards the end, we just picked it up. Super Week again. We had 2 great Super Weeks that really boosted our confidence. And even after Super Week, people were like, "No, Curse is just like they're just like flash flood. Like they're just gonna evaporate going into playoffs." And the fact that we were able to just come in, play so well, play our strats, and just 3-0 CLG makes me like I'm so happy. I'm so proud of my team. All the hard work that we put in finally paying off, and we're this close to going to Worlds. So we're just gonna try to make it there and make everyone proud.
And talking about this series in particular as well, all the discussion leading up to the match was about CLG, their trip to Korea, what was it going to do? What were you guys focusing on in preparation for this match?
Well, we had no idea what CLG was doing. We assumed that they'd be taking some stuff that they liked in Korea and trying to implement it into their own play, but we didn't really care about any of that. All we wanted to do was improve our own gameplay, practice our strats, play as solid as we can, because CLG is not our only opponent. We have to play Cloud9 soon, and we just want to make sure that we're on the top of our game, and regardless of what they've been up to. And the fact that we were able to just come in and play so well is great.
And now that you guys have kind of regained your mojo, as you would like to say, how do you get to keep it? Because there's been times during the regular season where it seemed like you guys were there and you fell back down again. How do you stop that from happening?
Well, I think with this like huge win, it's just going to be a boost to our confidence. We're all pretty like emotional players, so when we start doing well, we just pump each other up, and it goes a really long way. So I think with this win, we're just going to be going into our next match full of confidence and just trying to show up and play really well.
Well, I just have to ask one final question before we get back to the analyst desk, is just when or what was it really that was able to turn your season around? You said it was Super Week, but did something change where it was just like this epiphany that you guys could suddenly be a top team?
Not really. I mean, I think one thing that we had issues with was we'd play really well in scrims. Like, I've been on a lot of teams, and I don't know any team that we've had such good scrim results, like percentage-wise versus like every team. We win a lot, but whenever we'd come to LCS, we just wouldn't be able to translate it into solid wins. Our play would just fall apart, and it would really bite us. Like, it would frustrate us. It would probably make us play worse at LCS too, because we're just always thinking like, what's happening? But I think that's something that we've been improving at a lot, and we've gotten a lot better at just playing our game. Like when we're here, we're just like, all right, just treat it like scrims, just play our game, and we can show up and play really well. So I think that was something that just kind of changed in us, and we just started playing well at LCS, and it shows.
Congratulations again on the 3-0 victory over CLG. It was like you guys got stronger every progressive game, so it's going to be a bit of a fear for the rest of the teams. But for now, let's send it over to Dash and actually Hi at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Jet. Hi, we now know that you and the rest of Cloud9 are going to be facing Team Curse in the semifinals. So what are you taking away from those games today?
Obviously, but at the same time, they played so well. They 3-0'd CLG, and they're so dominant. I don't want to play them anymore. Like, I don't know if he could 3-0 CLG, but they did, and they played extremely well. So we definitely have to watch out for them, and I'm happy that they got to where they are.
All right, well, now if we are to project forward beyond NA playoffs and you do go to Worlds, having watched a team, CLG specifically, kind of adapt some of the Korean styles, come back here and get defeated rather handily by an NA-style team, are you guys confident that you can compete on the world stage?
I don't think CLG going to Korea and capping a few other things and coming back in the grand scheme of things is that big of a deal. I think the top 5 Korean teams are arguably probably like the best teams in the world. But besides that point, CLG wasn't winning scrims in North America before they went to Korea anyway. So it's not like they were going to magically go to Korea and start winning all of a sudden. They lost in North America. They lost in Korea. There's not going to be that much that will change in the grand scope of things. If they somehow became Super Saiyan on the way back, then great. But they didn't become Super Saiyan, and I don't think just because we can beat the Korean CLG, we'll be able to beat the other Korean teams. But I think that does show that we have a chance.
I know that a lot of fans are going to be curious to know, going into PAX, what the player experience is like when you go to a giant convention like that. Because here at home, right, you have a set scheduled throughout the season, but then when you kind of travel to these bigger events and they're spread out over more days, what's the itinerary like for Cloud9 in this next week?
Well, for us, we fly out on Wednesday or Thursday, and I still actually have to check if I can fly or not. I should probably get that checked out. But anyway, moving forward, we have days where we have to do some sponsor activities, of course, but we're making sure we get our practice in. We're making sure we have our time to do our pick and ban strategy, and we're making the best of all the time that we have. So we'll fly out Thursday. We'll get our scrims in. We'll get our information down. We'll try to figure out a plan and make sure that everything's okay.
All right, and then one final question, again related to PAX, is how different is it playing on, 1, a different stage, 2, in front of a different crowd, and is it difficult to cope with that in a high-pressure environment like that, or is it helpful to have, you know, that roaring crowd behind you?
Honestly speaking, if the crowd is cheering for you, that feels great. But if the crowd is cheering TSM over and over or something like that, it's kind of annoying and distracting, but it's not that big of a deal. As far as playing at a new stage, if it's not a bad stage, like if I can't hear the other team, or if there's not like some weird malfunction or something, then it's perfectly fine. So we've been to PAX before, and the last time we played there, it went well for us. So I think the stage will be somewhat similar, I'm hoping. So it shouldn't be any new territory to us. So I'm excited to play, and I like playing in front of a big crowd.
All right. Well, I want to thank you for joining us here on the desk today and providing some valuable insight, as well as wish you best of luck in your matches next week. I know I'm quite excited to see them. But for now, we're going to throw it back over to Riv and Kobe at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Dash, and let's pull up our bracket as it continues to fill out here. With their win today, Curse advanced to the semifinals and will face off against the #1 seed, none other than Cloud9.
Meanwhile, CLG will face off against Dignitas and will play for the 5th place spot and to avoid a trip to the Spring Promotion Tournament. We'll be bringing you that match next week, live from PAX.
Yes, we will. We'll also have a best-of-5 series between Latin American team PAX and the Brazilian Kaboom Esports as they battle for the final international wildcard spot in the 2014 World Championship. So mark your calendars for next Friday, August 29th, starting at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Time. But we've still got more action coming your way today. After a quick break here, Freak and Zyrene will be taking over for the North American Challenger Series Finals between Curse Academy and Team 8. We'll be right back.
How do you say Cogmon's Espanol? What is he? What is he, like a worm?
Gusano.
El Gusano.
That's how you say Kog'Maw.
Dexter's doing a nice job in the back line, takes down one. Cop trying to focus the DPS from the outside, and he starts to shut down a bit of that early DPS to impact the fight. On to Aframu, he's down. Doublelift gets the hit. Quas is just way too big. It's going to be on to Link. Can they take him down? Oh, he gets the last breath. No, actually just gets the last Q, sorry, and the hit for the kill as he flashes in. Seraph's going to be the next target here. Cannot get any whimsy out. He goes down, though.
Hey everyone, welcome to the North American Challenger Series Summer Playoffs, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Picturley, alongside me, sporting triple buffs, by the way, Baron, Blue, and Red. It's Aiden Zyrene Moon, how's it going?
Going pretty well. Stole that sucker in the pit.
Darn right. Smited all three in a row every single time on cooldown. Now this, guys, is it. What we've all been waiting for, the finals match. Now, the #1 North American Challenger team is now on the line right here heading into the Spring 2015 promotion tournament. It's going to be Curse Academy scoring off against Team 8.
Yeah, Curse Academy, they looked solid when they took down Wallpro in the semifinal round. They played a slow, very controlled game, and they took calculated advantages. Now, Keen in the mid lane played the role of manager, getting leads and then roaming to snowball the other lanes. And Chris in the top lane had 0 deaths in 2 games on Dr. Mundo. Now looking invincible, so we'll watch for a Mundo pick or ban today.
I think it's pretty likely, unless Kali can handle him up in the top lane. But we're going to see. On the other side of this matchup is Team 8, who have finally, for once, lived up to their incredible hype. They took down the top-rated Team Coast just in the semifinals a couple days ago. In that victory, Team 8 clearly put a lot of thought into their team comp, and their engages were really on point. They had textbook team fights around Dragon, taking 6 to Coast 0, and they had some really good team fight calls, basically winning the game off team fights.
Yeah, and we discovered that hype cannot be created or destroyed, just transferred. So they beat Coast, and now it's all on Team 8.
So the Team 8 hype train, guys, they're going to move forward full steam ahead. Though, for those who missed those games, here's a recap of the journey these teams have took to get to the finals. Now, starting the playoffs as the 2nd seed, Curse Academy skipped the quarterfinals, and then won a convincing 2-0 against LawPro in the semifinals.
And as the 4th seed, Team 8 faced off against XDG in the quarterfinals, taking that series 3 games. They then shocked Team Coast in the semifinals in 2-0 sweep. Also, yesterday, Team Coast, they took that final spot in the Spring Promotion Tournament, defeating Team LawPro 3-1 in the 3rd place match. Now, they will contend for an LCS spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun set of matches when we get all that underway. To get you guys familiar with the potential pros playing today, we're going to look down the line and introduce you guys to every single player on the starting lineups. We're going to start on the blue side here with Curse Academy.
Yeah, in the top lane, it is Curse. He's Chris, sorry. He's a former member of Velocity Esports. He does play for Curse Academy, though. Looking to make his way back into the LCS, like we said earlier, he was an absolute raid boss in the semifinals on Mundo. He was ending fights at full health and 1v3ing under tower, and a lot of that is because they didn't take an Ignite against him. But also, here's a funny story. Yesterday, when I was coming home from the studio, it was about 10 p.m., looked over at the side in my car, and I was like, hey, there's 3 Curse Academy members sitting on the curb there. So I was like, you guys need a ride to your hotel? They're like, yeah. So I took them there. And they're like, what's the featured matchup tomorrow? And they're like, you should make it top lane. I was like, why? And they go, because they always brawl each other. They go at each other. And Chris is like, whoa, 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 whoa. He comes at me. I just defend myself.
So Chris thankfully has learned self-defense, those 0 deaths in his previous series, and we're going to see if he can do that again here in this best of 5. We're going to move on now to the jungle, though, for Saint Vicious from Curse Academy. He's probably the most well-known player here, probably the most well-known player in the Challenger scene overall. Saint is, of course, a former pro for both Curse and Counter Logic Gaming. Nowadays, he's the hinge, really, on which Curse Academy swings. When Saint does well, Curse Academy wins. When he struggles, they tend to lose. But he's actually improved significantly, I would say. His Lee Sin especially is something to watch if he gets it today.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the mid lane, it's somebody he's been dueling with a lot recently. It's the newest addition, Keen. He was the #1 ranked challenger player in Oceania and a top 15 challenger player in Korea. We haven't seen too much of Keen so far, but what we have witnessed has been fantastic. In the semifinals against Team LawPro, he dominated his lane against Laud with a 6.0 KDA in 2 games, whipping out the Orianna and some amazingly timed roams, and then a Corki to keep him down too.
Yeah, he's been awesome overall. Going to move on to the bot lane, though, for Curse Academy. The AD carry Impactful. Now, this collegiate star has actually never played in the LCS before, but he's got a 5.19 KDA. And honestly, the sky's the limit for him. A couple of weeks ago, I've been asking players about what they thought of the team, and many guys, despite his sort of relative inexperience, were saying that Impactful was actually the single best player on Curse Academy, so definitely got to watch.
Yeah, but Saint, on the other hand, thinks that this guy in the bottom lane, Bunny Fufu, he's going to be rounding up the lineup here, is the best support in North America. As a member of the team, Bunny Fufu, he's been known as a Thresh legend, and he currently lives up to that in the semifinals against LawPro. His Zillion was also on fire. With the 2 champs, he racked up 24 assists in 2 games.
Yeah, we can't stress enough, he's a Thresh god. If that champion goes through in champ select, it's going to be like an instant win for Curse Academy. You might as well surrender it 2 seconds in. But moving on over to the red side, it's the hype train, now known as Team 8. Starting with their man in the top lane, it's a brawler who just happens to be the shot caller as well. It's Kali Trolls, and he freaking loves to fight basically everybody. He leads the Challenger series in kills for Summer 2. Fights everybody.
Yes, he has a very aggressive playstyle in the top lane. It's going to be very bloody there, and maybe there's going to be some assistance, because in the trees for Team 8 is the only man without an 8 in his name. It's jungler Porpoise Pops. In his 4 playoff games, which he played Kha'Zix and he also played Nocturne, he's been amazing. His map control with those champions and his engages complement his team perfectly. He's really the unsung hero of this squad and a very worthy opponent for St. Vicious today.
Yeah, his coordination's been on point. Porpoise Pop's definitely a great player to watch, though. We're going to move on to the mid lane, and it's going to be Slooshy in the mid lane. Thanks to him, you won't see Yasuo probably at all today, because it has been banned every single game for like 2 months straight against him. But despite not having his best champion in the pool today because of the bans, his team fights have still been gigantic. Against Team Coast in the semis, Slooshy had a KDA of 30 on Ziggs and Orianna.
Yeah, and in the bottom lane is this group's only former LCS member, Maple Street. The X-Velocity AD carry and the Odd Bro is a cautious yet reliable member in that bot lane duo. He's been very good on Kog'Maw this summer, sporting an 8.66 KDA on that champion, and he recently picked up the hyper carries and moved from lane bullies exclusively, was his playstyle for a long time.
Yeah.
And I talked with Teammate, and they're saying, the fact that he picked up Kog'Maw and Tristana has been a really good thing for the team, because when you play against Teammate, you ban Cali Trolls and you ban 1 or 2 champions from Slushy. You will always get one of those champions onto Maple Street if they want it for the composition.
Yeah, I think it fits his style as well. He's been a bit like Copper. He seems fairly passive in recent history, and just getting long-range damage out there is actually quite useful for the AD carry here. But supporting Maple in the bot lane is going to be Dodo8. Now, he has been fantastic as both casters and engaged supports. His Braum, his Thresh, his Nami as well especially is really strong. His map control's been on point. He has really good ward placements, and when he does roam, which is, to be honest, pretty frequently, works out quite well.
Yeah. I like his Alistar a lot. He had
yeah.
Just amazing highlight reels on that champion. And when he plays the tanky champions, the walls, the guys who roam, like Alistar and Braum, there's definitely pressure on that mid lane all the time.
I agree. Even though you typically see Alistar bans as top lane bans, Dodo's going to be phenomenal at champion if he ever gets it. So something to watch for in this series for sure. But guys, we've of course introduced all the players now. So here's what these guys think about each other and what they think about facing off for the first time on the big stage today.
I think Teammate's definitely a strong team. They just go on tilt really easily.
They're kind of like a solo queue kind of team, like win lane, win game, and they're really aggressive.
Curse Academy is a really good team because 3 of them already have a LCS experience.
Our team is based around a lot of curveballs.
And they tend to play really weird champion picks that we might be unprepared for.
They're going to have curveballs thrown at them, and they can either deal with it or get crushed.
And I think that kind of hurts them a lot because they're not like calculated aggressive.
Getting back in LCS is really important just because we're putting a lot of stuff on hold for this opportunity.
It's very important for me to get back into LCS because my end goal is to win Worlds.
This scene is extremely hard because there's so much competition, but now we're really close to it. I'm really excited.
We're excited to show that we're the best and really just show these LCS teams that we're to be feared.
Well, honestly, the name of the game right here is Fear. You got to show that you're the strongest member possible, the strongest team as well, so you don't get picked up as you don't get picked against in the promo tournament by either Dignitas or CLG, who are arguably stronger than EG or Complexity down there.
Yeah, and a big thing here today is you were talking about both these teams have made it to the promotion tournament. Now it's flexing your muscles, but also showing off what you can do. And I think there's going to be a ton of curveballs here today, like they said. Yeah. They might just play something completely strange and be like, will this work? I'm going to play a Vladimir top. Just see what happens.
You always want them to come back out.
I want it to come out.
It's been like a year.
I talked with him, and apparently what's stopping him from doing it is his jungler. Because he's like, it has no gank assistance. I can't help you top lane. So he's like, play the Gragas so you can stun them, you can slow them, and then I can help you out.
Yeah. Well, it's the funny thing as well is like the Gragas top for Cali Trolls, even though he's not really been played by anyone else in a while, I figured it out. Cali Trolls is reverse hipster. He plays things after they stop being cool. That's his champion pool.
Well, he played the Kale before it was good.
That's true. Okay, he does
popular. He played the Kazakh's top for a long time. He was like, I talked to him. He's like, that was the most broken champion in the meta at the time, but nobody played it. And then he actually convinced Maple Street to pick up hyper carries.
It's been good for the team, though. Like, they've honestly improved a lot recently. Teammate, I think, do come in looking like an incredibly strong team overall. When you defeat the defending champions 2-0 convincingly at that, you've got to kind of inherit that hype, and that power is probably the best team here. So Teammate look to make the name as the dedicated #1 team here. A 3-0 wouldn't even surprise me just because they have been playing so well.
Yeah, it depends on which way it goes, though, because Teammate has a history of losing to teams in like the round of 20, like Necrophantasian. I don't know if they throw curveballs. They more throw kind of boomerangs, and they're like, oh, that one just didn't come back. Or it comes back and they miss it. They're kind of like Gnar in that sense.
Sure. Well, I mean, if it curves too far, it goes back and it's no longer a strike anymore. And sometimes you just walk your opponents in. They get to first base against you. I don't know. It's a decent metaphor. But
what are you doing?
It was a baseball reference. They said curveball. My brain started working. I try to think of things to say here.
It started working just in that moment.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
My brain only works at 3 p.m. and later. Before then, it's completely shut off, and I don't know what's going on in the world anymore. But so Curse Academy, though, I do want to say that they are a pretty darn strong team. I think they have, I would say, the edge on individual skill. That's my personal opinion here. You don't have to agree with me necessarily, but I think down the line they are incredibly good individual players, and their style is it's not curveball, right? It's very methodical and focused. Where it was actually much like, I think it was Curse's game 2 against CLG, where they're like, all right, we're winning, hold the line, push the wards a little bit farther, push it a little bit farther, and just slowly take advantages. And I think that can work very well for Curse Academy if they do get that early game lead.
Now we're into the picks and bans, but the big thing here is I want to pay attention to what gets banned by Curse Academy and who they focus down on Team 8, because there are just so many different champions in these guys' champion pools that you have to really regulate what you ban and what you first pick against Team 8.
Well, Dota does not get Alistair, and Bunny Fufu does not get Thresh. I don't think that'll change much throughout this tournament. Vayne gone away from Impactful. Nidalee away from Cali Trolls. Ziggs also away from Slushy. So his Yasuo is up right now. Keen has not shown that he's plays it just yet.
He does, though.
Yeah,
He's in his champion pool, and if they first pick it for themselves, no, they're going to give him the Orianna.
All right, so the team comp that no one's let teammate play in like 7 years, the Gragas Yasuo, might be available here.
That's absolutely true. So Team 8, here's the thing, is Yasuo is always banned against Lucia. It is always, always, always banned against him. And I think he'll jump at the opportunity here because Orianna is out for him. Ziggs is out for him. He could fall back on the Twisted Fate, but the fact they're hovering over Maokai kind of signals to me that they might go for a composition along those lines, get themselves some knock-up assistance here, and they'll go for the Yasuo later down in the line.
I like this choice of a teammate, though. I actually really love this draft. They've secured, I think, the dominant support right now. Nami will win every single matchup we'll see Bunny Fufu throw at him. And, of course, the Maokai top lane is just so strong, and he even does have some Yasuo assistance.
Yeah, and the thing that Cali Trolls is actually going to go for that as opposed to the Gragas speaks worlds of what he wants to accomplish in that top lane. He wants to be tanky and durable, so when he shows up to the fights, he's able to just defend, which I think there might be a hyper carry this game for Maple Street.
Well, Nami Cog is an incredibly strong lane. Now that Trist is off the field, it's a pretty likely pickup here, but we don't know Curse Academy's support just yet. Even still, Impactful will be set up to deal plenty of damage here with New Jungle. The Orianna mid going to be great as well. Forward Pops has pretty much anywhere he wants to go from the jungle here. He had been playing Kha'Zix every single game when he got the chance, but now, even with it up, he goes for Nocturne. There's actually a couple of ways teammate could go with this now.
Yeah, so Nocturne at 414 is kind of the new Rengar, except more successful in North America.
Yeah.
Because he has basically the same style. Farm till 6, then press R, and join the fights. Porpoise Pops, he loves doing that on the champion, and he played it before it was really popular, too. So he's kind of hipster in that sense, but he's not dropping the champion. He's actually bringing it to the table, and this allows Slushy to do, he can go for the Yasuo with the comp, or he can go with the Twisted Fate, and they just have global pressure.
Exactly. Those are the two I think we look for as well, is just the fact that you have such great gank pressure off the Nocturne TF, but also Nami and Maokai are gank setups there, or sorry, ulti setups for the Yasuo. Those are the predictions. We'll see if they come through. Chris could just play another Mundo game here in the top lane. Chris is one of the few Mundos I've actually seen successful on the champion. I'm not personally a big fan of him myself. I feel like he just does so little for the first 25 minutes of the game. But Chris proved me wrong otherwise.
Yeah, the fact that he played the Mundo 2-0 against LoL Pro. And there it is. There's the Yasuo being locked in for Slushy. It was what they set up for in Champion Select right out of the first rotation of picks, or the first round of picks for themselves.
Yep. Got the knockups they wanted. I assume they would have picked Trist if it were available afterwards, but wanted to prioritize the Nami over that and let Maple play some Kog'Maw. That's just fine. So Curse Academy have a very nice, heavy front line, good crowd control, and honestly good backline as well. It's just a very well-rounded team fight-based team comp. Teammate, though, very explosive. You got a lot of setups for ganks.
Yeah, Team 8 looks like more of a team fighting composition here in the overall. They'll start the fight off. They'll have some good engages. Cali Trolls can flank. But then Curse Academy on the other side, they have multi-pronged comp here because they could go with, we're going to use Keen, getting him fed in the mid lane because he loves to farm. He loves to get really, really fed on that Orianna. Roam, show up to the fights and do a ton of damage. But also, they have the Blood Boil for Tristana, and they have the big wall of Mundo.
Yeah, so I think a well-positioned 5-on-5 goes Curse Academy's way. I just think that there's a lot of X factor for teammate because Cali Trolls' teleports are just so darn good. Random stuff's going to happen. The curveballs are going to come out, and it's going to be difficult for Curse Academy. So as this match begins, let's see who you guys at home think is going to win. And according to LOLesports.com, 54% of you say that Curse Academy will take this series. Well, they are the higher seed coming in, but apparently the hype's not real enough for Team 8.
Oh, not real just yet. And now that Champ Select is over, let us know if you still agree with that vote and who you think will win by tweeting us at LOL Esports with either hashtag CA win or T8 win. We'll check your votes in just a bit.
All right, guys. Well, the game is getting loaded up. We're about to get ourselves started on this one, and it's going to be a fun battle. Really, that's all I can really say here. Curse Academy, I think if they can play that measured game and get the early lead that I think they expect from themselves, they'll be in really good shape. But we have to see what Saint can do off of a low gank pressure champion like Nunu.
Here's the thing, too, is Keen, we're just looking at him there for a second. Everybody in Oceania is like, he was the best mid laner there. And everybody I talked to in North America that's played against him is like, he's not actually as great as everybody hypes him up to be. But we saw him have an amazing performance when he played against LoL Pro.
Yeah.
They said he had a good day, and I talked to him later on. Lod was like, nope, Keen isn't actually as good, but I lost to him.
Well, here's the funny thing. This is Keen's first live event. When he was playing pro in Oceania, he was actually playing from home in Korea. It was all online. This is the first time he's played on LAN. Some players just click on LAN. Keen so far is perfect.
30 seconds until minions.
Normally we talk about LCS experience being like this big boon, right? It's like, oh yeah, they're not going to have the nerves, not going to have the jitters, but Keen might just go the other way and be like, yeah, for beginner's luck, I'm crushing people on LAN for the first time ever.
Maybe he just feels at home. Maybe the cheers will get to him when he makes a good play. Maybe he'll get overzealous. Maybe he'll just keep a calm head. A lot of things here. He does take the exhaust in mid lane for Slushy, double exhaust to deal with the Yasuo, and the Curse Academy led it through with this strategy in mind.
8 gold to Dodo. That means he's at least 17 points utility. Inferring masteries. Actually, the common support masteries now 0921, like down the board. Across the board, down the line. That's the one. Late invade for Curse Academy though. Teammate gonna go ahead and steal away a blue buff. Looks like we will have normal lanes for everyone, but Chris will have to burn his teleport.
Ooh, they're sitting in this bush, and they're going to go for the late invade, but
I think it's safe.
Still not going to find anything, because they're actually just swapping blue buffs here. But all 4 members of Curse Academy on the bottom side, we might just get 2-on-2 lanes here with the TP from Chris late.
Well, it often doesn't hurt you too much to lose your TP this early on. It's only a 4-minute cooldown. You typically don't have to TP that early on. And we go into the lane. Dodo missed the CS. A little bit of gold missed out here, but looks like we have equal experience. So the question is, who can push a bit better? Right now, that is Curse Academy. They are up basically 1 minion right now.
Yeah, and the Zillion passive doesn't help you in the first level up here in the bot lane.
Yeah.
It doesn't take effect until level 3.
Exactly, yeah. You still require all 3 melee minions to hit level 2. You get, what, a 1 minion lead?
Yep.
On the road to level 3. That's when the 8% actually matters here. Turns into a break point. Maple Street and Dodo right now taking a little bit of harass, but to me, just the Nami sustain makes it very easy to survive a Zillion lane.
So both these junglers, big thing here is Porpoise Pops, he wants to hang out in the jungle. He'll make occasional ganks depending on how far people are pushed up, but he wants to hit 6 ASAP, and Saint wants to stop him from hitting 6 by going into his jungle.
We'll see if you can do that right here. Of course, there will be a level lead for Curse Academy thanks to, again, that Zillion passive. Dodo hitting level 2 lands the Bevel. You saw that harass onto Impactful, and you notice that Triss has run a potion. Maple Street is much healthier as a result.
Yeah, they've been trading back and forth, and the early harass and the extra damage from Kog'Maw and Nami is really what attributes to that. But here's Saint. He's actually in this bottom lane just chilling. And he walks away.
And he finds the lane is not going any way he can gank here. Does maybe look to get around in this mid lane here. Gets a quick Trinket Ward to watch any possible gank paths of Nocturne. I do like that ward because it'll watch both the defensive counter gank as well as the route, or sort of the route down towards the river there.
And this Oceania superstar of Keen played for Curse Oceania. He hasn't lost lane to my knowledge. When I talked to the Australian casters, they were saying that he always wins lane, he always capitalizes off of his lead, and he roams at really good times. His timing of roams is really what made him the best mid laner, because he will clear, leave lane, or he'll win like a 2-on-2 skirmish, and then he will leave lane immediately instead of pushing and just go top and create another advantage for his team.
Well, right now that might be what Keen needs to do here. Teammate now winning a bit of the fan vote on Twitter, and Slushy is outlast hitting Keen by a little bit in this early game. So far, Teammate holding the smallest of edges just from the laning phase. But to me, it really matters on what happens for Dragon number 1. Does Curse Academy get the control with the Nunu jungle? Or does Teammate use their really, really good teleports to turn it around?
Just a prediction, I think we'll wait until the level 6 for Porpoise Pop. He'll look bottom, might be a TP from Cali Trolls, and then they'll try to capitalize with a Dragon. And Teammate, I think they'll make the first move based on their composition. That's really what I think is going to happen here.
I agree. I think they do have the better opportunities for being aggressive here. So Curse Academy should be on their guard a little bit. So far, so good, though. Nothing really catastrophic happening on either side.
Yep, it's just farm time right now. But, oops, Slushy goes a little too far forward and eats a turret shot.
And a Dissonance. Keen actually getting some good damage back down here.
He is actually heading CS.
Yep. He's going to be up about 6 by the end of all this. 5. Darn, that was close. Saint, though, making his first aggressive move, though. He's walking into the enemy jungle. No wards in inventory, just wants to try to counter jungle, but wolves are gone. Says, never mind. Takes the white. Spots the blue just to have the marker gone. Smart choice there. Takes about a half second to do that. And very quickly grabs that away.
Yeah, no deep wards here from Curse Academy. And Porpoise Pops, he's actually looking top at the moment. He's going to walk over a ward if he gets out of that bush. But here comes Saint to the bottom lane, and this is the first gank of the game.
Bubble onto Saint, though, and Maple's going to be fairly safe in this one. Meanwhile, top lane, there is a fight. Chris has already burned his flash, but he's going to take damage already, now down to 300 health. Will they keep chasing? Porpoise Pops just takes a cleaver and can't do much more, but Chris out of summoner spells and no TP for 30 seconds.
Yep, trying to get the Mundo to back before the level 6 and possibly trying to kill him under his turret. It's a good move there and a good timing by Porpoise Pops to make that gank happen.
And Mundo will have to walk back, so if Calitrolls can push fast enough, or I guess freeze for long enough, he'll actually deny a bunch of experience here. That could be a very good thing for this teammate top lane and makes the gank worth it overall.
You know, I was talking about how Calitrolls comes at Chris and Chris just defends himself.
Yep.
I talked to Calitrolls earlier and I was like, is there actually something there? And he's like, well, I'm a nice guy and Chris is the only person on my ignore list. For the last year and a half, he's the only person.
Wow.
So apparently he BM'd him one time and said something. He's like, that's it. Had enough. And you know he's at his end of his rope if he doesn't have anybody else on there. He's the only dude.
Yep.
Trying to get
he got
revenge.
crisscrossed.
Ooh.
X'd him off the list. Nunu not finding his way in on much, though. St. Vicious just doing some pretty sparse counter jungling, but not much else. Bot lane, you're seeing the pressure come in. When those bubbles land, Dodo is a very good nom, and you can see what kind of pressure that provides. First recall did go to Tristana, has a BF sword and a couple of potions for himself.
Level 6 will be hit here by Porpoise Pops off of this camp when he gets it for himself, because he's not going to give it over to that Yasuo.
Nope.
And now his first Paranoia gank will be coming out. Will he look top? Because there's no flash.
Thing is, though, it's Moon with an ultimate now.
Exactly.
There's no Ignite to be sort of put in there, so I'm not sure he'd even get much done with Calitrolls.
It'd be very difficult.
Bot lane, though, I think is explosive. Both teams have just bought. You've got the extra CC. You've got Nami with not yet tidal wave, but still bubbles could be enough. Chris and Calitrolls are going to do a little bit of battle. And
Trying to get the
Chris
ulti out.
is losing a fair bit of health, yeah. If that goes on cooldown, teammate can get that kill up there.
The red buff is about to come out. Saint Vicious is trying to look around that area for Porpoise Pops.
Doesn't find him just yet. Does walk towards the mid lane. Both these guys have pink wards near the upper river. And there's 6 for Saint.
Hits it off the crossover in the mid lane. He's going to go get his own, and there is the ultimate blown by Chris. Porpoise Pops, he'll most likely clear his red and then go top lane.
There is red buff going down. Skins it pretty safely. And so the question is, how high is Chris's health bar?
It's decent, but he has no flash, he has no ultimate, and there's a lot of CC and gank assistance from Calitrolls, and he also has a flash.
Calitrolls is a bit low, though, making this just slightly difficult. Chris now far enough away.
There's also a pink ward, though,
from his
so
turret.
he has no idea this is going to happen. If
Exactly.
Calitrolls closes this distance...
Well, Chris has to know this is available. Like, there's no shadow of a doubt that Nocturne is level 6 right now. He knows, Chris knows he has no wards here.
Is he looking for the ward? He doesn't have it up.
He can maybe, like, try to cleaver the brush. You see Porpoise has to walk down to not get cleavered.
At the same time, though...
This is smart.
The intuition
Chris
that is happening.
No, he's baiting himself. Chris is saying, Porpoise Pops, look at me, I'm over here. And the team goes for Dragon. Picked up by St. Vicious. Perfect play by Curse Academy. Nicely done.
They pick it up with some smart rotations there. And the bait, like you said.
Yep.
Drawing attention to himself top. He looked like a very juicy target. And his ultimate is already back up.
And Porpoise Pops will. He's counter jungle, realizes that, yep, we lost the Dragon. My bad, guys. So he'll take away some jungle camps in anger. The turret dive may be still available, but of course, as you say, Chris does have his ulti available here. So the counter jungling not going to mean much. Those camps will both respawn by the time Nunu sees them anyway. So really not much gained here for the last minute or two by Porpoise Pops.
He's looking top. The ward placed in that
here.
bush.
All right, smart of him to wait there.
He's going to go...
Didn't wait
clear
there.
this? He's passed it twice now.
Aww.
Doesn't clear the pink ward. Doesn't even look for it.
Yeah. Well, again, Curse Academy are safe. They know what side of the map Nocturne's on. They know who's available to be ganked. And now he's actually been forced to hold mid as well, so even more knowledge being gained. Curse Academy are completely stopping Nocturne from doing anything here.
And they're gonna
Dragon Gold puts him in the lead.
Exactly. Just slightly, though. It's about 400 gold lead here. It's back and forth in the bot lane. Still happening. They've backed once for items.
Wow. Impactful really pushed around there. And I feel like this bot lane is actually going to start tipping now in Team 8's favor. Until you really complete 2 items on Tristana, you start falling away against Kog'Maw, who actually spikes much earlier on and then holds up there.
He didn't get the Trinity Force first. He's going towards the Blade of the Rune
That's what he always does. Maple's build is always Rune King Triforce. Every AD carry I've talked to is like, I don't know why he does this.
Talk to him.
Yellow Pete was in yesterday, and he's like, yeah, I don't know what he's doing. It's like, I don't know, man. It's a weird build.
Yeah. Up top, though, the aggression, but Cali Trolls did see St. Vicious going through.
Goes in,
going in.
On the Keen, gets exhausted and dodges away from the Shockwave. Slooshy, perfect.
This is why you don't give him Yasuo the aggression. Even though he had the exhaust used on him, he didn't blow his Ignite. He didn't go for a full all-in.
Nope. Knew what kind of damage he could deal with exhaust on. You can't keep chasing that. You will die under the turret. So it's actually a very obvious choice to dodge away. Like, honestly, Slooshy made the only play available to him. Keen didn't respect that or realize it.
And Saint, he's forced to hold the mid lane instead of counter jungling. That's going to bring the attention to that mid. And Slooshy, he's free to do what he wants. He can go get a deep ward or clear camp. He doesn't have any wards, so he's going to do this option.
Nope. He's going to go ahead and kill. Oh, he's now revealed. That tornado went across the wall.
Well, they saw him go there from this ward.
Yeah, well, the ping as well. St. Vicious. Wind walls, the Ice Blast.
But here comes Keen. He's going too hard.
A lot of damage coming through, but Shockwave is down. Pops. He's got a knockup available. The team will not chase.
Wow, so just the aggressive play there, the invade on the jungle, and the farm of these 2 mid laners is just highly prized between them. They're just trying to scale for their teams.
They are. I'm actually surprised, though, that Keen has not been able to roam out and make many plays, though. I honestly would have expected it from Orianna by this point. But so far, a very, very low action game.
It's a low contact game.
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of going at each other, but they aren't getting any kills. The biggest thing
They're
that's
battling
happened,
in lane.
Yeah, the biggest thing that's happened was the dragon.
And even that's been basically equalized by a farm lead here for mostly Porpoise Pops. Level 8 now on this Nocturne, getting plenty of gold for himself. And another blue buff, so life is decent for teammate.
He also has a very versatile build on his Nocturne. Porpoise Pops is a guy who's played Nocturne forever. And now we've seen him go with the Spirit of the Ancient Golem build when they were playing Gragas top, and now he's going for the Spirit of the Elder Lizard because they need more damage from this jungler because they have a tanky top laner. Right. They aren't going for the double tank.
Yep, definitely a very smart adaptation here by Porpoise Pops, doing the right thing. Blue buff to Keen. And actually to correct my previous statement, the reason for the gold lead I think is Dodo actually getting a GP10 in the bot lane there. Burning up on the Nami, Cali Trolls, and Chris doing battle. Blue is even coming in though, just the ulti pop by Chris. He's going to run away from Cali Trolls. Can Nocturne make his way in? Looks like not. Wards go down from Slooshy.
They finally got that pink ward. They cleared it out on that roam. Slooshy walked through the bush.
Same for Chris though.
After roaming. And here he's going to find that pink ward. Saint actually shows himself.
Puts the Blood Boil down, just in case he didn't realize he was around. And Chris is going to try to keep pushing back Cali Trolls. No, top lane has gone equal. So we have to see who does better in later game team fights. Porpoise Pops wants in on St. Vicious, going to get the Fear Tether down, gets away from the Shockwave, and that is the second whiffed ulti from Keen now.
Oh. Impactful very low, but also in the top lane, they're just dueling back and forth. Cali Trolls is super low.
He's got to be a bit careful. Cleaver's going to land one more time.
Oh, Porpoise Pops is coming up, though.
Can he make it happen? Chris does not have ulti. He does have Flash. There's the Nocturne.
Chris
stays in the wings, flashes away, but he gets in with the root. This will be Chris going down. First blood goes to Cali Trolls with Team 8.
That's what you get for Flaming Cali Trolls. You get on the ignore list and you get ganked over and over again.
Cali Trolls clearly did not ignore Chris in that top lane, though. No. He was out on the whole time. Bot lane bad now under fire. But Nunu's coming to flank around. It's going to be a 3-on-2. Saint's coming.
Saint's coming around. If he gets in a good position for his absolute zero, he will slow them
long enough. 1, 2 people hit by it.
The TP
coming in from Cali Trolls. The flash out from Maple. There he is. The Maokai roots in impactful. He's going to get revived by Zilly, but now can he get away afterwards? Saint very low. TP in from Mundo, and this will be a good re-engage. Dodo going to lose a lot of health. It's a very, very fast Mundo.
They have to back up because the mid laners are coming in, and Keen doesn't have his Shockwave just yet, so it would be a lost team fight. It's coming up.
And looks like they're going to stay all right.
Now he has it, and he's good to go.
All right, ulti's burned, summoner spell's burned, and nothing ultimately happens.
5 seconds on Dragon, though.
Ooh, and the health bars are better right now for teammate, plus Dodo can heal them up. And this is teammate now already up 1,200 gold, could make it quite a bit more here. Keen does have Shockwave. He's level
There's no
11.
jungler here.
The knock by the Bunny Fufu. In goes Slushi. Exhaust is on. And there comes Maokai. Dragon already taken. There's a Shockwave. Picks up one. That's Dodo going down. Now Keen on the run. One hit from dead. Slushi gets the tornado. Double kill for Yasuo.
Slushi, you have to ban the Yasuo against him in this adaptation by Curse Academy, leaving it open and thinking they could deal with it. I don't know what's going to happen. They went for that dragon, even though Saint wasn't around to smite it.
And that is teammate doing perfect things right here. 3,000 gold lead. Walking away 3-1 on the map. Perfect.
Yeah, and they don't lose anything for it. They don't get an objective traded against them.
All 5 are on the bottom side of the map, of course. It's a very, very clean situation. The lanes hold stagnant for a while. And hey, look, even Porpoise Pops grabs mid.
Yeah, he's going to go clear up this farm and just push it out, and that's going to draw Keen back in there. Keen, he does eventually get a good shockwave, but Bunny Fufu, one-man ultimate there from Slushi. He chases that down with the flash. Keen does end up killing Dodo. But the big thing there is that puts Slushi, the ultimate, on the opposite side of Curse Academy. So they effectively got a flank mid-fight from that.
It's beautiful stuff. And so Team 8, their team fighting was what we thought was so good about them, and you can see it right here. The slow and steady pace of Curse Academy not quite paying out there. Nocturnal comes in again for Chris. Pop's ulti does not have flash. The fear will land. Red buff is there. The slow from Maokai as well. He's not in range for the root, though, and that will not be anything else picked up.
And that's going to be Chris getting back up to full HP here. The gank effective for just an ultimate.
Yeah, ulti's traded, not much used, though.
That's going to be a gank mid, though. But it's not going to do much.
Slushi just walks away cleanly. And even still, like, Saint's not going to be that good of a ganker.
They're collapsing. They're leaving Maple bottom, but Curse Academy, they're drawing all of their team to this mid lane to try and push a turret.
The Curse Academy are here first, and they've got damage on this turret available. Good damage. The Blood Boiled Impactful doing good work. You can see it losing health pretty rapidly.
A wind wall used to block an Ice Blast instead of the damage to the turret there. A little questionable, but look at this. Chris going on to Cali Trolls. He doesn't have his ultimate, but it's almost back up.
The sustain battle, though, plenty interesting. Of course, early Spirit Visit helping Chris quite a bit, but he's already gone for the Ninja Tabby as well, knowing he will have to deal with Slushi and Maple Street later on here.
And that's the objective trade, too. Teammate, they left Maple Street in the bottom lane, like I said, and he pushes a turret down while Impactful is mid, and they don't even get a turret in the mid lane in favor of Curse Academy.
And look what happened now. It's a 25 CS lead for Maple Street because of all that time wasted by Impactful. Sure, that turret's low, but it's not been picked up yet. Teammate still getting farther and farther ahead here.
I talked with Maple, and he was basically saying, I get carried by Dodo in lane. I basically sit there, and my job is to last hit, and Dodo will do everything. And Dodo leaves the lane, and I will just stay around. This happens all the time. Maple's always split pushing for them and trading objectives.
I like how it's like a passive split push.
Yeah.
It's not like Double's like, guys, I'm going to be Vayne. Don't worry, I got this. It's like, well, my support's gone. Guess I'll CS here.
Yeah, guess I'm fine. Dodo, and he trusts Dodo, too. He trusts Dodo to know when to roam and when to leave him. Because Dodo will leave lane even if it's 2-on-1 and he leaves Maple Street there.
Right.
Dodo's like, I'm going to go mid because I'm going to go get a gank for Slushi. And Maple's like, all right, man, see you later. And then it happens.
It's been beautiful. It is really scary to 1v2 as an AD carry, you know, especially as someone like Kog'Maw, how easy it is to get killed. And it's been perfect for Team 8. Dodo's been in the right place at the right time. He's got that assist on him. The Sight Stone, the early Moby Boots. Team 8 are just completely set up for success.
Moby Boots on Nami.
Yep.
Very, very early on. And he's treating that champion like a roaming champion now. He's been in mid lane this entire time. He didn't make a trip back down bottom.
That's true. He's been getting around the map and making good plays elsewhere. Of course, there's only one Sight Stone on the team and that one trinket for Maple Street. So it's really on Dodo and individual purchases to get the vision control back for Team 8 here.
And here's the thing, is Team 8 is actually going to thrive in a situation like this because if you are waiting around for the team fight as Curse Academy, you just lost a team fight to Team 8. They're ahead of you in gold, and if you do nothing and wait for the next one, wait for the teleport, wait for the dragon, Team 8 will most likely take it off of you again.
It's almost definitely going to happen here. Curse Academy have not really found a way to get back in on this game. I don't think they can just wait for Tristana and Orianna to work. Maybe one Shockwave can do it. Calitroll's brawling with Chris. No ulti up for the Maokai, though. Taking plenty of damage.
They need to push the wave up.
He's trying.
But they're going to get flanked from behind.
Ooh, good plays, Curse Academy. All right.
The back and forth here, but hey, Maple Street, still down bottom.
And he's up 30 CS now. That number has been growing. Puts down a pink ward defensively, clears away the wards.
He's leaving.
He realizes mid lane's getting pushed in and getting called into action here. All 4 members now top side of the map. Good turret kill picked up there by Curse Academy. That roam finally pays off. And we're in a 3,000 gold game.
Yeah, they needed him mid lane, but instead, hangs out, walks over a pink ward, does nothing.
He was busy spitting stuff in the jungle.
Yeah, he wasn't looking, actually, because he was looking somewhere else for his living artillery.
So what happened with Kog'Maw is you're never looking at your own champion.
You should be attack moving into brush, though.
I agree.
Every brush.
So you know what's cool, actually, is when you chase with attack move, I've seen players now put wards behind them, and you'll stop hitting wards instead. It's like, that's really sick. What a great play.
And it's so good.
Especially pink wards, because they won't turn invisible. If you're not paying attention, you're like, wait, why am I here?
The best is when you know you're dead, and then you're just like, I'm just going to throw all of my sight stone on this part.
You just hope.
And you hope.
Dodo got it. Hope now removed from Curse Academy as that pink ward goes down, but they're trying to sneak into this one. However, Saint got seen. He got pinged. Curse Academy are not as sneaky as they expect they are.
Here's the thing, though, is they tried to bait it because Dragon is up in 7 seconds, and they thought, teammate, you're going to set up for the Dragon. And while you're doing that, we're going to go do Baron. But Saint, like you said, he was seen.
Saint and Chris low on health now, though there are ultimates available to heal back up. Curse Academy going to be all right there. Kylie Trolls removes the pink ward, continues ward dominance over that side of the map. Aegis picked up for Kelly Trolls as well, so very team fight focused.
He's trying to get in onto this team. He used his ultimate.
The ulti really early. That is now down for 30 seconds.
It looks like a 5-on-5 team fight. They're trying to get towards this Dragon, but not leave the mid lane open for a push from Curse Academy.
Well, Curse Academy, though, they want to push, so it's really leaving teammate on the back foot here. The first really aggressive move we've finally seen from Curse Academy here.
They're waiting on Maokai
so far.
They're waiting on Maokai ultimate from Cali Trolls. He's looking for a flank. He's sweeped.
10 seconds to go.
He's going to try to walk around. They could deny the vision with Porpoise Pops' ultimate as he walks by.
The soccer ball comes down.
Trying to push in. They see Maple, so they know this would be a 3-on-5 if they just went in.
Well, pink wards once again being removed on both sides. Curse Academy now the inside track on Dragon. Teammate actually in a very weird sort of concave position. I don't think it's actually very good for the team. Because Curse Academy, I think, can draw their battle lines and push people around.
Porpoise is just soloing it.
Wow, nice move by Porpoise. Curse Academy going to walk back towards Baron, though.
They're going to walk towards the Porpoise Pop is actually going to end up very low. This Dragon is doing a lot of damage to him.
This is actually pretty rough for teammate, potentially. Curse Academy don't know how low he's going to get. Nice two-man bubble buys more time. That will be the Dragon for teammate, and Curse Academy, I think, aren't going to play aggressively enough to punish this low health bar of Porpoise Pops.
Nope, he's at 300 HP after that, and they have no idea. They just know that the Dragon is going to be gone.
Wow, what a great play by teammate. Now they're up 4.7 thousand gold just by playing a much smarter mid game, getting really good ganks in the bot lane, getting really good ganks in the top lane, better team fighting and Dragon control.
Yeah, they did end up getting awarded into the Dragon Pit, but after it was gone. So they didn't actually know how low Porpoise Pops was.
Womp womp.
Look at all these pink wards from teammate in their inventories. They are really prioritizing vision here for the team and the objective control. And I love seeing this adaptation from this team because they used to be just a challenger team that was saying, we're going to beat you in lane every time. And now they've made adaptations. Their team fighting is better. They've moved away from lane boys to more team fight organized compositions. And I think it's a fantastic thing. They won Lone Star Clash and a lot of Black Monster Cups off of their individual skill. And now they're trying to show up for the LCS and say that they can play ball too.
So far they're playing ball a little bit better than Keen is. Those have been missing shockwaves, and Curse Academy need a way back into this game, but they're really just playing so passively that I don't see what the route in is for them. Saint does get ward control back over Baron, but we've seen teammate be too quick to defend those.
He's going to walk into Cali Trolls.
Well, the ward will. 1/3 of that ward is already dead. One of the wings. Knock up onto Chris. Ulti by Slushi. Ignite is used, but Chris is healing back up. He's going to stay safe, and that is a shorter cooldown, so not even too bad.
And they're going to continue to pressure this turret. We see Porpoise Pops coming to the top lane. Impactful pushing bottom. Maple Street's going to answer that, but Keen is not around for this fight.
So Slushi A just shoving down the top lane, getting rid of the minions, and down goes the turret. Impactful will trade back in the bot side, though. So equal stuff overall. Impactful back within 27 minions here, and about ready to equalize this Kog'Maw's power.
And they're going back and forth, back to this mid lane, and they're leaving Slushi in that top lane to split push against Chris. He has good wave clear. He has his power spikes with his 2 crit items that he's going to have.
Yeah, Slushi is fully ready to team fight right now. Teammate are just ahead right now by a significant margin here. And Curse Academy have not been able to get the battles the way they want. They've just got to wait for Impactful to power up and maybe get a Miracle Shockwave. Again, we've only seen 1 person hit in 3 Shockwaves.
Yeah, it's actually a very passive game here. Only 4 kills, 25 minutes in, which is very uncharacteristic of Team 8.
Yeah.
They love to fight, but I think this is indicative of their composition and the fact that they're trying to scale, and CaliTrolls isn't on a huge playmaker early.
I mean, the thing is, I do think the late game is good, but it's not like they're going to magically just be better than Mundo, Orianna, Trist, right? It's not like waiting is definitely going to win Team 8 the game. I actually feel like they have more ways of playmaking.
Yeah, the big thing was Porpoise Pop's level 6 playmaking to get them this lead. But look at this, he's getting flanked. Chris is getting flanked in the top lane by Slushi.
Dodge the cleaver though. There's the ulti in from Nocturne's gonna go for the knock up there. One more shot to go. The ulti popped in and Chris, now ulti down, is running low on help. But there comes St. Vicious. The battle has begun. St. Chris both low. Shockwave comes in and it's gonna be the revived Dr. Mundo. Teammate wasting their time for nothing. There's the first kill finally picked up. CaliTrolls though goes 1 for 1. Getting a kill, losing his life. Now the chase in from Impactful. He's gonna find Porpoise Pops. 2 hits from killing him. One more shot will do it. And that is the kill up now towards Slushi, who cannot quite trade back. Dodo is trying as well, but Impactful getting knocked up, gets a double kill, and Curse Academy finally find a team fight.
Maple Street did nothing that fight. He did absolutely nothing. It was a 4-on-5. Curse Academy called for the turn, and it worked out perfectly. They got Chris back up with the Zillion ultimate, and they're going to go straight for a Baron here.
Wow, Curse Academy back in on this one.
Oh,
but
Maple Street.
They're so low right here. Can Kog'Maw do it? Ball comes out. Keen has mana.
Oh my God.
One hit from dead. Out goes Impactful. They are gone. Here's a TP. Now can CaliTrolls make this happen? Chris forced to run. He's got home guard, but the cleaver stops him. So does the Dissonance. Just the 4 for 1.
Wow, so they see that Curse Academy are so low. Maple Street, look at those flashing health bars. He could have gotten quadra kill.
R would have double
so many. Oh, but they stop the Baron and they make the best of bad situation despite that team fight that they lost. They're still up 3.5k gold.
Yep. Well, when you get kills and just kills. I mean, yeah, 3 kills are nice, but that's all you get. It's not too bad.
Yeah, Maple Street does nothing this fight. He sits mid lane, pushes it out, and then doesn't even join the fight. They try to take down the very tanky Mundo. They blow a lot on him. The Paranoia is down. The Last Breath is down. Dodo finally joining this fight, but Keen shows up, and he's able to just zone out. CaliTrolls is really, really low. And then Impactful. He has the red buff at this point, and he just resets. Flashes forward to get this red buff. He gets a refresh off of this too. And jumps again for Slushi. Slushi tries to turn it. He almost takes out Impactful, but the double exhaust that Curse Academy brought is exactly what the doctor ordered.
It was beautiful. And so Curse Academy very good at not dying then. Big front line, shields, revives, and long range otherwise. And so life is okay. 3,000 gold game. Definitely very close now. And we've seen what the team fight comp of Curse Academy can do. Impactful goes for actually a higher damage build of Phantom Dance per second. A little bit more damage you're going to get from Static Shiv here. So the end game spike will be massive for this Trist if Curse Academy can keep holding on. I don't know if anyone can actually deal with that damage output.
Here's the thing is Maple needs to be a part of these fights. He really, really does. It's a 4-on-5. You know, it just sounds like Captain Obvious right there, but he needs to be a part of these fights. He didn't even push down a turret. And Dragon's up, and they're going to make a move for it here. Ooh. Good chunking there. TP.
And the flash ulti from St. Vicious, big damage comes through, but no one takes the ulti from the Absolute Zero. Slushi trying to go to but he goes down first. The revive onto Nunu, a 1 for 0. And again, in comes Impactful. He's going to get Porpoise Pops. He's going to get the reset. Goes over to the Wraith camp. And teammate forced away again and again and again.
A big part of that was the teleport from Chris. He TPs after CaliTrolls uses his root and Arcane Smash, and he has nothing to interrupt it with.
He just gets it cleanly then. Curse Academy getting a good fight for themselves. That's going to be a dead Baron. Porpoise Pops is gone. And a good smite from St. Vicious securing the first Baron of the game for Curse Academy.
It puts them only 1,000 gold behind Team 8, but they also have these temporary combat stats.
Be careful, he's fast. He's got cleavers.
Oh, he's even faster.
Got Dissonance. There's CaliTrolls. A nice bubble could stop them. Great Voidoos as well, but Impactful says, you know what? I chase people down for a living. Chris going to do the same. CaliTrolls going to die.
And he's going to go in, try to get something for this, possibly a Zillion ulti, and he does.
All right, forces the cooldown out, but there's a lot of time here for Bunny Poo-Poo to get that back up. He's already at 35% CDR from items. It's already a third of the way back up.
And that's going to be a 1,000 gold lead now for Curse Academy, and the Baron buff still taking on them. One of their first leads of the game, because Team 8 had control of it throughout the start.
Yep.
a bad team fight where they didn't have Maple Street, and then the second one, they didn't actually have Cali Trolls for the entire time because his teleport was on cooldown. Chris uses his after they have a little scuffle, and he has to walk all the way to the fight. He doesn't make it there.
Yeah, it's one of the rare bad teleport misplays I've seen of Cali Trolls. He's normally always in the right place at the right time. Chris outplayed him massively there, though, and Chris Academy got the team fight off of it.
It was more of a stopping a teleport because he was
right.
trying to brawl because that's his style.
Yeah, but
then
the thing
Chris
is,
teleports in his...
he's not identifying the fact that he can't join the fight. Right?
Yeah.
Normally, Cali Trolls is the guy saying, I'm going to TP in, get the flank, make this happen. And he's like, can't TP, gonna let my team die.
Yeah. The fact he wasn't able to interrupt the teleport is just really, really big. But here's Slushi. He's going to try to make a move top with Porpoise Pop, the flash.
Good flash by Chris. Gets him out, though. Ulti flash, not too bad. Ulti gone for Porpoise Pops, and we've not seen those gangs work in a while.
They're going to push mid, though, off of this. Curse Academy are going to try to at least clear these waves and get closer to this turret, get some damage on it. It's impactful. 403. He's doing a lot of damage right now.
Well, let's see what they can do. Nice two-man pebble, but the turret goes down anyway. Curse Academy even farther ahead now. They're in complete control.
No Slushi for the win wall.
Sure, and of course, Curse Academy, when they just group together as 5, a team fight like this, the perfect high damage build for Tristana with a Blood Boil on her, rank 3 Blood Boil at that, like, you don't handle that team fight in any meaningful way. Teammate have to find crazy flank engages to make this work.
The warding from Curse Academy, though, they've started to just advance and take out these tier 2 turrets with the range of impact level 16 and that attack speed you were talking about. This is going to get chunked out so quickly.
And it's 3 hits from dead. Down it goes.
Start rolling over them now. The movement speed increases on Chris.
5 turrets down, 2,500 gold lead. Curse Academy still ready to keep going. Chris just cannot take damage at this point. Level 16 on Dr. Muda with a Visage and the Warmugs. And Impactful is the turret killing machine right now. 4-0-3. So far playing an absolutely great game. There's the next attempt. Turret goes down through backdoor bonus. This is a good attempt so far.
Minions are coming up. He's going to remove those backdoor bonuses. Every now and then, Impactful, he just sneaks a little hit in there. Just chipping away at it.
It does regenerate 180 health a minute, but it's more... well, it's not enough to deal with what Impactful's doing right now. Bunny soaks of XP there, going to get closer to 16 with that. Maple Street actually heavily underleveled. Impactful is 17 to Maple's 14. This basically puts Trist out of reach of anyone on Team 8's side. Without Cali Trolls getting an actual flank and getting the Arcane Smash knockup, they're not going to catch Impactful.
Yeah, they have to catch him with that Yasuo ultimate, but even if they do, he might even receive just the Chrono Shift.
Sure.
Back up.
Even that's rough. You're right. And this is what we sort of have discovered about Zilean support, is he works really well with some individually fed members, where it's like, you must deal with this guy, but he can't be dealt with because of the revive. You're seeing Chris is massive. You're seeing Impactful's massive. Either one get revived from the team fight's kind of lost for Team 8.
Yeah, and fun thing here is Keen actually has 100% kill participation on himself, and everybody else on Curse Academy, they've just been winning these team fights back and forth. They have a lot of assists between them because they're grouping up and they're taking it to Team 8, and Team 8 are just having tiny misplays, but those misplays will cost you the entire fight.
Yeah. That's been happening so far for Team 8. They've also just stalled out very heavily now. Curse Academy dictating the pace, keeping the ward coverage up with their double sight stone.
Maple's late again. Having to walk
with
the
Chris,
bot
though. It's a 4-on-4, but the thing is, missing an 80 carry is too important at this point. Frozen Heart also not for Saint.
The ward coverage of Curse Academy just looks really good. You can tell they want to siege this part of the map because they set up for it. They set up for it with pinks too in the back, so that they can't get flanked by TPs and can escape that way.
And Curse Academy now, I think on this wave, might just take down the turret. There's Impactful going with the Rapid Fire, with the Blood Boil. Nice bubble comes in, and that was the exact time Team 8 could maybe try to engage. But even with a knockup on the 80 carry, they are too afraid to fight. Teammate's going to keep getting walked over this game.
There's a level advantage here for Curse Academy that you kind of have to respect. 18 on their mid laner, 17 on Chris, and on Impactful, and then just the deficits too. Cali Trolls is 2 levels down, and so is Maple Street. They don't have their rank 3 ultimates.
That's true. And maybe that'll be enough to wait for, that you get those power spikes in and maybe life turns back around a little bit, but it's going to be 15 minutes of waiting for Curse Academy to build whatever kind of lead they can of Teammate not even trying to stop them.
Recalls Curse Academy right in time for Dragon. Yeah, they've got a gold lead. Cash in, take the globals one more time, and use Baron buff to push down inhibitors. And that's a 3-minute clock before teammate loses the game off sieging. If they don't make a play before then, like that's the game for Curse Academy.
It's just they didn't group up for the team fights in Curse Academy. They took advantage of that completely.
Yep.
Team fighting with one member down, 4v5 is never a good situation.
Well, blue buff on Maple Street. He is now level 16, so we can help reach the backline a little bit, do some more poke, and his combat stats are scaling up now. Dragon in 2 seconds.
Split push coming out though from Team 8, and they're too far away. They gave away their position because they're in that entire warded area from Curse Academy in that top red side jungle, and they gave the buffs to Maple Street, both of them.
Yeah.
Help them catch up in experience.
Well, it's all on Maple right now. Individually, he's got 1,300 gold in inventory. He's 1,000 gold away from getting his Infinity Edge. By the time he gets that money, they're going to lose an inhibitor. So, unfortunately for Maple, he's not going to be able to break down this Mundo, who's got Warmog's Thornmail and another Chain Vest on him. Maple's basically fallen behind now because of great global gold coming in for Curse Academy.
And we see they're actually doing the Baron right now and using Chris as a bait. He does have his teleport available. Dodo wards over the wall. There's the TP coming in. They're trying to disrupt this. They're still going for it.
There's the engage. The smite goes to St. Vicious, so Porpoise Pops goes in. Calitros as well. Teammate, can they win this battle? They're not well positioned though. Impactful getting good damage down. Slushy now wants to chase down Trish. Can't quite do it. Good kiting. The knockup onto Key, but he stays alive. Rampage now as Slushy falls down. Calitros also chased. Impactful finds a kill. 2 for 0 so far. Teammate forced to run.
Yeah, 2 for 0, and they still have the Zillion ultimate available on Bunny Fufu. That was a team fight that was completely in favor of Curse Academy, and they want more with the red.
Bubble's not going to land. Maple Street going to be going down. The revive forced on Impactful. Now it's a 3 for 0. The slow on the Dodo make that 4 kills plus Baron. This could be the game-winning push right now.
It's 5 members to 1 right now, and Curse Academy, they're going to continue to push this down. They have the Baron buff for some regen, and Nunu, he can just keep consuming.
Yeah, they're going to be just fine on this one there. Inhibitor is gone, 20 seconds on the revives, and Curse Academy looking for the death blow 38 minutes in. Chris dancing back and forth. He's too taking to die. Leaves the W on, because why the heck not? They flash for good measure as well, putting the spells on cooldown. Shockwave in the river, and there we go. 38 minutes, game 1, Curse Academy.
The strategic play of Curse Academy and taking advantage of the missed positions from Team 8. They had a team fight composition, but they just didn't group, and Curse Academy took Baron after Baron off of the misplays.
Yep. Teammate, I think, needed to get some playmaking going in, but unfortunately, they just seemed to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Chris's teleports were better, the flanks were better. It just was people getting caught out from Teammate that they're normally so good at forcing.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a reverse game for them.
Yeah, and the fact that Impactful got so big, 6-0 and 5 for him.
Yeah.
They had an Orianna backing him up, who also had a really good score line, 5-1 and 6. That there's multi-pronged threat on that team. And you saw in the last team fight, Slushy went for a last breath, only got Keen in it. Didn't get Impactful at the same time. Yeah. If he did, it might have been a slightly different team fight, but Bunny Fufu still had his ultimate available.
That's true, and realistically, there was no good way in on that game afterwards when Curse Academy specifically just played the 5-on-5s. What I like as well from that game was back in Champs League, actually. The sort of bluff called by Curse Academy. You actually mentioned this, that Cali Trolls loves to brawl, and he's on a non-playmaking top laner. He's on this Maokai who can't easily force kills. Throughout the playoffs, I had seen great synergy between Cali Trolls and Porpoise Pops. The top lane ganks were so darn good. And Curse Academy baited a tank versus tank top lane. First pick Orianna, expect the Maokai pickup, and then suddenly nothing happens anymore. And Curse Academy gets to play, as you mentioned, the strategic game, the team fight game where Tristana is completely safe, unreachable. And look what happens.
Yeah, and most of the Dragons went to teammate at the start of the game, the first 3 or so.
The very first one went to Curse Academy to put the goal back to equal, and then yeah, teammate tried to control.
After that, the Dragons that were worth a substantial amount to them just got them further and further ahead, but then they threw that lead away. Maple Street pushing bottom, pushing mid, not being a part of that fight, and then the next fight right after that cost them even more and got the Baron onto Curse Academy, and then they just started to walk away with the game.
Yeah.
Their warding and their ability to close out the game from Curse Academy definitely looked better. They were able to just hold off, then keep the pressure on when they did have a lead.
Yeah.
So that was a big problem there because Team 8, they didn't continue pressure because they could have grouped as 5 and continued to push with that lead because they had a distinct advantage in 5-on-5s.
Yeah, and they played it just kind of slow. And there's a lot of really small to moderate things that I think contributed to this loss. I think the biggest one, you're absolutely right, is the fact that Team 8 failed to use their lead against a team that's like, when we get our spikes in, we're going to team fight you and just go for it hard. But also the fact that Kog'Maw, his build sucked, 24-second, can't kill Mundo, and you saw Chris be unstoppable there as well. One death game, gave away first blood from a repeated attempt gank top that finally paid off for Team 8, but otherwise, great plays all throughout the lineup for Curse Academy. For now, we're going to throw it over to the experts at the analyst desk to break down that victory by Curse Academy.
Thanks, Freak. I'm James Patterson, and with me to break down the series is Joshua Jet Leesman. Just the two of us, man, in this one.
For now. And I mean, it said experts on this desk. I do think the challenger scene experts are definitely Zyrene and Freak, but we're going to try to just kind of analyze this from just what we saw in this game mostly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the thing that I want to start off with is the fact that we saw the Trist, hyper carry, protect the carry composition come out that all the teams across both the LCS and the Challenger Series are picking up now. And I want to talk about how that can be beaten at this point. Is it solved by a ban? I mean, is that what you have to do at this point?
We're going to see a lot of Tristana bans, I think, just in the future. But in this game in particular, a lot of it would just have to do with making sure you're building enough damage that you can actually execute this Trist. Yes, they did have a lot of shielding in the sense, just with the Orianna, but it wasn't as crazy as the one we saw from TSM yesterday that had the Lulu in the top lane and the Nami. It was just the Zillion that could save him, and it really wasn't a problem until that one ill-fated fight in the top lane.
Right, so you spoke to damage. I feel one of the things that I feel could have been done better on the side of Team 8 was to snowball that early lead by building more damage onto the Nocturne. He went very defensive very early, went straight from a Lizard Elder into a Randuin's, and then only followed that with a Hex Drinker for very little damage output.
There were strange choices. You and me were kind of talking about this. Every item build can work in the right circumstance, as we saw from Quas when he did Frozen Mallet, Bloodthirster on Nidalee after Trinity Force, right? But this Nocturne build, I've seen Lizard Elder, it was the Nocturne build before he made Feral Flare, right? So what kind of happened in the progression of this Nocturne build is Feral Flare came out, it was really overtuned. It got taken back, yet people are still just going it on Nocturne, even though he was successful with Lizard Elder. So when I saw that, I thought, that's totally fine. He's going to do that. Blade of the Ruin King, he's still going to be able to dive on and kill somebody. But then he did the Hex Drinker in full tank and completely fell off the face of the earth. When they dove in with Maokai and Nocturne, they couldn't even touch Tristana, and once that happened, the game was over.
Right, and then I want to touch on the point, though, too, that Porpoise Pops also focus so heavily in that top lane, as Freak and Zyrene mentioned, that's generally the way they want to operate with Cali Trolls. But you have Maokai and Mundo in the top lane, and you're still allocating all your resources up there. You're allowing this Trist and this Orianna to just come to power and roll over you in the late game. So is this an adjustment that needs to be made in terms of, hey, look, they're going to go for these hyper carries. They're going to try and play tanks top. Maybe we ignore that. Let Cali play his game. Let's put the jungle focus somewhere else. Or do they have to just say, no, we're going to put Cali on someone with some damage, and we will go back to our normal focus top lane strat?
I think Team 8 has two options. They can either not do a tank v tank again, or they can just decide to focus another lane. I do think it would probably be beneficial if they did actually let Cali Trolls play something that could do a little bit more damage. That's more of Team 8's style. But honestly, they did make it to the finals, and they did 2-0 Team Coast, so they should be able to make an adjustment.
All right. And they also, though, there weren't a ton of jungle bans coming out there, so it's kind of an interesting pick with the Nocturne. I mean, I understand the dive potential there, the engage that you have from Mao and Nocturne, but also, like, early pressure junglers, right? Lee Sin, Elise, we're not seeing them as much anymore. Understanding that those nerfs did come through that hurt them a little bit, but not entirely too much. And so I'd be interested to see a little bit of that early game jungle pressure creep back into these games.
It could absolutely happen. Nunu seems to be king here in North America. Every region has their little pockets of their most powerful pick. Nunu is reigning supreme with how much dive and hyper carry there is, especially from the AD carry position. It's hard to dive through a Nunu. And he makes the guy more powerful, which has been king so far.
All right, well, let's jump into a replay here. We're going to go 26 minutes into the game. We got a 4-for-1. This is an interesting choice here. Again, the focus onto the Mundo. If we can go ahead and roll this clip out.
It was absolutely the breaking point of this game. They had Slushy, so they had a lot of their damage there with the Nocturne, and they thought, let's just kill this Mundo, the tank will be gone, then they can do whatever they want. Except Curse Academy came back at them. Notice that dive was done without any vision control, which was really the damning thing. And the extra bad thing was the fact that Impactful was able to pick up any kills here because A, that fight didn't work to pull off the next play, but B, this is the fight that Impactful got going on. And when we looked at the team compositions, as the rest of the game played out, him getting these kills was the nail in the coffin, even though Curse Academy looked like they were losing the whole game.
Well, and that's the type of fight that you want on that team, right? That Curse Academy has, where you kind of wait out the giant damage burst potential and then chase it through to get those kills onto Tristana. One of the other things I noticed there is they went in, like you said, without the vision control, but also without an ignite to put down onto the Mundo. So again, just a really interesting choice in target selection when it comes to the team fight. They would have been much better off looking for a fight to go directly onto the Tristana at that point, who didn't really have any power.
The strange thing is, I think one of the things that makes Team 8 such a fascinating team and a fan favorite from a lot of the people in the Challenger scene is they make plays like that. Sometimes they work out fantastically. You do save gold and gain efficiency by being a little bit crazy with a lot of your plays. Sometimes that works out for Team 8, sometimes it doesn't. Inconsistency is rampant when you have that style of play.
All right. Well, all that being said, right, we have to give credit to Curse Academy for turning that game around. They played very well. I think that having a few of those veterans on the team probably plays into the composure that they played with. But looking into the next game, right, they're up 1-0. Yeah. What do we think that they're going to focus on here in order to continue their lead and take another game?
Yeah, I think they're just going to try and limit Impactful a little bit more. Impactful is the star of Curse Academy for the most part. St. Vicious has humongously large amounts of praise for that guy. And he showed right there as the main threat of the team. He was able to carry them through. If at the very least, I know there's important bans all over the map, probably a Tristana ban.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see the Tristana ban or the attempt at taking it away. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we return, it's Game 2 between Team 8 and Curse Academy for the Summer Challenger title. You won't want to miss it.
The knock by the Bunny Fubu. In goes Slushy. Exhaust is on. And there goes Maokai. Dragon already taken. There's a shockwave. Picks up one. That's Dodo going down. One more shot will do it. And that is the kill up now towards Slushy, who cannot quite trade back. Dodo is trying as well, but Impactful getting knocked up. Gets a double kill. Double's not going to land. Maple Street going to be going down. The revive forced on Impactful. Now it's a 3-for-0. The slow on the Dodo. Make that 4 kills.
All right, good job, guys. Good job.
What's up, beautiful people? Welcome back to the 2014 North American Challenger Series Summer Finals. Game 2 between Curse Academy and Team 8 is just about to get underway. Curse Academy right now leading at 1-0, meaning 4-0 for Curse today.
Maybe they'll make a full sweep. Who knows? It's quite possible. I mean, the way that they were playing that game is something that we hadn't seen previously because they got taken They 2-0'd LawPro the other day, and I've been hearing different things about how they are very wishy-washy in the mid lane and how it doesn't always work out. But that game, it definitely worked out for them.
Yeah.
And they definitely kind of found what their strat was, what their win condition was, and played to that strength. You said that you think Impactful is the best player on this team.
He's showing it, and I think it's a popular opinion. He's an unsung hero, but he's great. His Tristana was 6-0-5. They clearly built the team comp around him, and lo and behold, they did wonderfully. He never died. He carried the team fights.
Yeah, and on the other side, though, it's Cali Trolls, who's typically regarded as the most aggressive player on Team 8's side. He went 2-3-1 and had a 1.0 KDA on Maokai, and I think he really needs to return to his roots, and not the Maokai. That's not even a pun. That was an accident. But he does need to play those tanky champions. He needs to go on a playmaking champion for himself, because that is his style. He needs to have an aggressive laner that once you get a lead, because when you keep a Mundo down, you don't actually keep him down. He's going to scale up pretty much no matter what, unless you utterly just destroy him.
Right, you've got to basically be really mid-game focused then. We actually saw it in CLG versus Curse, where Dexter spent all of his time trying to stop Quas Nidalee. And they kept Nidalee down, but the rest of the team flourished, and so the rest of Curse carried the game, and Cop and Voidboy were awesome, and it was just like glorious and free. In this case, you spend a whole bunch of time trying to take down Dr. Mundo, and Impactful is scaling up his Tristana the entire game. When you're supposed to have this Kog'Maw who's supposed to bully at level 9 with an item lead, right? When you've got a Nami landing bubbles all game. When you've got a Yasuo with gank setup. Like, none of this is being touched in the slightest by Porpoise Pops, and I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, and that big team fight that they actually went over once again, where Maple Street wasn't a part of it, Maple Street actually had the highest damage on Team 8 by a large portion.
Yeah, he did.
And he wasn't even a part of that team fight. He was not contributing at all. So if they had him in the fight, if they had his DPS, they had his damage, that may have been different. And you saw how low Impactful was near the middle of that fight, and even when Slushie turned on him. Just having another threat that Curse Academy had to tunnel on and try to get further into the back line for would have been great, and also just the damage output in general.
And we're going to see adaptations come through right now. It's the Nunu ban actually brought against Curse Academy. Personally, I would actually want to see a Mundo ban against Chris to allow that top lane to be aggressive again. Because Mundo can trickle out the matchups. Chris is a good player, the champion. There it is, smart choice, Team 8.
This is most likely going to force Chris onto Ryze.
True.
Which is his fallback
But
champion.
at least that's killable.
Exactly.
Like, at this point, you can Maokai, because Maokai can kill Ryze, but he can't kill Mundo.
Okay, yeah, that definitely makes sense here for the team coming into this, and they're going to go back to the Maokai here for Cali Trolls. You know, the Gragas is available, but they're going to opt for that instead. He has full confidence in his Maokai here.
I want to see the whole meta breaking, and Maokai goes back into the jungle, and everyone like realizes, oh wait, Chamber was good there the entire time. And then the predictions will come full circle. But Curse Academy will still get the Tristana for Impactful. I think it's the smart thing to pick first round. Locked in. The Zillion's still coming through for Bunny Fufu. They don't want to change that bot lane at all.
Yep, exactly the same bot lane composition here for Curse Academy. It worked in game 1. It's not broken, so they don't have to fix it.
But here's a good thing for Team 8 right now is the fact that I actually like the setup a lot. Because Curse Academy have run a double AD comp before, and to me, the biggest champion to play against double AD is Ziggs himself. And Team 8 locked that in, knowing Curse Academy has last pick here. It was mid-Corki last time they ran this. I love the backline reach of Team 8. This actually helps them knock down Impactful. They can also just play big front line and push through with all the Ziggs resistant damage. I think this is a good comp so far for Team 8.
And here's the thing. Even though Yasuo is open, Slushie goes for the Ziggs because that was banned last game, and this time it was substituted out for the Kha'Zix ban against Porpoise Pops. So Slushie, he does have this wave clear champion that he actually has gotten his hands on multiple times here. He's played it 3 times just in playoffs alone. So it's a big part of that 8.7 KDA that he's currently rocking, or was rocking until last game.
Yeah, sure, and I do love the Ziggs here. I think it's the right choice overall. Evelyn will come through for St. Vicious, though. And that'll be all kinds of fun to watch for. The Invisible Gank should be plenty strong. Maple can just go right back in the Kog'Maw. I actually expect to still see Nami, by the way.
And the big thing here is Keen once again got his hands on Orianna. We've seen him on Orianna 3 out of the 4 times that we've seen him. His other game was a Corki, but his performance on that champion is extremely solid. It is one of his top 4 champions that he was playing in Oceania, and it's the one that wasn't touched by any patch for the most part.
Yeah.
So he has full confidence on that champion, and also pairing that with St. Vicious, who's going to have a movement speed increase. He's also going to have a movement speed increase from Bunny Fufu. He can also flank around, and it'll be like a submarine shockwave.
Yeah, Curse Academy do have really good team fight engaged. Before it was like, well, just peel
for the Tristana. Set up, hope team fights happen. Now actually Curse Academy have a better way to force them themselves. And I think that will be an improvement for their team comp.
They can still kite backwards with this composition.
Of course they can.
Multiple movement speed increases that will allow actually Impactful to go really hard too.
Top lane matchup.
Stack another one on top.
This is a much more defensive team fight though. This is interesting because there will be very little damage output from Curse Academy. It is entirely on Keen and Impactful right now. It is a Lulu lock-in, so it is top lane Lulu for Chris here. And even if last game was the Keen and Impactful show, this game is even more so the Keen and Impactful show. So if I'm teammate right now, you stop trying to get Cali Trolls fed and you knock down one of those two carries and itemize against the other.
Yeah, instead, when I talked about it in the first game, where I thought Porpoise Pops was going to gank bottom first at level 6, and then have Maokai TP down bottom at the same time. Like, I thought that was going to be the play for Teammate, and what would start getting them dragons and other objectives off of that. But that's really the type of play that they have to make in this matchup, because there's just so much on Impactful shoulders and so much that's going to try and magnify and amplify his contribution to teams.
Yeah.
The team fight.
And one thing that's going to be hard, though, is the fact that I think Teammate's comp works so well here. When you have individual focus supports, right? Zillion revives, Orianna shield, the Lulu single target shields as well. AoE teams crush that because all these supports are squishy. So they're all going to die to a Zigzult. And like, it's Impactful left alive. He won't win a 1v4. So I think Teammate have a good shot at this one, and Curse Academy have to play around it properly to win. Now that Curse Academy leads 1-0 in the best of 5. Let's see who you guys at home think will be crowned the Kings of Summer. Tweet, of course, as always, to @LOL Esports. Use either hashtag T8win or hashtag CAwin, and we will tally your votes in a few minutes.
Yeah, so get going onto the Twitter sphere. Tweet your opinion, your prediction. But a big thing here for me is that Slushy, he got Ziggs. It was banned away from him. He's had great performances on it in the past. We saw his Yasuo. Didn't have a great game on it. Instead, throws it by the wayside, says, I will go back to this champion that I have great performances on consistently. And actually, whenever he plays Ziggs, he is always the highest damage dealer on the team. And he actually plays it kind of like a burst mage. He will wait in a bush, and then he'll throw all his abilities at once onto somebody.
Something to watch for sure. Let's see if the lanes all pan out. Interesting start by Cali Trolls, by the way. Flask Pink Ward. Gotta see how sneaky that ward drop can be.
This is just taking me back to when he would play Kale and when he would play Kha'Zix in the top lane, because he's in charge of their level 1 shot calling, and he tells everybody exactly what to do. He tells them where to place a ward, what to do with it, and he started with the Pink Ward every game in the past.
Oh, wow.
And now he's going back to that. This was his Kale build. This is his Kha'Zix top build, and this is going to do it on the Maokai.
Well, Cali Trolls has not shown himself, so they don't know that there's a pink ward waiting to be used here. Soccer Ball did spot out that Chris was up there. And he trinket wards the top brush.
Porpoise Pops knows that St. Vicious is around because that ward came right down on top of him and off to the right.
Teammate gonna happily go through this. Defensive pink ward there at the front of the river for Teammate. That was the use. Went down at 1 minute. We'll see how worth it that ward ends up being.
They threw a ward inside of the red buff too.
Smart.
But here's the lane swap coming out for Curse Academy. They're actually putting their bottom lane up in the top lane, so their AD carry and support will be here, and it looks like it might be a late invade.
This is interesting, actually. So yeah, Curse Academy are going to lane swap this, and yeah, we might see them run down to that blue buff, but the interesting thing is so much more information has been gained from the wards of Teammate. Bam. Curse Academy's invade is going to get watched. Good timing on that ward. Like, how good is that, right? They know the late invade timing. Puts the ward down at 50 seconds to spot them coming down. They know it's going to be attempted here. Soccer Ball's already there as well. Like, Cali Trolls knows this level 1 by the back of his hand.
Yeah, and now he has to go and abandon that top lane and find a way to jungle as the tree.
He can do it, I believe.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and start up a camp. He might even start up the red and wait for Porpoise Pops to get there and then just hand it off to him.
And we'll have a nice equal 2-on-2 buff trade then. Porpoise going to actually walk through a ward on his way down. Cali Trolls slowly starts up this camp for the teammates. And we're otherwise going to have a pretty standard sort of game right now. Both duo lanes in 2v0s.
It's actually going to be...
Very unfortunate. That ward goes down and does basically nothing there.
They take the right exit out of the jungle. If they had just gone straight up top, or if they had gone out that way, they took a very aggressive way out. They went from the Wolves.
Well, it's safe.
Wrapped around.
You lane swapped. You Sakog and Nami.
Oh, yeah. It's extremely safe in the jungle.
That tells me they did not expect the lane swap, though. Just because otherwise that ward wouldn't get seen for a long time. Curse Academy now heavily winning the fan vote on Twitter. And with a game one like that, why the heck not vote that way? Slushi right now, the early push up against Keen.
It's going down pretty quickly. Oh, and it's gone.
Back to 0-0. Not really.
Wards, consumables for Chris in the bot lane already, and they've moved Bunny Fufu down here. But it's going to actually call 4 members of Team 8 to this bot lane. And Bunny, he is going to see Callie.
Did he quite? I think the ward did for sure.
Yeah,
Ward was spotted as well. Chris is there with the defense.
Oh, here comes the gank mid, though.
Ooh, good damage early on. Slushi going to satchel charge away, but has to burn summon or heal, and only 200 health now left on that Ziggs. Great early gank by Saint.
Yeah, doesn't have to blow his flash. Saint comes from the left side and pushes it in. And at this point, Team 8, they've got control of this jungle, though. That's about all they have going for them.
But they're not making any plays yet on Chris and Bunny Fufu, so the farm is coming in pretty securely, while Calitrolls is still farming the jungle, so Chris is going to grow a lead here in that matchup.
Yeah, and nobody is soaking that experience top right now for Team 8.
Exactly.
They're basically wasting minions.
That's a really big risk right now for Team 8 here. Because as much as you said, Calitrolls talks about gank assistance, and before it was, can Vlad even jungle in the first place? The way players are playing it right now, though, is you actually sit in a duo lane largely, and the top laner still lanes for most of the time. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with his champion diversity requirements.
We have to have a talk with him then. Go give him your thoughts.
Yep. We're seeing time bombs, though, come out on Maple Street.
Slushi getting harassed again.
And again, he does not have heal. 130 health left. Keen does have Ignite. Flash Auto Ignite would kill Slushi right here. We're close to it. You can see how defensive he has to be. If Evelyn's there, he's dead. So he last hits with a C, or with a satchel charge and a Q, and runs right away. So she's going to heal up with a Chalice and a fairly useless green ward.
Yeah, Lulu can last hit very easily in this lane. There's the meantime. In the meantime, up top though, we're gonna have Calitrolls going back up there, and here comes Saint right behind him. If he extends a little too far, there's a red buff on Saint.
Rocket jump on in. There's the damage up, but roots in towards Saint, forced to flash away. That is a second flash.
But Porpoise is here.
Saint Bitch, but here comes Porpoise Pop. Saint will flash away safely. That is a trade of summoners now.
They trade the flash, but the flash for the laner is a little more important.
What it does do, though, is it makes Evelyn afraid, though, because you can no longer get away from being ganked or getting invaded upon or failing a dive. So it might actually stop Saint from doing much more.
Yeah, that's true. As he shows up to the lanes, he doesn't have as many escape options available. And Evelyn can't get over walls naturally, so is prone to invades, but I don't think Porpoise Pops will go for one.
But it does mean you have to respect Ziggs and Maokai a whole lot, because they can make your life really painful. Curse Academy's bot lane actually forced back. Right now you're seeing good harass come out from Dodo. 13 gold gained right there. It's basically caster minion.
Impactful, level 6 for himself in the top lane, and they're going to swap it back now because they had that advantage for themselves. And Impactful will make it to this bot lane pretty much just in time to soak up this wave if they don't fast push it, but they do. They fast push it just for that reason.
All right, and look at all this.
Ooh, Dragon Claps.
Ooh, very smart. Look at that. The recalls right now already happening from teammate Curse Academy. Taking some time to put some wards down. They push back Porpoise Pops. Good ward from Keen. Looks like Saint actually wants to hold mid for a time.
They're setting up for this second round red buff, but also keeping tabs on Porpoise Pops as he gets near that level 6 area. Saint, he's going for more vision. More vision of this jungle, more vision of Porpoise Pops and what his route is.
Well, here's the thing, is they expect Nocturne to be level 6 really soon. And so if they get wards in the jungle right now, they know when Porpoise Pops is ganking.
They see him. They know that he's here. Slushi is trying to wrap around the corner. They saw Porpoise Pops come to this buff. Keen and Saint are here.
Does spell shield some of the damage, but he's still taking more from Saint. Vicious flashes. The wall cannot be chased. The Curse Academy are there in force, and they will steal this blue buff.
And Chris He came down from the top lane as well. He's level 4, and he's still contributing to this invade. And it's a great move there by Curse Academy to secure themselves a buff at the 7-minute and 40-second mark.
Absolutely right. So beautiful play here. Keen already doing a great job in the mid lane, and St. Vicious out jungling Porpoise Pops right now. Impactful on the chase now against Dodo. Good bubble stops him back.
He's got to take the long way around. Lane got pushed as he was warding. And that's actually going to be Saint rushing straight to his second blue buff. So that he makes sure that it isn't taken or counter jungled away from him. They did ward it.
All right, so tie game though, honestly. As much as Saint's been making great moves. Ooh, nice attempt. As much as there have been really, really good moves by the Curse Academy roster, I think they're largely outplaying the early game. We're not seeing it manifest very much in the gold graphs here. Will there be anything that happens off the blue buff disparity? Saint has one, Keen has one, none on Team 8.
Saint's also 6 first. Looking for a gank or his red in his jungle route. And down bottom, there is a little bit of a level disparity, like you said. There's going to be Maple Street still sitting at that 6 mark.
Let's see what we've got here. Tristana still scaling up, Kog'Maw doing the same. And really like the last game, it has been a heavily control-based, very slow early game here. That eventually Curse Academy just get into team fights for. That's been their style, is patiently waiting for Impactful to come online. And that has yet to be disrupted by Team 8. Dodo lands bubbles, but there's never any follow-up. Maple says his job is just a last hit. Doesn't even matter what Dodo does.
Yeah, level 6 here for Porpoise Pops. Is he going to look bottom even before Dodo is 6?
I think it's... Wow, yeah, they're out-leveled in the bot lane. There's already Revive here for Bunny Fufu. This gank could very easily fail unless they go on Bunny specifically.
Trying to get in range.
He is in range. He's on a pink ward too. They know he's safe. But you can see how far back Curse Academy are playing.
Looking for the bubble.
There's
the
engage. Land? Nope. That bubble would have been the ulti.
And meanwhile, they actually have St. Vicious. He's looking up top to try and shut down Cali Trolls.
There's the attempt. Slow misses, but there's the ulti. Can Cali Trolls get away though? He's been knocked up by Chris, losing more and more health. Flash is down. The ulti was there. Puts the root in, but it's not going to be enough. Kill goes over to Chris. The re-engage on Bunny. Tidal Wave flashed away from Impactful is safe, but the fear is down. The ulti damage not quite enough. Bunny's going to walk away with about 30 health.
He still has his ulti on himself as well. So even if he had gotten taken out there, it wouldn't have been a kill. But look at this in the mid lane. Slushie.
Shockwave heals before the ignite. That was crucial. Slushie does stay alive, but he is low now, 200 health.
Everybody is getting bullied around by Curse Academy right now, except that bottom lane. Turn it around because Porpoise Pops putting his attention there and trying to shut down that Tristana before it gets online.
Look at that. Keen just zones Slushie away from the CS, away from the experience and life. It's pretty hard right now for the teammate members. Is that a level 8 St. Vicious now?
Yes, that is.
Absolutely crushing Porpoise in the jungle. Lizard Elder already done. Warden inventory. You just got to feel good if you're Curse Academy right now. You know you're winning this game.
Yeah, 1,300 gold lead. No dragons done just yet for this team, but Saint has been farming. He has been going to lanes. He's been taking some experience by crossing straight through them, but you don't notice that he's there because he's Evelyn.
Yeah.
Little invisible tax.
Besides, they're getting zillion passive anyway. It's not like you're going to get behind in your lanes regardless.
Exactly.
It's a good way to like focus your experience lead. All the laners stay equal. Saint's up 2 levels just by taxing invisibly. Like the government.
It's not always invisible.
That's true. There's enough zeros on it, you notice after a while. Impactful and Bunny Fufu, though, losing some health. And this is what's supposed to happen in this matchup. This is why Triforce first Cog is supposed to be so good, is you destroy the 2-on-2. You don't get that with Ruin King, though. That's why I make fun of Maple Street's build here, is it misses out on what that power spike's supposed to do.
I think he's just going for the sustain, but of course Dodo's going to help keep
He's got
healthy.
a Nami.
Exactly.
He does it regardless of his
Slushie, though,
teammate.
he's getting ganked by Saint.
Oh, Shockwave throws him back in! Goodbye, Slushie.
He just scorpion that sucker.
That was awesome. Get over here!
Now they're going to go straight for that dragon right afterwards.
Get over here, dragon.
They just
Tamer Lulu, says Cali Trolls. Got him.
The harassment back and forth between these guys and Freak to the general populace. With the dragon being picked up here by Curse Academy. Saint He comes in with the ball on him, and it just redirects it. Oh!
The command attack and a shockwave is so good there, too, to lead it forward.
Slushie did that pretty much as quickly as he possibly could have, but the fact that he, like, visually, like, mentally, you're sitting there thinking the ball's going to come from Orianna. You don't see it when it's on the Evelynn. And then it just comes from an angle, and you're like, oh, God, the travel time.
See, that's got to make you realize that Evelynn's there. When the ball is gone, you're like, where'd the ball go? It's invisible.
Where did it go?
Who else is invisible? St. Vicious.
Or he threw it off to the right side. I don't know.
I guess.
What if you just saw the ball floating there, just spinning around nothing?
Over his head. Yeah. That would be a good giveaway.
Yeah.
I feel like you'd know Saint was there if that
Why
happened.
it doesn't do that. You control your Evelynns.
I mean, as Nami, you can do that anyway, just heal her.
It does happen.
Sona W reveals teammates in brush. How many ganks have you lost with Sona hitting W?
Yeah, it happens. it happens a lot.
A lot, right? Well, impactful. Plus 75 attack damage from items right here, not kind of the BF, Doran's Blaze rather. He's doing nicely now, 117
TP.
CS. Ooh.
TP coming to the bot lane. Chris
Here it
is there.
comes. Chris
Here's
knocked
Dodo.
up. Dodo's got to be real careful. Two-man ulti, but he goes down to Chris right there already.
The collapse from Curse Academy. And here's the thing is they had Cali TP in, but I don't know how much they can do here. They don't have Slushie.
Well, he roots it impactful. There's the shield in from Keen, and Cali Trolls realizes, whoops, outnumbered, loses his flash.
Slushie's still trying to show up to this fight, though, clearing a ward, and he's getting sectioned off.
Wow, another great shockwave. Slushie tries to get over the wall. He still goes down, and Saint is on the chase for Cali Trolls. His ulti is on cooldown as well. And now teammates stuck under the turret with nowhere to go right now.
This game, and look at that, he's going for impactful.
Good choice, Porpoise pops.
Flash.
He flashed it, but does not catch the fear.
He's not
impactful.
fast
Nice knockback.
Oh, Porpoise Pops is screwed.
A little bit. I think he's going down. Chris gets another kill. 3-0-1 on the Lulu. And Curse Academy are completely out-fighting teammate.
Wow, the 4K gold lead already for Curse Academy. 15 minutes into the game, 5-0. Looking for possibly a shutout here.
Yep. Makings of a perfect game already, 15 minutes in.
Curse organization's probably really happy.
I would say so.
Both the Academy
and the graduates.
And the main team.
They should like what CLG did when they had like CLG Black, CLG EU. It was CLG Prime.
Yeah.
I think it's Curse Academy and no, it's Curse Graduates. They made it out of the Academy. They're full wizards now.
Cursed Graduate School.
Sure. Oh yeah, they have like Curse PhD.
Yeah.
Dr. Voyboy.
Voyboy MD.
Yep. I think this is Dr. Quas. He plays Mundo enough.
Dr. Quas in medicine. Boy.
Wow.
Dr. Quas in medicine boy. Boom.
Why not? St.
Only
Vicious,
like
though,
one person's going to get that reference.
I got it.
Okay, 5 people.
We're just doing pity laughs now for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I get enough. I figure I can share them. Keen, though, honestly, the rest of his team, well in control. 3,000 gold up. Every move has worked out right here. The only really thing that's going well for Teammate is the fact that if they actually get into a real team fight, a real 5-on-5, I think it goes well for them. And Slushie, despite his deaths, is holding up in CS. So there are still elements here that can work for Teammate. I really do believe that.
Well, the big thing, too, is that all of the kills are focused on the top laner and the jungler here for Curse Academy, which are the lowest damage members of the team.
Yeah.
Like, that is where their gold is centralized from these team fights. Like, there isn't any bonus gold on Teammate's side. And the fact that the Dragons have been going over to Curse Academy is saying that the gold is spread out, but it's on those guys mostly. If it was on Keen, if it was on Impactful, then it'd definitely be this composition getting off the ground even further. Right now, it's kind of, all right, we have a Lulu, so our utility is a little stronger. St. Vicious, okay, so our early game is a little stronger, but they have to capitalize even further off of it.
Completely agree. We're going to see if they can actually do that here. You're seeing down the line of the actual matchups.
Yeah. Maple's actually ahead.
Right. Like, you know, and it's a 300 gold difference in the mid lane. Like, it doesn't even matter really here unless you hit an actual like death cap combined breakpoint. So Teammate in actual team fights really could hold on here. Keep that in mind.
Oh, but here's the bonus gold showing up
no
to the top
there.
lane.
He's like, that was a ward. Someone's here. Who could be invisible in the jungle?
Man, this question. Teammate needs to go to the academy because they keep getting it wrong.
St. Vicious.
kills with a white.
Collapse
Academy. Yeah. And this is the team. Like, Curse Academy, I think, are making such good shot calls in this game. They're actually doing things and getting ahead for it. Top lane out of turret's going to go down. They're going to miss gold if they... Okay, Chris has got this. I mean, he'll get it eventually, right?
It is a yordle fart away from falling over.
Those heal you. Uh-oh, Shockwave does not hit anything. I think it was spell shooted by Porpoise Pops, but he's still going to go down to St. Vicious. Low health Orianna on the revive. Maple Street deals some decent damage, but it's still a 1-for-0. Zigzag comes in. They can nearly get impactful. The bubble gets dodged away from Time Bomb on a Dodo. And now Chris a little bit blocked off, but Cali Trolls forced away from the fight. Still, they want the chase flash forced in, and there's the chase. Lucy knocks them back in. Curse Academy are out of mana, but there's just not enough damage coming through from teammate.
It gets away with the speed up from Bunny Fufu to avoid even more of that explosive minefield, and that's going to reward teammate with a blue buff, but they did lose Porpoise Pops.
They're rewarded with their own blue buff. Like, not even really a reward for losing a team fight. But
they defend their blue buff.
That's at least good, but it's still another kill going over to Curse Academy. Chris and St. Vicious now sharing at 3 apiece. And this will be a dead dragon as well. Maple? I don't think so. Could have Ard, just to try.
There wasn't actually a smite from St. Vicious there. He didn't go for it. He just used it now on the blue.
See? Would have worked for Maple.
Boom. But at the same time, they're going to push down this mid lane, try to get themselves another turret in this game.
Chris is in the air. He's going to look for the slow on a Maple Street here. Could get some decent
straight
damage
up to him.
afterwards. Wow, so much damage! One hit from Dead, forced to ulti, but a great shockwave onto 3. Can Keen get more? Not really.
And at the same time, Cali Trolls, he's pushing top. Teammate is going with the teamfight comp, but they're splitting it up to get turrets.
Oh! Keen! Call him Commander there, taking a kill. Trades one back, though. Now in on the reset. Down he goes. Slushy knocked into the wall. Lots of kills come in.
Oh, but the TP behind Maple Street.
That is a pretty dead Kog'Maw. Dragon Trainer Lulu going to take down the Monarch. King Maple Street dies. Some laughter by Chris. He knew.
And Cali Trolls still hidden away at this turret, chunking it down. He gets it.
All right. Well, teammate, to be completely fair, we haven't been watching it much, but they are up currently 3-1 in turrets, but they've overstayed for a few of these. Curse Academy will be able to answer back. Already up 4,000 gold. This will make it closer to 5.
And they did get some gold onto Impactful there for this team. Saint still 4-0 and 3 for himself. He's doing really well, and so is Chris. So these are the guys who have these early game leads. But what do they do with it? They are assisting the team. That shockwave, so good. Chris gets out so that he can TP back into this fight. They take the turret, but ooh, just Keen. Keen is making some plays. He ends up getting taken out. The turret goes down, but now Impactful uses the Buster Shot and finishes Slushy. He tries to jump away. He gets actually Clay Pigeoned there. Mid jump. Oh, but here's Chris. Weren't you just 100 HP?
Yeah.
And he comes back.
You know, I just realized something. It's actually rehashed the pun I just made, but it actually makes a whole lot of sense.
Digging up an old pun?
Yeah. Why Keen is so good as Orianna. You ever play Commander Keen?
No.
It's a great platform from like the early 90s. And yeah, some of you guys got that right now. All of Orianna's spells, except for her passive, is like Command Attack, Command Dissonance, Commander Keen. Just saying. And now everyone gets it and grows. It's perfect.
You have to explain the joke.
Whatever, you're just not old enough to get it. That's what I get for being 10 years older than the average league player. Teammate running away now. Dodo gets shockwaved in, puts the tidal wave down, but goes and dies to Keen.
Pick onto Dodo there, and the rest of the team just still split up. So Keen is becoming pretty big for his team in terms of catches. His shockwaves have been good this game.
Yeah, honestly, he missed a couple in the very beginning of game 1, but right now it's been on point.
In this game.
Yeah.
I just thought about it.
But you miss all the shots you don't take. And they miss some of the ones you do. So.
Miss all the ones you don't take.
Yeah.
So I thought about
never get CC'd if you don't
every
cast the
second
spell.
he has his shockwave up and he doesn't use it.
Wow.
He's missing a shockwave.
He missed like 7 million shockwaves in his lifetime as an Orianna player.
It's a great stat. We should have that stat.
Number of shockwaves missed. 0.001 hit percentage.
And then there'll be that one guy who has 0.002. And you're just like, he's a god!
He just leaves it on cooldown more often, so it doesn't keep tracking up.
Come here, Wraiths, every time.
That's a 4-for-1 right there. Slushy.
Oh!
Got him just in time.
He's in the shop.
Yeah, he took a couple seconds to get away from that one. Half HP now, Slushy running away from the Evelyn. 4-0 for St. Vicious. Of course, it makes sense. He's invisible. Of course, he can't be found.
Yeah. He just caught Slushy when he was in his money pouch. That's not good. He's counting.
I feel like Ziggs isn't good at counting.
Quick. How many bombs did he throw down in Explosive Minefield?
11, I believe. Corpus pops, knock up onto St. Vicious. Can they take him down? He's pretty tanky,
Here's
though.
Cali.
Pops the ulti. In comes Cali Trolls, roots him in place. Do they have enough? Of course, Bunny Fufu can always revive him, and here comes Impactful. Hastes them back in. Saint wants this. Shockwave is up right now. Everything goes to the minefield. The ulti comes in. Bunny Fufu ults the wrong guy, and Keen could go down. 2 for 0. Keen could likely fall. He tries to hold on. He cannot do it, though. After the ulti times out, Bunny goes down as well. 4 for 1, out for Baron.
They're going to go straight for this Baron. Chris does not have TP. Maple Street is trying to stop him from backing, and he's just clearing this wave out. They can't do this Baron, though.
They're missing Ziggs and Kog'Maw. They're like, you know what? Let's push mid instead.
Yeah, why not? They're just going to clear this out. Dragon has a minute on it, so if they push up to this turret, they still don't have enough damage between these 3 champions to actually take it down, so they just get some wave clear and gold off of it.
But it gives you time to recall back, buy items off the team fight, get new wards down, and be ready for Dragon. So this is okay for teammate.
So remember when I said what Slushy likes to do with Ziggs is just throw everything at once. He uses it kind of as a burst mage. He does that here. He doesn't land one of his abilities, but he throws all of them in. They re-engage here. They overcommit, and here comes the burst. Explosive minefield, boom, everything. He actually hits St. Vicious with the tag of it. And man, Cali Trolls going straight in, and Bunny Fufu not ulting the right person was really big there. The fact that even if he did get that ultimate off, they would have collapsed on him, but they might have been able to pick up more kills.
I think Saint would have at least survived. He was the guy I think he wanted to hit, and then he would have survived against the Nocturne dive, and Bunny Fufu died regardless, so bit of a mistake there, but it is still a 3,500 gold lead for Curse Academy. One bad team fight does not always lose you a game, and this is the case here.
Yeah, and the fact that Chris wasn't a part of that fight, and he is the big utility top laner, and he actually has a lot of gold funneled onto him. There's a lot of gold that was not present in that fight.
So keep this all in mind then, as teammate groups up for Dragon. But
they
spot St. Vicious, they pulled him back in. He's got nowhere to go, tries to run for the team. Chris is there, makes him gigantic, and the battle has begun. Saint gets revived, but there's the burst coming in. Chris is down. Now the chase on a Keen Impactful tries to kite away as Saint falls over. This could be the third. The dive back on in. Could Porpoise do it? It's 3 kills picked up, and Impactful forced to run. You see that front line not tanky enough.
Maple, he's been clearing the mid lane after the middle of that fight, and they're going to go straight for this Baron.
Perfect choice by teammate. Clear the minions, push them away, use them for vision control, and then take the big objective. This could be teammate's Baron cleanly here.
It also stops Curse Academy from counter-pushing and getting that mid lane turret for themselves fast.
Exactly. It gets rid of some of the counterattack potential here. It will be impactful and Bunny Fufu taking Dragon potentially, but this is definitely an uncontested Dragon for teammate. Earned off that great team fight, earned off of catching St. Vicious out on the flank. And now even Impactful won't get Dragon. Cali Trolls teleports in to say, get away from here.
Yeah, my Dragon.
Inverse Scorpion. Get away from here! It's like a fan that comes out instead of a
what? A harpoon?
Yeah, a harpoon I think it is. Spear of some sort. I actually don't know my Mortal Kombat lore that well. I'm sorry, guys.
It's kind of alive, too. I'm just remembering the movie. Anyway. Anyway. They go for the Dragon. They get the Dragon. They get the Baron. Now teammate has one of their first gold leads of this game, considering they were down 5-0 at the start. They start basically the team that loses early is ending up winning later in the game.
Well, you heard in the preview, Curse Academy said teammate's kind of like a solo queue team. Lose lane, win game.
Boom. Yeah, St. Vicious, he got caught out. All the utility is blown on Saint here, and then the Shockwave only hits Porpoise Pops. It doesn't hit any other high priority members, and he's going a little tankier this game. And at this point, they collapse on Keen. Impactful is actually a secondary target to them. Cali Trolls just has his Twisted Advance up again. He has enough time to cycle through those cooldowns to get it back up to finish that kill. And now they're pressuring this mid lane turret with their Baron buff.
And it's going to be going down, and teammate finally, for I think the first time basically all game, hold more than a 1,000 gold lead here. Finally making it happen as they keep scaling on up. I don't know if Curse Academy can really play the Hope Impactful does well game. The tank line's actually strong now for teammate.
Yeah, the fact they put more pressure on different lanes this game, helped them out throughout this mid game. And also the fact that the gold that we talked about was on St. Vicious and Chris. It wasn't on Impactful. He didn't get to the point where he's chunking people down already, because he could be up a Last Whisper if the gold was funneled onto him at this point.
That's true. Yeah, it's a bunch of gold that didn't go necessarily to the right people. We said it was the Keen and Impactful show. They didn't get any of the early kills. Despite all the ganks mid, Saint got all the last hits against Slushy. It means that you just don't have the damage output right now that these guys need.
And that's not necessarily a misplay by Curse Academy. It's just unfortunate happenstance.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can guarantee the kill goes over. I don't remember the ganks that well, so I actually couldn't tell you for sure.
Sometimes yes, but sometimes they escape.
Yeah.
If you leave it. We've seen too many of those.
That one awesome shockwave by Keen in the mid lane,
yeah,
that was so cool. That one could have been guaranteed for Keen, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, largely it usually doesn't matter too much. It's a 150 gold difference. It's not that massive.
And I always think about that. Like, I usually don't draw attention to where the gold is on a team, but when there's an Evelynn on the team, I always think about it, because when I'm like a jungler main, whenever I'm playing against an Evelynn and they get fed, I'm kind of like, it's not a huge deal. Because typically Evelynn builds, now you get 1 or 2 items offensive, then you just go flat out tanky afterwards.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, she's going to be a little tankier, but I can avoid her. She's not somebody that I have to focus on.
Right, and you saw in the prior pre-Dragon fight, basically, teammate caught her alone, and she had to tank basically every important cooldown from Curse Academy to stay alive. Like, tank Evelynn still died, so you can see how some of that gold doesn't always matter here. Teammate gonna push up in this top lane here, though, and that is another turret going down. Teammate using this Baron to get rid of every single tier 1 and tier 2 turret, push that gold lead to 3,500, and they've still got great ward coverage in the jungle.
Keen, he's looking off on the side to possibly get a shockwave and clear this wave out. And the siege begins. They have the Kog'Maw, they have the great wave clear of Slushy, which is something they didn't have. This is the exact same composition for Team 8, except they have a Ziggs instead of the Yasuo, which was banned previously.
And honestly, I love the fact they've done that. I think unless you do their full hardcore Gragas Yasuo comp, where they just reach a backliner out of nowhere, I think Slushy's misplaced by not playing a backline reacher. Because Curse Academy is repeatedly concerned with Keen and Impactful dealing the damage in fights, getting backline reach makes Slushy useful and forces the retreat of Curse Academy.
Yeah, he's definitely best suited to that in these compositions and their play style as it stands. Look at that, Maple caught out of position.
He's flashing away, trying to get out, but there's a great shockwave, 1 kill picked up. This could be really bad for teammate. Keen tries to get away, good flash ball. They go back onto Bunny Fufu, who did not see that coming, and Curse Academy lose that fight.
That was a great Mega Inferno Bomb there from Slushy, and that's why you ban away his Ziggs too.
Yep.
He just draws way too many bans. I talked about how Maple Street's usually always going to get either Kog'Maw or Tristana, because you ban towards Slushy and you ban towards Cali Trolls.
He hasn't gotten Nidalee the entire series. Might be for good reason, but however, it does leave Slushy with his Ziggs right now. Makes life painful. Corpus pops. Blocks the explosive shot with a spell shield, and this will be a dead inhibitor despite losing their AD carry. Impactful just does not have a big enough front line to do anything about this. Chris lost Mundo, and suddenly Saint's not a big enough front line, right? The Nunu was there as well. Like, those 2 bans, I believe, yeah, because Mundo got banned. Yeah, those 2 bans ruined Curse Academy's team comp.
Yeah, and they tried to go with the same strategy again. And they basically have a pseudo tank here in St. Vicious. They blow up Maple Street, but Slushy comes to save the day here. They're all in that area, hits 4 of them. Chunks them out. St. Vicious eventually gets blown up by a satchel charge. He doesn't even care about using that thing as a retreat item. He's like, I'm just going to throw this at people for damage, and you've seen him do it pretty much every time.
Well, it's named Satchel Charge, not Satchel Retreat, so of course.
Yeah, and he flips people into his team constantly.
He's been really good at Ziggs. Like, we talked about, hey, pick a ban phase from game 1. Well, pick a ban phase from game 2. His teammate, do the same thing you've been doing. You've removed this Curse Academy team comp from working effectively. Same side, though, drop the Ziggs.
And I talked with Cali Trolls before, and he said if it's a best of 3, they might lose. But they're very confident that it's a best of 5, because Teammate has always had trouble in champion selects. Like, that's the reason they got knocked out in the round of 20 by Necrophantasia before. Yeah. Because they did a pick ban phase very poorly against a Zingy's team.
Right.
It's like you play a Zingy and you play only Rengar, and you're like, well, we're going to ban this and this. It's like, but wait, they have these other champions too.
Yeah.
So when you get into a situation like that where your pick and ban phase isn't 100%, because they have a very unique pick and ban phase that revolves around Cali Trolls and Slushy. Like, Cali Trolls is going to first pick something for himself that's powerful.
Yep.
But they're very predictable in that regard. But they can't always predict their opponents.
Thankfully, they're learning throughout this series, and the bans they put out worked great. Even though Chris started the game out 3 kills, 0 deaths,
has had a pretty diminished performance since then. High cooldown reduction. But Lulu still just is not putting out the damage that his team seems to need, and they can't get rid of the front line of Calitros and Porpoise Box. Blizzard Elder into tank, I think, is a great build on Nocturne. He's doing just fine. They just kind of march forward as a pair and say, yep, run away from us, run away from us.
They're shoving it.
Damage. And there's the forced engage. Can they knock down Chris? His flash is on cooldown. They veered him back into the team. There's the knock, but there's the tidal wave. Dodo secures the kill from across the map.
Drowned her in a saltwater bath.
And now this could be Game 2 going to teammate. They are right on the front door. Curse Academy must defend 4v5. In come the minions. Turret number 1 taking a whole bunch of damage. And can Keen get in? There's the flank from Saint. 1 turret down. Bunny revives. Shockwave flashed away from nothing from Keen. Bunny still retreating. Still the 5v4. Calitros losing a lot of health. Catches the Mikhails though. Turret number 2 goes down. Keen gets rooted in place. There's the kill. Impactful forced to heal. And now on to the next. St. Vicious runs away with a bomb behind him. But that will be Game 2. And teammate tie up the best of 5.
1-1 coming back with the exact same team comp, except instead of Yasuo, they pick up the Ziggs for Slushy, and I'm pretty sure he decimated in terms of damage there. His AoE team fight, his contribution was incredible. It was through the roof. And I think that pick made the world of difference and where they put their jungle ganks early.
Yeah, honestly, it worked a whole lot better. The team comp, I think, was the biggest priority there. And you saw, actually, how much emphasis Curse Academy put on a Slushy back in Game 1. Banned the Ziggs, first picked Orianna, basically forced him to play that Yasuo and said, really not that scary. This time around, not getting to first pick and to get the ban in there. They leave the Ziggs up. You can see how scary that was. I think we go back to seeing Curse Academy remove the Ziggs and steal the Orianna away and push Lucy down.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they should end up doing for themselves. Put a ban on the Ziggs because they did it in Game 1. It worked out for them. Game 2, it looked like they thought they could deal with it. And it got through. They pick it up for themselves, and he just has an amazing game on it. And I talked about like the jungle ganks early. It was really Saint who had all the jungle ganks early. Porpoise Pops didn't do a whole lot. But then they waited for the team fights. They waited for the parts where people grouped up, where Slushy would be able to affect multiple members. He got ganked a bunch early. We saw the shockwave back, and he still came out on top in terms of damage output.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting sort of trifecta of roles in the top lane, basically. There's the big duelists who create a lot of individual pressure, guys like Aurelia or champions like Nidalee. And even the NACS we saw from Zion Spartan yesterday. I think those beat up the tanks like Maokai, who can't handle that 1v1, can't withstand the split push, and they lose turrets against that. Next to that are the utility top laners like Lulu, who actually don't do anything to the tank top laners, but also don't team fight as well as them. Now, they would crush the 1v1s. They hold up against these split pushers and then have better team fights. And so you kind of saw that there, where you had Maokai not able to do anything against the Mundo, who had a better team fight power. You saw Lulu just be useless against Maokai. And I think that's one thing to keep in mind in this matchup as well. And it's the fact that even though Curse Academy played that early game so darn well, the misstep from St. Vicious gave teammate that one team fight that opened the entire map up. And finally, when teammate had a lead, they knew how to play with it, which was much better than game 1.
And here's the thing, too, is both these games have been decided by a mid-game team fight.
Yeah.
Jen just started getting that team out of control when they won.
So we're going to see how good the mid-game team fights are in the rest of this series. For now, going to throw it over to Dash and Jat at the analyst desk for some more on that game by teammate.
Thanks, Freak. Jat, in the last segment, I asked you, how do you deal with the hyper carry?
Yep.
Well, it turns out Ziggs is the answer to that.
It's one of the answers. It's this strange thing, trying to figure it out. We were even talking about this before the day, because we were referencing TSM's like hyper carry thing that had Wild Turtle, where everyone that got close to him was just pushed around like this rocket that Wild Turtle was commanding. Yet everything that goes in and creating that is a fairly squishy guy that can shield a single target. And when other teams were weak to the hyper carry strat, it's like these individual guys that go in and die again and again. But they're all this death ball as far as trying to move around. And if you just throw a bunch of bombs into the death ball and hit 5 people at a time, it falls apart really fast. Obviously, if they would have played a little bit better, it still could have worked if they would have spread out into all those things. But the Ziggs play was on point.
Yeah, I think people's initial reaction when they see a hyper carry is we have to kill that person, right? So normally the instinct is, okay, go after that person, put all your damage into killing the Tristana. Well, the team is literally built for that. You know, we're gonna go after our Tristana, we'll just shield them up and he'll live through it. Instead, they adapted and they went for everyone else who is not wasn't concerned with protecting themselves.
You have this strange mental thing that goes on when you're just like, they're gonna target Trist, let's all go help him.
Yeah.
And then you all group up and get hit by Ziggs. But yeah, that really was only a small part of how they're able to finish the game so quickly because there was still a lot of control throughout.
Curse Academy, though, they got ahead early.
Yes.
Right? And so this is it. Last game, they had to come from behind with that hyper carry and win. But this time they got ahead early. So we're going to actually pull up a replay here about 14 minutes in. 3-for-0 in the bot lane just to kind of see how they got themselves set up with a fairly substantial gold lead.
Yeah, and let's just start rolling this clip. You can see a teleport down right away from Lulu, and Chris puts himself in a whole world of trouble right off the bat, but it's because they were getting catches onto the people they wanted to on teammate and really just kind of baiting them all over the map. You can see how much confidence Curse Academy was playing with here. Impactful knew he had a Zillion ult, he knew he had Lulu and Ori behind him, so he was free to jump in, and the respect that teammate was giving them was huge because Slushy wasn't there, so they had no AoE. When he does come in, he gets taken down really quickly, and it looked like Curse Academy in complete control.
Well, and that's a very good example of the Trist comp, again, working the way it's supposed to.
They were all spread out.
Yeah, they were all spread out. He had even though he was low health, he kept getting shielded back up. So there was never that moment where teammate could really go in for the kill. And we only saw 2 kills there, but the third one came through when Nocturne saw that low health Trist, went for it. Trist had the ult, picked up a 3rd kill. So now they're ahead, right?
Yes.
And I guess the next question is, again, why couldn't they close it out? What happened?
Yeah, well, we have that next replay where the game completely turned. Zyrene even mentioned it, that both of these games turned during mid-game team fights, and honestly, when the other team gained a little bit of overconfidence and went one step too far. If we can actually pull that clip up right now, because this was St. Vicious really getting arrogant here. Let's just roll this play a little bit, because he had his flash up this entire time. He could have flashed over the wall, but he thought they were so strong that he was just going to walk out and save his flash and maybe even bait another fight. Now remember, at this point, his ultimate is down, so extra shielding is gone from them. They do not have Lulu for the extra shielding as well, and they, as you can see, are funneling in to an incredibly small ball, and they get blown up by the Ziggs ult. Fantastic bubble by Dodo8, and very quick change of aggression in mind by teammate. Like, that's the type of team that teammate is. They will go in even when they've been losing the whole game if they see the right opportunity. They couldn't get Baron because they didn't have the damage there to do it, but the damage was done at that point. They'd gained their confidence back, and Curse Academy lost the momentum.
So it was the overconfidence, perhaps arrogance on the side of Curse Academy, because we saw St. Vicious get out. He chose to re-engage, so although he didn't blow his flash to get out, he didn't need to. He could have just left at that point. So that points to them being pretty bloodthirsty. The final thing I want to talk about going into the next game, now that we're evened up, both teams have had comeback wins.
Yeah.
Both teams have shown some aggression, sometimes over-aggression. Is this the point in the series where it's time to take a deep breath and just, play your own game, slow it down, and make sure you do things correctly and methodically when you do have that early lead?
I think there's a big chance we see a much more subdued game from these guys. They are both just played 2 games on the stage. They both kind of messed around with leads. They've been having nice comebacks. The picks and bans were remarkably similar from games 1 and 2, so I don't actually think we're going to see too many adjustments coming from both these guys. They've had winnable games on both sides, because the games that weren't really winnable, they ended up losing because we've seen 2 comebacks. I don't think we're going to see huge adjustments in picks and bans, maybe a little bit less aggression.
All right, well, we'll see if that gameplay changes after we take another quick break. And when we return, it's Game 3 between Curse Academy and Teammate. Don't go anywhere.
Column commander there, taking a kill. Trades one back though. Now in on the reset. Down he goes. Slushy knocked into the wall. Everything goes to the minefield. The ulti comes in. Bunny Boo Boo ults the wrong guy, and Keen could go down. Makes him gigantic, and the battle has begun. Saint gets revived, but there's the burst coming in. Chris is down. Great shockwave. 1 kill picked up. This could be really bad for teammate. Keen tries to get away. Good flash ball. They go back onto Bunny Boo Boo, who did not see that coming.
and welcome back to the 2014 North American Challenger Series Finals. Game 3 of maybe 5 between Curse Academy and Team 8 is just about to get underway. Team 8, another comeback win in the series, tying it now 1-1.
Yeah, the fact that Curse Academy took that first game off them and they came back and made a little bit of an adjustment, but it was really kind of Curse Academy's adjustment that gave them that Ziggs, because they banned the Kazakhs instead of it.
Yeah, that was a very strange choice to ban something that wasn't even played. I think they expected blue side antics with, picks and bans do change when you switch what sides you're on, but ultimately, yeah, Team 8 had a good comp. Their bans were great, though. I think they actually pushed away what Curse Academy's comp would have done.
Yeah, and Slushy showed why he drew that ban in Game 1 on Ziggs. He went 4-4-9, a 3.25 KDA on that champion, but the big thing was just the AoE contribution that helped his team get back into it, because Curse Academy, they got over-aggressive and went for those jungle fights.
And that was the really cool thing about Slushy here, is he started the game out 0-2-0, getting camped a freaking ton by Saint Vicious, and good on Saint, those ganks worked, and yet Slushy still came back despite the deficit, so big props to him. Meanwhile, on Curse Academy, one of the other players who got camped for was Chris in the top lane, but his Lulu just didn't do very much. Yeah, 3-2-5 is a great score, but you started the game out 3-0 and didn't do anything with it.
Well, also the fact that he was dueling Maple Street in the bot lane for a while and wasn't a part of that fight that happened around the blue buff that Team 8 took.
Yeah, you've got half your team's gold lead yourself, leaving behind the Cogbot a free farm in a safe lane. Like, that's not a good way to get your team ahead.
Yeah, and the utility that he brings to the team was actually a big linchpin to the strategy. It's kind of like having one tank and then having your tank not show up to a fight.
Exactly.
Because she makes somebody tanky.
Yeah, and 2 to 3 item Lulu was actually a decent damage source at that point. Maybe not to Maokai himself, but no one is, so whatever. But yeah, basically a 3-0 top laner doesn't show up to a crucial mid-game team fight is kind of a bad place to be.
We're going to see the adjustments here. Curse Academy immediately taken away.
I like how they first banned Ziggs even over the Alistair. They're like so sure that they know about it. They're like, yeah, no, we're definitely removing that. Maybe the last ban Mundo should have come out here against Chris, but I think
they banned Italy.
Smart.
I mean, sorry. What did they ban last time, Team
8? Mundo, Nunu, Thresh.
Yeah.
I think he did the same thing again. Orianna, though, against Keen. Interesting. Thing is, I would have liked to see Slushy play that champion himself. But the Kazakhs goes to Saint Vicious. This still leaves Porpoise Pop's Nocturne for the 5th time in a row at this point. And another Maokai for Cali Trolls, but I want to see what Chris will play against it this time.
Yeah, the Evelyn didn't work out for Saint Vicious last time. It worked early, but he just wasn't able to use the gold that he got.
The thing is, I don't think that's a fault of Evelyn, though. I think that was just fine, but they are very obviously thinking that Porpoise Pops does not do well on champions that aren't Kazakhs. They're like, wow, his Nocturne was bad in Game 1. Let's make a play it again. That seems to be the game plan here. So I want to see if that does pay out, though. Teammate actually not rushing the Maokai. They're going for, ironically, not even contested bottom lane.
No.
And that Curse Academy picks the other stuff anyway.
I'm really surprised that it's Kog'Maw, not Tristana, that they'd be going for.
Okay, this is interesting. I expect Gragas top then. If you're going to go back to Maokai here, I think it's silly.
I'm not 100% on this because it could be he could be going back to Maokai, but
I think you definitely Gragas here. Ooh. Gragas is a license to farm against Mundo. Actually has kill pressure in the matchup.
Yeah.
Sets up Yasuo for some backline play. I think you absolutely go Gragas top here.
I think he should. I definitely think that he should, but he may go for the Maokai. I think that he should go for the Gragas, though. It suits his style, suits the type of player he is, and it suits the comp.
And I would almost actually want to see Jarvan mid as well.
What?
Not mid. Sorry, I was seeing Slushy's name, and I was like, mid lane. No, Nocturne does still come through, though, so Curse Academy do get him back on that. But just more knock-up synergy, just because Cali Trolls won't always be there. A basically guaranteed knock-up, I think, is really valuable to have.
Okay, I can understand that. I can definitely understand that. And look at the Lulu being covered over here. Possibly mid lane for Keen. And here's the thing, is Keen, we've seen they're basically testing his champ pool. Because Keen has played Orianna every game except for one game he played Corki mid.
Yep.
His other champions that he was known for, Kayle, LeBlanc, Nidalee, all 3 of them have been nerfed and aren't exactly viable in competitive play in the mid lane right now.
Yeah.
His other one was Orianna. He does play a little bit of Zed and a little bit of Yasuo, but he's been practicing those more lately, so he's going on the Lulu this game.
So now we got to see how this is going to play out. Lulu versus Yasuo. I think it actually goes quite nicely for Lulu. It's so easy to poke him out. And you know Keen opted into this matchup specifically. They expected the Yasuo to get grabbed again after the 6 ban. And he said, all right, what do I want to play against this? That champion is Lulu here. But it means...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Basically, now this game is the...
Oh my god, he did it!
Oh my god, he did it!
Freaking did it!
He did the Fizz top!
All right, Cali Trolls is known for his Fizz top in Challenger. I was talking to Scar, and he's like, this guy just would whip out the Fizz top, and he would just do ridiculous stuff with it. He's going back to that champion here in this match against Mundo. It's a great pick because Seastone Trident will reduce and apply the grievous wounds.
Yep. This is going to be all kinds of fun now. This actually allows Cali Trolls to be a really, really big one-on-one bully. Also, the Fish will easily stop teleports if he sees him start it. Can't miss that. He's stuck in place when he goes for this. So I think that one-on-one can go well. The problem is I don't think Cali Trolls can nearly teamfight as well on Fizz as Chris can on Mundo. So I think you've got very obviously different game plans here. You have all of one knockup, not counting the Fish, for Yasuo, and a top laner who can't 5v5.
Yeah, but I absolutely love that he's doing this right now.
Yes, I do.
I really, like, I talk to him all the time, and he's like, I should bring it back. I'm like, you should bring it back. But he's like, but it's not viable. My team doesn't want me to do it. You should just bring it back.
You should bring it back.
He did it.
He's going to bring it back. Fizz top, it's going to be a whole bunch of fun. So now that the series is all tied up, who do you guys at home think is going to take it? Tweet your vote to @LOL Esports. Use hashtag T8win or hashtag CAwin, and we'll see if that's going to happen. Going to see who's going to win. See if teammates change their minds now. They've pulled out the game too. Now they pulled out the Fizz.
Yeah, the Fizz, I just hope they get more votes because it's a Fizz top, just for the fun of it. Because Cali Trolls, he's definitely known for that. That is his staple champion. That is how he hit Challenger at first. He's like, and we talked about this before, about comfort champions, champions that you were comfortable on, what your style is, and the Fizz top is basically how he got his brawling style.
Yeah. You can't play Fizz without fighting all the time. That's how that champion works. You know what's ironic about Cali Trolls, the top laner? It deals almost no physical damage. 1, 2 claps.
Yeah, because it was bad. the other guys are like doubled over in pain.
Which is even better than applause. If you get physically hurt by the pun.
See, I figured this out, that if Freak tells a pun, you don't laugh at it, and you definitely don't wince. You definitely don't cringe.
No reaction.
Neutral response is the only negative response for Freak.
Yep.
You take the absolute value of responses.
Exactly. I take the absolute value.
But at the same time, though, Team 8, they have the Yasuo, so Slushy's on that comfort champion for himself, and they have Cali Trolls in the top lane on that Fizz.
Oh! It's amazing how well...
Somebody's keeping track.
Nice.
Somebody called out, too. Later on in the game, we'll come back to that guy.
74! I'll try was the yell in the background. All right, cameraman, top lane only all game.
No.
How often do you want to watch?
Well, here's the thing, is it is Fizz, though.
Yeah.
It is Cali Trolls on Fizz, and he is going to get the... looks like it is going to be a lane swap, though, against him. Which is going to suck for him, but we're going to see what happens. He's eventually just going to go start jungling.
Well, Fizz only really at home in the river here. So jungle not going to be ideal for him. Trinket Ward will watch Curse Academy go for the late attempt at their blue buff.
If they see the bomb on him, they're going to know.
Yeah, it's true. If they watch the bomb, they'll know that there's a Zillion over there. Tristana in the brush as well.
Yeah, she poked her head out.
All right, lane swap identified, and Cali Trolls goes, peace.
Nope. He's sticking around for a bit.
Well, he can leech XP maybe a little. Problem is he can still be pushed out pretty quickly. Wow, he auto-attacked in this lane?
Yeah.
What is Curse Academy doing?
He's got some big...
What?
He's got some big tadpoles.
How is Cali Troll getting CS right now? Like... I could be on Ezreal and not have this much CS right now.
Oh, wow. Okay, it's really confusing. But he was able to walk up and get a couple CS for himself. Bunny Fufu is now doing zone duty, but the level 2 for Cali Trolls. Here's the thing, is that is just really big for him. He's an aggressive player.
Well, he can dodge the time bomb damage. Huh! Yeah.
I would. We're going to see some pretty cool plays out of Cali Trolls. He loves this champion. It's basically when a Riven main gets it top. But
oh, double Trinket Ward.
Putting a lot of focus on him, and he did. He trinketed that bush. His instincts, his timers.
Yep.
At 3 minutes, I need to be putting that
You're
there.
ready for the 4-on-1. And he is. Meanwhile, teammate R 2v0ing the bot lane. Quick recall from Maple. Nope, doesn't happen. Sorry, Dodo. But he doesn't actually go for it. I thought they were going to actually swap back. Looks like Nocturne, though, waiting in the bottom side.
He's going to get all this CS.
And look at that. Just from the ward, it makes Saint and Chris back off.
This is actually kind of disastrous for Curse Academy in terms of overall strategy. Because they're not shutting down Cali Trolls. He's actually getting some CS here, and he's getting all of this experience.
Yeah, that's big. Fizz is a big level-dependent champion, so that's actually quite massive. Misses a couple here, though.
Mundo has apparently landed 11 cleavers. 12!
12 cleavers now. Chris taking a lot of damage. Level 1 Ignite is on. And there's a teleport in. Cali Trolls looks for first blood. He gets it. Bunny Fufu now really gonna die. And that's Porpoise Pops. Oh! His life for it. Chris actually probably got the buffs, I think. He revived in time.
Ooh, did he?
I think so.
That would be.
Chris TP to the bot lane.
Nope.
Aww.
He's got a bomb.
With a bomb. I like it. All right, CS for Zillion. Experience for Chris.
Teammate, look at that. All that winning.
Yep.
Is that Fizz top. He TP'd down to that fight and made it essentially a 4-on-3.
That was well done. Impactful, though, is free farming on Trish. You got to keep that in mind, of course. 29 CS, Doran's Blade, and some dead minions in front of him.
And a big part of that was Cali Trolls was able to get some CS for himself, free farm for a bit under the turret, got level 3, went down to a level 1, level 2 Mundo. Actually, I think he was still just level 1.
I think it was Mundo 1, Zillion 2.
Yeah. So the fact he was able to soak all that experience was the disastrous part strategically that I talked about for Curse Academy. And the fact he capitalized on that is huge. 1-0-1 top laner in a lane swap, 5 minutes in. You got to do something about this on Curse Academy's side.
Oh, he's still got a Doran's Ring and an Amp Tome. You can see how that battle goes up. Keen taking damage from Slushi here. Looks like this Yasuo doing just fine. 35 to 25 in CS, just dueling Keen in front of his turret.
Keen's trying to sidestep the Steel Tempest.
He got one of them.
It's not working out, though.
Nope.
Saint off on the side, but Porpoise Pops off on the right side. And loop around happening. Cali Trolls, he's actually happy being in this one-on-one top against the Tristana. He's just sitting around. But Slushi, not happy about this.
Careful. In comes Saint. He's got a teammate nearby. Flashes the Void Spikes. And no Nocturne counter gank there just yet. Porpoise Pops is level 4. Both these junglers are.
Speaking of Nocturne counter gank, so he's going bottom, and both flashes are down.
Oh, the slow to Bunny. He's dead.
If the bubble hits...
Oh, just kidding. He's not dead. He hasted himself. I was wrong.
The kill condition. Get the bubble.
Yep.
Didn't land.
I thought the slow from Nami was going to be enough. I forgot Zillion hastes himself and just pieces out.
Yeah, can't kill you in the Zillion.
Through that.
Boom. Everybody's on top of that one. See, that's
a briefcase.
That's a...
Does it only count champions? Probably not.
I think we actually exclusively have a cameraman counting them right now. And you made it somebody's job to just sit there and count them, because somebody in my ear told me the number a while ago.
I'm glad I have such an evil power.
Anyway, it's not about the briefcases, though.
No. It is about getting the #1 team in Challenger and striking fear into the hearts of Americans everywhere. Chris knocked in the air.
I'm being told a number every time in my ear. They're like, 36. Now it's 38, actually, after that last one. Somebody is sitting around in the back room doing this.
Slushi level 6, though. Saint knock up from Keen. Can they get this kill? Slushi forced to run. He does not have flash, but the turret is too scary.
Goes really aggressive on that play. Slushi, like you said, no flash. And Porpoise Pops, not a lot of presence on the map just yet. He's waiting for that level 6. And up top, they're actually even in CS. Cali Trolls has been able to get 28 CS versus Chris's 26, despite being in a one-on-one versus Tristana early as Fizz.
Well, the one good thing about being Fizz here is just once you hit about level 5 or 6, yeah, now he's 6, you have enough pressure on your opponent that Impactful has to respect him a little bit. You can't just walk forward and zone him out, or you take a bunch of damage there. So it allows him some sparse CS, while Chris just hits briefcases hiding away from Kog'Maw. Now Slushi does have the ulti all unavailable. Keen does not have anything but flash up right now.
Yeah, it doesn't even have his own ultimate to give himself that wild growth and that extra HP. But Porpoise Pops, he's about to hit 6, or he is 6, sorry. He's about to do his red buff is the big thing here. So once he has that, he has all of his gank tools available to him. If Sushi's actually going to take a decent chunk there.
If Calitrolls gets a fish onto Impactful, they can kill the top lane. You're seeing Porpoise Pops try right now.
Going into the bush.
Dry brush. But Impactful's pushing. He's almost in range for the Q. Like, this is the chance.
fish?
There's the jump in.
There's the fish. There's a jump away, and he's going to require flash. And he gets away from the Buster's shot. Perfect play by Porpoise Pops. That was awesome.
They set that one up perfectly. He actually warded that bush to make sure there was no jungler there. Just waiting there. Calitrolls, he's like, all right, knowing that the jungler routes should be like this, and there's no one there, go.
Yep.
And they eventually go for it.
Absolutely glorious. Now Slushy's got to respect Keen a little bit. Gets the knockup, doesn't follow. Probably smart.
Yeah, probably. It definitely is smart. And we have the Sheen already coming out for Calitrolls. He's working towards those AP items to just burst down. And here's the thing, is that once Fizz gets to a certain point, around level 8 or 9, being an AD carry versus him is absolute hell. Late game, you think, I don't want to be against the Fizz, because he's going to come after me every time if you're the AD carry player. When he hits that level, he just keeps going after you every time. And he trades very effectively. So he'll Q in, he'll hit you, and he'll E. He'll dodge some damage, and he could possibly get out or do even more and slow you.
And realistically, it's just so hard to be against Fizz at this point. So Calitrolls with the top lane, Fizz facing an easy opponent in Tristana. Impactful now has to be very afraid. And yep, they send Chris back. That's exactly the right choice here. But of course, that'll be as soon as Maple recalls a BF Sword Trist versus a pretty rich Kog'Maw.
Yeah, the thing is that Trist actually had a CS lead over Kog'Maw because she was free farming, right?
Yeah.
She's not going to get harassed sitting there. But the fact they turned that around up top was huge because it allowed Maple Street to catch up too.
So now we got to watch what happens. We go into mid game. 1,400 gold lead for teammate off their great fighting so far. That bot lane die was awesome. The top lane gank wonderful as well. St. Vicious defense for Keen as he shoves the wave down. Mid lane turret is almost gone. Look at this damage coming in. They get the knock-up. Slushy is going to go down. Nicely played by Saint and Keen.
Wow. So he wasn't completely isolated because the turret still standing, and it counts towards that. But he was alone. Porpoise Pops was backed. And now he shows up to try and defend the turret, but I don't know how long he can stay here.
Not very long. Harass comes out, forcing him away. That should be the quick turret pickup now. And Curse Academy clawing right back into this one. Good lane pressure by Keen.
Yeah, about 300, 400 gold down now for Curse Academy. Teammate up in the lead just slightly. And that top lane brawl. Just going back and forth still. But look at that. Oh, he still jumps.
Yep. If it's going to hit you, start your rocket jump right before it lands. If the quarter-second cast time is still going, you will basically break out of the move block and get where you're going with rocket jump.
And that's going to allow them to go straight towards this dragon here for Team 8. The back timers from Curse Academy just aren't correct, and they take advantage of them.
Good stuff. Then Team 8 is going right for that one. The mid lane pressure, the kill on Slushy was turned into a turret, but nothing else. Team 8 after recalls turns those into a dragon. So 2,000 gold lead for these guys. But if we've seen anything this series, early game lead means game loss. So be careful, Team 8.
Yeah, there's a TP up and a fish up for Calitrolls. I don't expect him to sit in the lane because that doesn't seem his style when he's on a brawly champion or champion that wants to fight. I think he'll make a move pretty shortly now to open up this gold advantage for his team.
Well, Maple's recalling with, I think, just exactly enough money for Blade of the Ruin King here.
Gonna give up the bot turret though, because St. Vicious is making his way down here. Keen looked like he wanted to make his way down there too. They're kind of abandoning that top lane for other parts of the map.
This is smart though. They're basically getting money on Impactful and denying it for Maple by spending this time here. We already saw the mid lane ganks were working, and honestly, it was the right place to go in the last game too. So Curse Academy, and especially Saint specifically, are making very good choices with their ganks.
Yeah, Porpoise Pops though, speaking of ganks, Slushy's low.
Yeah, Ulti's gonna come in, nice knock up there from Keen, gets the Zillion ulti as well, and he holds on to the knock-up. There's the revive. Can he get the tornado on the respawn? Not quite, but yes, there comes Calitrolls. Kill picked up. Slushy just barely alive here. And Dodo there for the reinforcements. Mid lane turret now going to be under fire. It's Saint trying to hold them back, but shouldn't be too much here.
Nocturne ultimate alongside the teleport. Teammate is constantly doing this in the last couple of games that we've seen them play in all this week. It's been a strategy they've been using to cause chaos with the paranoia and then have the teleport come in, and you can't see exactly which direction Calitrolls goes right at the start when he teleports in. He went straight for Zillion.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it is a turret for Curse Academy, with Calitrolls losing his teleport and only getting a kill for it, so still better for Curse's Mundo and the rest of the blue team here. 45?
I'm really happy that he's playing it. Like, this champion, I know, I'm pretty sure he's having a ball. Like that, you see the Cali Trolls on your screen, that's the happiest you will see him.
Playing Fizz.
Yeah. Doesn't look very happy, though.
He's a very serious contender. I feel like with a name like that, he's only happy playing Trundle.
I don't think he actually plays Trundle.
Why did he pick the name?
Because it's Cali TR lols.
What's that supposed to mean?
From Cali to Toronto, he lols. Boom. That's it. That's all I got.
I would have gone Turkey, but okay.
Turkey. Cali to Turkey.
Why not? International wildcard, teammate.
Not quite.
Next
anyway,
season joins Dark Passage.
Yeah, Cali Trolls, though, you know, I said it before, but he's such a great player for his team. He's the shot caller, and he has such a weird champion pool that he draws bans all the time. And the fact that he's dipping back into that strange champion pool, because this guy, when he plays meta, it's terrible. It's pretty terrible. But when he plays off-pick champions, it's fantastic. It's like, you're like, that's not going to work. And he makes it work. He somehow makes it work for himself. So when he's playing these off-ball champions, he's always on point. But the thing is that he's, you know, whether or not they do make it into the LCS, he's not going to be on the team anymore.
That's true. Dedicated himself to getting the team into LCS, but likely focusing on school this next year regardless.
But he's still putting on a fantastic showing.
Yes, he is.
For his team and making a name for himself in the league community.
Well, teammate right now sitting at 1,300 gold in the lead. Pink wards are getting removed, though. Curse Academy trying to get their way back in on this one. Saints been decent with ganks, but only 2 kills have really come in for Curse Academy. They've done well with turrets, though. All 3 outers are gone. Teammates been more about getting these kills on dragons, but not making their way across the map. That could bite them in the end. If they don't get these turrets down, they have no way of closing the game out, which will give Curse Academy a lot of room to try to come back.
Cali is sitting on 2.3k gold right now, just farming up for himself. And he hasn't done anything with it just yet. He is basically waiting on a huge burst and power spike.
Yeah, he'll get like Lichbane Slurp Shoes if he backs right now.
Yes. But he's got an Amp Tome, which is going to build towards...
Lichbane. Goes an Ether Wisp.
Yeah, it's going to build towards the Ether Wisp.
But it's Lichbane.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, you're just so confused.
I'm like, it could be, you know, he'll eventually go for Seeker's Arm Guard Zone.
That's true as well.
Control people.
That's true. Well, chugging potions. He is a level up on Chris, but you can see with half HP and a Kha'Zix now in the wings. Oh, this could be catastrophic, though, because Saint's right around the corner. Chris pops the ulti, takes a fish, and says, hey, Saint, here you go. Take some damage.
And that
Thanks for taxing my lane, bro.
Exactly what happens. But Slushy's starting to make his way top. But Porous Pops is as well. They're just there for the reinforcement, the moral support. Cali Trolls stops the game.
Oh. Not Lichbane. Death by your grass, basically, first Adam Cali Trolls. Think he wants to one-shot somebody?
Nah. I think he's just trying to have fun. I think he's trying to show off.
Build.
That's a utility build?
Yeah.
Yes.
Long duration CC.
For 20-second death timer CC.
Yep.
That's exactly what he's going for there. Honestly, I think his primary target might be Bunny Fufu. To just kill him and make him waste his ultimate.
Could be.
He is the squishiest person. And the Zillion ultimate, killing the Zillion is actually extremely effective because you put him in a situation where he says, do I ulti myself or do I ulti somebody else and die and just hope that they die? Because it's a very, very tricky situation, and he will be the squishiest person all game long.
That's true. If someone's going to get revived anyway, you might as well cut through the lowest armor and MR target to get the least value out of that. I suppose, there's still the 3-second crowd control of them reviving, so there's still some value in going for Impactful.
Oh. TP's almost up for Cali Trolls.
Ooh, good spell shot, but Porous Pops, though, blocks the Glitter Lance. Bunny getting harassed. There we go. Dragons up, TPs are up. Every ult that I can see. There's the time. There's the dive onto the bot lane. Keen knocked up, and that's Yasuo in the mix. Has to flash away, is going to revive. Cali Trolls now in battle with Impactful. Pops the DFG. Keen is back up. The fish is down. Goes in, finds Keen. Cali Trolls does burn to death, ironically, as a fish. And now Impactful is back in the chase. They find Maple. There's a knock-up. Kills for Yasuo all day, every day. That is a triple for Slushy, and that's going to Dragon.
Chris, his teleport was awful. He went to a ward that was off to the left and wasn't a factor in that fight, whereas Cali Trolls, he teleported to a bottom ward. I think the paranoia may have thrown him off there on where he was teleporting to, Because if you see it here, the wave comes down as the Paranoia comes down. Fizz TPs to this bot ward and is in the fight. Chris is TP. He hasn't TP'd. Hasn't TP'd. Hasn't TP'd. Still hasn't TP'd. Now he TPs.
Wow.
To that pink ward. All the way off on the left. He's not a factor in this fight. It's a 4-on-5 because you see Slushy come back in when it looked like Impactful was going to get a bunch of resets off of that, and he gets himself a triple kill.
Chris TP'd to throw and hit one cleaver and then say, never mind. Worth it was the call from the audience. I disagree. 5,000 gold now puts teammate ahead thanks to a 5 versus 4 team fight for Dragon. Getting that objective for themselves as well. And the massive assassin combo. No tanks at all. Even Lizard Elder on the Nocturne. All assassins. And this is the cool thing about a low disruption enemy team. Because Mundo is more of a bruiser than a tank. He has no meaningful ground control. You can just run past those people and kill the squishies like Keen and Impactful.
Yeah. And if you heard Jat on the desk, he was talking about how when you have a Protect the Tristana composition, everybody else is super squishy. And you said it too at the start of the previous game with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Now they're just going single target damage on top of it.
Just finding people to go for. Good dodge on this one. Chris trying to get Cali Trolls. Hut, hut, auto attack. Hut. Oh, but there's the ulti. He still wants it. Corvus pops. Yeah.
Blocks it with the shield.
Fear comes out, takes a briefcase. Chris will get Fear. Dodo's got to be careful. He goes down. The chase from Impactful. Slushy forced to flash away. Another briefcase hits him in the back.
Maple Street still farming in the mid lane. And now he puts a ward down, so he sees the rotation coming out from Curse Academy. He's able to stop it. No ultimates really used there from Team 8. They disengage it, but Dodo used his ultimate and ended up dying. Corvus looking for a way in from the side, but most likely to just defend this point.
All right, so Curse Academy do still find their legs under them. They lose a couple of fights, but they go back in on this one. They're getting these pickoffs. They're getting some wards back down. You can see very, very few wards from Team 8 on the map right now. A lot, actually, for Curse Academy. St. Vicious going for an offensive build, which can let him threaten all these assassins. And the Vision game could be Curse Academy's way back in on this one.
And like you said, the Vision game is actually very important, and the fact that there isn't a double Sightstone jungler here for Curse Academy. Because they go with no Nunu for the first time that we've seen this series. They're going to go with that. Kha'Zix have to buy more wards in their inventories, and a lot of people actually have full inventories at the moment. So it's going to be a lot on St. Vicious to just purchase these wards, the pink wards for his team, and get them down. Because right now, ward control is pretty even amongst the teams.
As they all time out and some new ones get put down by Team 8. We're going to see Chris still holding on to this top lane, just slowly farming up on Mundo. He wants to be this persistent damage source. Problem is he just doesn't threaten the assassins quickly, and so they already get their job done, killing champions like Tristana and Lulu before Chris's damage really amounts to much.
Cali Trolls is wrapping around in the mid lane right here. He doesn't have his TP, but he's looking for the flank while the turret is up.
Curse Academy want to fight right now. St. Vicious takes a whole bunch of damage. He will revive, and Bunny Fupa goes down.
They killed him.
Impactful does as well. Double full Cali Trolls. The battle continues. Yasuo does go down, but it's a 3-for-1.
He's going to keep going.
Keen, the only ones alive. Cali Trolls once more. There's the troll pull. Goes down to Keen, though, and the dot's not enough.
Big thing there. They went after Bunny Fufu, instantaneously blew him up. He did get his ultimate out, but Impactful dies at the same time. They get this turret for themselves, and Team 8, the flank from Cali Trolls, that is something I have not seen in a while from him. Just walking to flank. He usually TPs in now.
Yeah, but that was exactly what he wanted to do, and we saw him get on an individual playmaker like Fizz, and look what happens. Look how easy it is from the team fight for Team 8 to win these battles. And what I like about this as well is that Fizz is such a low cooldown champion. He's not wasting Shark or I think even Death by a Grasp on Bunny. He's using Q Lichbane and an auto attack to one-shot the support and then just move on from there. It's forced Bunny to grab an early Negatron cloak instead of maybe finishing his Morellonomicon or getting him a Kalos for a teammate.
We're going to take another look at that here. They go straight in onto Saint. The Paranoia's down. Look at Bunny.
Oh, it's DFG and Shark.
Gone. Okay. He used both of them on it. And he actually ends up killing both.
Yeah, with Maple's help, he gets Impactful.
Yeah, kills Impactful underneath the turret. Almost gets Keen, but the shield.
Good timing on the playful trickster to glitter lance that, and sometimes you got to be careful about Lulu on this one. So I'm actually surprised, actually, that he's using every single cooldown he has just to kill the support Zilean.
It's the pressure. You want to blow up ASAP, and it's on Bunny Fufu at that point. It's like your move. Are you going to use your ultimate? Use it on somebody fast. Is it yourself? That's definitely worth it. While you're reviving, we're going to hit somebody else. Look at that.
Oh,
my
down
God.
he goes. Bubble hits impactful. That's going to be a dead Tristana soon. The Shark gets the back line, and there's 3 guys without any health. Bunny goes down. There's a revive on Tristana. That'll be a dead Tristana now. And that is another 3 kills picked up for Team 8, who have won every single team fight now.
And are they going to go straight for this Baron? Calitrolls is backing, but he does have teleport. Oh, the minion blocked it for him. Secret Service.
Secret Service minion dies for his efforts, but you know what? You will be remembered. What's its name?
Gregory.
Gregory, the Secret Service minion. Very happily allows Calitrolls to go back to base. This is going to be a dead Baron. Porpoise Maple Co. make that happen.
He's TPing to the Dragon. Home guard, he's going in.
Oh, Chris.
Oh, he's doing it again. Get out of here.
There's Baron. Everyone gets a timer on that one, but this is Curse Academy really losing their way at playing these games. Their comp just, it can't position properly, basically. There's so much hectic random stuff going on that as long as Trish goes down, you don't have a team fight anymore.
Yeah, they're very utility focused on it. I mean, granted, St. Vicious, he has some damage, but he's also extremely squishy too. Everybody on that team is squishy except for Chris, and Calitrolls, the fact that he's this far ahead pretty much makes Chris squishy.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, Chris, like, I mean, that's the problem with Mundo, though, is like the entire thing with Mundo, like the why the champion is good, is because he's in the front line and he says, you have to deal with me to do anything else. The entire team of Team 8 is backline reach. Fizz gets behind them, Nafta gets behind them, Yasuo gets behind them, and then Kog and Nami are long range. There's no purpose to be Mundo in this case.
Speaking of getting behind him, he's going to try his luck here on
Chris.
Chris.
There's the Shark, there's the DFG,
Oh
there's
my
the
God!
burst, and down goes Chris from about 3/4 health.
Yep. So I'm just going to parrot what I said a second ago. Fizz, he's so far ahead, he makes Mundo squishy.
Yep.
He really, really does. Everybody on this team just looks like a wet paper towel to Fizz.
It's true. Well, I mean, all paper towels be wet against Fizz. Like
this is why we don't give you an audience during challenge.
I like how you've adopted my laugh during those, by the way. That was the same laugh. I've converted you to the trolley freak laugh. Got him. Anyway, now the push for the mid lane. Chris has revived, but Calitrolls pressuring the bot lane, forcing his hand down there, but Lichbane Fizz does plenty of damage to turrets.
And he's actually going to be able to pick that one up.
Yep.
Before the response from Keen and Chris.
That rest of the hit.
They're getting control of this crossover area in the jungle so that they can make whatever play they want to and look for the opportune moment. If they send 2 people bot, they send 4 mid. They are getting ward control and dominance of this area so they can rotate between them, and they might go for a flank with Calitrolls.
Oh, this could be good for Team 8. This actually could be the game-winning fight if Curse Academy mispositions for it. Chris in the bot lane, holding a minion wave in, and Curse Academy rightly give up the mid-tier 2 turret. Top lane still available, by the way, if they want it. They could make their way there shortly. Still a minute and a half on Baron, but if they do what they want, Calitrolls forced to run away.
They're looking for him, though.
They sent Slushie. This is good, actually. Curse Academy is still stuck mid lane. Yasuo can solo push that turret very easily.
And very quickly with the AD damage and attack speed he has. Saint, though, ooh. Like Kobe said, it's not a 50-50. It's 100% if you time the back.
It's true. Thankfully for Saint, he didn't blow any major cooldowns for that one.
No flashes this time.
No. He's safe. Slushie, though, does get that top tier 1. And actually, this is weird. Curse Academy are rushing down mid lane. To be fair, this might be their only chance to win the game, because they're certainly not winning team fights here. They want this turret. Fizz exactly not an amazing turret defenders. They're going to get this one up. That's a turret going down. Slushie is still pushing. Porpoise Pops might want to defend, but he's going to be part of the push crew. There's the recall. Curse Academy still making their way forward. Keen at half health. Turret under fire. In goes Saint. They look for Maple, but there's the Shark. Down goes Impactful. Chris low health. St. Vicious will revive. Calitrolls still alive. Chris goes down. Top inhibitor turret dying. Down goes Saint. In goes the push on the Keen, and Calitrolls is still alive. Down goes Bunny Fufu. That is an ace in a 4v5 for Team 8.
That was really a 4v3. or a 5v3. Because Slushie was pushing, Porpoise pops back, but he wasn't a huge factor in that fight. He just used his ultimate at the end there. Slushie, he's just going to push this turret down.
Pushing down the base, 8 seconds on Tristana. Looks like that won't be much more for him. Good dance moves. What's the story he's telling?
He hasn't set up for it yet. He needs to get his harmonica out.
Okay, that's the requirement?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, down go the minions. Chris in the front line. Briefcase hits, but now the mid inhibitor turret's going to fall. 20-7 now in kills. Teammate find the flank kills. The Cali Trolls playmaker, 2 deaths, 10 kills, 6 assists. The gigantic Fizz.
Last time we saw him play a big carry top, we were kind of like, stop it. There's no challenger fantasy.
Yeah, that's true. I remember that. Also, no surprise, Maple's COG scores typically have like 17 times the number of assists as kills. 113 COG. That is like the Maple Street style, though. He's there.
But if you look at his endgame damage screen, he's usually second in damage.
That's true.
Like, it goes back and forth. But,
oh,
he missed.
He doesn't even need that. Impactful's going to die.
No, he's not.
Whatever.
Got a ulti on him.
He'd have won the 1v1.
Yeah.
That's just not even fair. Bunny Fufu tilted that matchup.
That was really two abilities from Cali Trolls.
DFGQ, I think.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, see?
He was
not
sleeping on the job.
He's all right.
Yeah, they don't chase him down. They saw that Slushie was nearby a second ago, but he actually backed a while ago.
Quick flash for him.
No, they have no ward vision. They can't do it.
Keen, go! Darn.
Flashes and he's already been gone for 5 seconds.
50-50, man. You never know. It's Pavlov's recall. Not Pavlov.
Boy did it.
Schrodinger's recall.
Schrodinger's recall. And, man, I got to get to this bush because somebody
could be recalling in it. 50-50. Could be there, could not be there.
If those are the two options between the choices.
That's how the lottery works, right? You either win or you don't.
Yeah, so I have 50% chance of winning the lottery.
Great.
Great. Anyway, they're going to start pushing down this mid lane. It is a naked inhibitor here. They have one inhibitor in the top lane that's pushing super minions down, but they have so many threats on this team of teammate and a 20k gold advantage for themselves.
Yeah.
You cannot be anywhere near Cali Trolls. He has 2 gap closers, and he has Zonias now. You know he's going to start diving and troll pulling.
Yeah. Well, you saw it right there. Cali Troll is definitely very powerful teammate. They're not even trying to just grow a lead. They're trying to close the game. Shark flashed away from here. And they're going to make their way forward. One Nexus turret already gone. Both inhibits are down, and the first super minion is now on the hitting that structure. Chris, he might die, gets revived in. There's the DFG. They go on good exhaust, though. Calitro's got to be careful. St. Lucius pushes them back, forces the Zonia. Slushie can't go in either. This is a 1 kill so far, but now on to the Nexus. Can teammate just push down for this, or do they have to team fight? Dodo forced to heal. Curse Academy trying to defend, but the Nexus taking too much damage. That will be the game. 2-1 so far for teammates.
And a 10-3-6 score for the top lane Fizz that got lane swapped against him.
Yep.
Cali Trolls showing that he's extremely comfortable on these top lane champions that are bruisers and fighters and even assassins.
Yeah.
His Kha'Zix, his Fizz. But he didn't play him before, and he brings it out here. I think we might be seeing more of the same later on in the series.
I think we should, man. This is an exact example of why these types of champions can still work. Break the meta. I've been saying it for months. I just keep wishing that teams would try these things out. You see it work time and again. I love this kind of stuff.
Maple Street, highest damage in the game.
Yep. Well, it's COG by hitting a Mundo. Like, it's going to happen at some point. And it's weird. Like, Maple's scores never look that impressive.
Nope.
But it does always work out for him. As much as I give him flack for his builds and all this random crap. 1-1-14. It's a 15 KDA Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
For what it's worth.
I started looking at the damage for him against champions because I was like, there's something about this that just doesn't sit right with me. Because I'm like, he never has an impressive scoreline. Like, he's never the carry for teammate. It's always Slushie or it's always California Trolls in the top lane because of their style.
Right.
But he's kind of the persistent damage dealer. And the fact he's able to deal the highest damage in the game when there's a Fizz there who's going to do percent HP.
He's got a one-shot.
He's going to do percent HP too.
Yeah, true.
Because of his Sea Stone Trident. So
True.
he's hitting a Mundo as well. He's second, like right behind him by a little bit. But I think it's very useful to track against teammate because his contribution isn't in his scoreline.
Yeah, but you see it after the game, and you're right, Maple is doing a good, consistent job for the team. And he's putting the damage out there on these long-range carries, and that is, we talked about it in the beginning, why we like him on Kog'Maw and Tristana, because he's out there, out of reach of everyone else, just putting the persistent damage and making sure that the kills finally do come through. And, you know, it is working, to be completely fair. So, teammate, it seems like they're firing on all cylinders again. When the playmaking champions are there, it seems like they make the plays, and that's kind of all this team needs.
Yeah, the bot lane was in a slump for a while. In the top lane, he was kind of picking up different champions because the meta was shifting.
Yeah.
And Slushie, he was also having some problems too. But then the teammate, the bottom lane, got it together. They started picking up hyper carries. They started expanding Dodo's champion pool. And Cali, he's just going back to what he knows and his bread and butter. And I think it's working out fantastically for them.
I think it's incredible as well. Teammate has not been forced to change their comp like at all, and it just keeps working over and over again. So I think Curse Academy need to make some actual changes here and try to push what's been working for Teammate down. We'll see if they can do it in Game 4. But for now, we're going to head over to the guys, the Analyst Desk, for more on that win by Teammate.
Thanks, Freak. Last time we spoke, Jet, we kind of talked about how maybe the aggression would die down.
Maybe more subdued. Like, they're not going to do crazy stuff.
And then they come out with an Assassin Fizz top lane, and they do a turret dive, the teleport turret dive at level 3. I mean, it seems like these teams are now, they're bloodthirsty, and they're going to fight tooth and nail for this victory here.
Well, especially Team 8, for one. I think back all the way to the first time I even saw Team 8 play. I don't remember when it was. It was some online tournament. I think I saw Cali Trolls top lane on Vladimir going like 17-0 or something crazy. Like, the dude plays things that other people aren't necessarily playing, and he plays them well. Maybe if you played the Mundo versus Fizz matchup 100 times and you have like a 2v1 against Fizz, you're going to beat him up a little bit. But this time, as a surprise pick that Curse Academy wasn't expecting, he destroyed that game.
Right. And so then the question is, what does Curse Academy do against that? Because you don't have the experience or the practice. So is that one game enough information to say we can make adjustments and play around it? Or again, you go back to that age-old, like, what's the counter? Ban it.
It's tricky. The momentum is completely gone. It's very common to see like a backdoor sweep in situations like this where you see the first game go to a team in a really close back and forth game, and then as soon as the series breaks, which I think we saw the series break, 2 close games and a really one-sided one. Teammate threw their first curveball. Curse Academy now kind of has to respond to it, but I don't know if they can adjust it to any of their bans. There's a lot they have to figure out in this very short time we have between games.
Let's look at where that first momentum shift happened in this game. About 17:30 into the game in the bot river, we saw a nice 4-for-2. We go ahead and roll this clip out here.
Yeah, just start rolling. You can see the teleport coming in from Fizz, and he beat Mundo to the punch in a lot of ways. He gets in there first. Even if he doesn't land his Shark, the damage is kind of done in the sense. All the distraction he is doing right now burns pretty much all of impactful stuff, and then it allows, right here, Yasuo comes into this fight really late. It allows him to clean up at this point. He waited for impactful to rocket jump in. You could kind of see it coming. Slushie was looking one step ahead right there because you knew that Tristana was bloodthirsty there. It's like, oh my god, he's going to get the resets. He's going to start hopping around and killing everyone. And he just waited for the spot of the Tristana jump, threw the Yasuo tornado, killed him, and ended up getting the triple kill. And both the Yasuo and the Fizz just kind of went nuts after that fight.
Right, that kind of started that, momentum train going that they carried through very well for the rest of the game. And we have to point out the fact that Cali Trolls played his Fizz very well in a carry position. You got those early kills. He looked for assassinations around the map and made plays. I mean, he was taking a lot of attention from the other team. And as Zyrene pointed out, in the team fights, was comfortable using all of his cooldowns on the Zillion in order to force quick decision-making in terms of using that ultimate either on himself or on a priority target on his team, hoping to make use of it.
And it was mainly just forcing Curse Academy into decisions they weren't comfortable making. Curse Academy had to start panicking because they didn't really know where the Fizz would take them. As far as top lane scaling goes, you're not going to get someone who scales as aggressively as a Fizz because he removes the Mundo scaling, which is normally the calling card of Mundo. And as soon as Fizz got going, they just had to start going crazy, which is why this game ended up actually being a much larger goal lead in what was kind of a close game because of the decision-making that they forced Curse Academy into.
And a perfect opportunity for us to jump into our second replay, which is the ace at 27 minutes and 30 seconds because we see Fizz pump out a ton of damage here.
I've heard a lot of teams on the comms that we get to listen to in LCS when they show them on stream, like, let's do a base race, we're behind. What's the worst that could happen? We lose the game. Oh well, we're losing anyway. That's what Curse Academy was trying to do here. Let's just roll the clip. You can see the Yasuo wasn't even there, but they're like, let's turret dive. Samefishes had the right idea, decided to jump on this one, but the right idea didn't even matter at this point. We're going to watch this one again. Obviously, we backed up a little bit too far. St. Vicious dove in, but you need to just watch Cali Trolls. He's the one who cleaned up on this fight. They can't jump on a Fizz because he has his Playful Trickster. He landed a Shark. I mean, Impactful just got wrecked completely in this fight. Nothing he could do once the Shark landed on him. Fizz will one-shot him, and then Chris, who is the tank, gets the healing debuff and also the % health damage from multiple sources.
Impactful even died before the Shark damage came out. The Shark stopped him mid-jump, but the damage actually didn't come through until after he killed him with a Q.
Right.
It did, however, put some damage onto the Mundo, and then we saw him clean up that fight there. Something else I want to point out with Teammate is earlier we were criticizing the Nocturne build a little bit in the earlier game where they had Maokai and a Nocturne in a full tank scenario with not enough damage to follow up and beat a hyper carry team. Here, however, though, he utilized that same tank build, but to a lot greater effectiveness because he had an Assassin Fizz to back him up.
One thing that I've definitely noticed watching this series is how good Porpoise Pops is on Nocturne. Even though it's somewhat easy for him to do, the way he always positions himself to fear tether in the perfect direction is actually a leap I haven't seen a lot of Nocturne players making. And even though he's doing the Lizard Elder first, which I said before, can be good, as long as he's using it in the right team compositions, I'm completely on board with what he's doing with this tank Nocturne. He's getting the early game going, and then he's setting up kills for the high damage solo laners. That's how the team needs to really function.
All right, so we're at that point now. Teammate up 2-1 in the series. It's time for Curse Academy to make some major adjustments. We talked about how they haven't really attempted to dismantle the team composition. He's been comfortable on Nocturne every game, so maybe time to switch up some of those target bans.
Perhaps. It's really, really hard for Curse Academy right now. I've seen, I think it was the last Challenger Series playoffs, when they start losing, they do kind of go on tilt a little bit. The one thing that you have to do in a best-of-5 series, if someone's beating you playing the exact same champion every time, may as well try to throw a wrench into that, whether that be a Nocturne ban, maybe a Nocturne ban.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Hopefully with having a few of those veterans on Curse Academy who have come from the LCS and have gone through best-of series, they'll have the ability to regroup a little bit and come back strong in the 4th game. We do, however, have to take another short break, and when we return, Teammate will make its bid to take the title in the best-of in summer. It's Game 4 right after this. Don't go anywhere.
And now Impactful is back in the chase. They find Maple. There's a knock-up. Kills for Yasuo all day, every day. There's gotta want to fight right now. No, St. Vicious takes a whole bunch of damage. He will revive, and Bunny Poopa goes down.
They killed him.
Impactful does as well. They look for Maple, but there's the Shark. Down goes Impactful. Chris low health. St. Vicious will revive. Cali Troll still alive. Chris goes down.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the 2014 North American Challenger Series Finals. We're going to get straight into Game 4 between Teammate and Curse Academy. Teammate now up 2-1 with an awesome Fizz top.
Oh yeah, Cali Trolls, he really made an impressive adaptation with that top lane Fizz. He went 10, 3, and 6 with a 5.33 KDA there. But that line just doesn't talk about the contribution he had to the team. He did so much damage, and he played that top lane perfectly. Even in a lane swap, he walked up and got CS because he knew he had the opportunity to do that.
He just kind of wasn't held down and got to free farm and became a gigantic split push assassin threat. So congrats there to Cali Trolls. Next up on Teammate, though, is Slooshy, the mid laner. You know, we said he normally doesn't get Yasuo. To be fair, his game 1 wasn't too good, but a triple kill here, 6, 2, and 3 with a 4.5 KDA on his Yasuo in this game. And Slooshy's been a hard man to keep down this series.
Yeah, his Ziggs and Yasuo are both ban-worthy here, but then Porpoise Pops at the same time brings another element on top of it. Like, Teammate, the thing with them is that they just draw so many different bans across so many different members. When you come in, you have to focus on one person, maybe two. Because if you spread your bans out too thin across multiple people, like, they're throwing one at Alistar on Dodo, right?
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is you kind of have to do that. But then you're like, but I have to ban out Yasuo or Ziggs. But then we want to ban out Nocturne. But it's so many different things that you cannot ban out one person on this team because they have very different champion pools.
And that's the thing. I mean, bans are one part of the game, and certainly they can help you if you do them right. But at the end of the day, it comes down to how well you play against that team, how well you play against the champions, how much you can keep people down. We've seen Saint try to camp mid lane to keep Slooshy down. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. If you can keep the right people down, you're going to be good. The guy I actually really want to talk about as well is Chris here from Curse Academy, because honestly, I don't love Mundo because he has no lane pressure. It gives you a free license to play literally any champion you want up there and excel in the lane. Yes, they lane swapped last game, but they eventually fought 1v1 later on. And if you're not playing anything reasonably offensive, you just get danced around. You saw Fizz get to crush people. Like, imagine he was playing Renekton. Fizz would lose that so hard. But it's not in the pool. He's blind picking Mundo, saying you can't do anything about it, and it fails.
Here's the thing, too, is I don't think we'll see a Fizz come out again because Teammate are on blue side. They usually first pick their champion for Cali Trolls when something is left up for him. But then on Curse Academy's side, when they, well, sorry, on red side for Teammate, they will last pick a counter pick for him. So right now, they're actually going to go get Slooshy something. All right.
Exactly what I expected there, because
Makes
they didn't
perfect sense.
put the Orianna ban in against Keen. He did lose his Ziggs there and said, all right, let's find an actual bully. But that did leave Nidalee up. I missed that. So Chris finally has a way to do something in lane, and this is good for Curse Academy.
Yeah, they neglected the Nidalee ban on Curse Academy's side for the Nocturne. And they left that out. Actually, the Rise was banned away from Curse 2 instead of the Mundo. So those are really his two champions that they expected him to play, but he does go back on the Nidalee here.
Well, so Kha'Zix was potentially a concern. Of course, that was grabbed by St. Vicious, so 2 champions removed from Porpoise Pop's champ, but we haven't seen him play any other champion yet so far in the North American Challenger playoffs here. Lee Sin right now, his hover, and I don't know what else he can bring out for the team. I do still like Dodo's Nami, that's just fine. But I actually wonder if the Orianna might have been a mistake here.
I was thinking the first pick Kha'Zix would be what they were going to go with.
Or Nidalee. Like, Curse Academy, I think, played this exactly right by basically creating a situation where red side was the advantage. They put on 3 champions that were all highly prioritized in different lanes, meaning they got 2 of them, Teammate got 1. The rest of these champions are uncontested.
It doesn't make a huge amount of sense because they're trying to neglect it from Keen. They want him on something that he's not comfortable on. But at the same time, Slooshy hasn't played Orianna yet this series, and he's been having good games on other champions.
Well, he's not been allowed to play Orianna this series, though. Slooshy is a good Orianna player.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Unless you get to create chaos by, you know, getting a good Fizz matchup, for example. Like, I don't know. I don't necessarily love Yasuo unless your team is set up to use it, and only last game did it look like it was actually going to work out here. So I kind of have to see what goes on. Gragas still might be the champion here in the top lane for him just because it'll survive the Nidalee matchup and potentially outscale. Curse Academy also making some interesting choices. They've switched their lanes up a little bit and are much more early game focused. Corki now in that AD carry role since they have an early game split push power in Chris's Nidalee. And I think this is what Curse Academy needs to just crush lanes early on, put Teammate down, and prevent the comeback.
And what is going to be the answer to this Nidalee in the top lane there from California Trolls?
Is it Lee Sin?
I don't know if it's a Lee Sin top lane for him. I don't think it's going to be. I think he's going to have to pull something else out here. You know, he may go back to Kale. He may, I mean, he knows what he's playing it into. He may play the Fizz into it.
Watch when it's actually like Keen Nidalee mid and we've all been trolled.
And he goes AP Nidalee mid. You know, it can happen. It can happen.
Oh,
okay.
Actually, I like this. I like this a lot. Malphite top here for Cali Trolls. The reason I like this is just the fact that you've got such darn good team fight engage. And really, what does Curse Academy even have that's good for team fighting? Like, you've got a hardcore split push from Nidalee, and you're just like, okay, we're going to dive your turret, and then teammate wins the game.
It's the ball delivery. It's going to go right into multiple members, and if Slushie gets going enough on that Orianna, Shockwave, Dissonance, Command Attack, don't even need the Command Attack half the time, will kill Bunny Fufu if they straight up hit him with that, and he can't get the ultimate off in that time.
So we now have the most disparate game I think we've seen this entire series. Teammate going hardcore for the team fight engage, and they hope to God that Kog'Maw can follow up on this because he is like the only damage of this entire lineup. Curse Academy very much not want a 5-on-5. It's Keen roaming around on Cassidy, and Chris split pushing all day on Nidalee, and St. Vicious hopefully getting their lanes in a good spot. This is going to be a hectic one.
Yeah, it's going to be all over the place here. It's going to rely on the positioning of Curse Academy before the team fights start. How do they start off? Do they start off clumped?
No, it's not even team fight. Like, they're not going to be on the same screen together ever.
That's the thing, though.
If they do, they lose.
Yeah, that's the positioning. Where does it start? Is it going to be just Nidalee up in the top lane, 1-4, 1-3-1?
The entire game.
You would hope so.
If Chris groups up, I'm going to be really sad for Curse Academy.
That's the thing.
Or they prove me wrong.
Yeah, it's going to be that situation where Curse did what Curse did today with Quas.
Yeah.
You just keep pushing that lane over and over again with the Nidalee, and if the person, your enemy, TP's out of there, you're like, all right, see ya. You know, I'm going to go get 2 turrets.
Absolutely.
That's worth it for me if my team disengages.
Oh, we'll see if they can do it. Then Curse Academy backs against the wall, down 2-1. We're just moments away from getting into this game. So while we wait, tell us who you think is going to win online. Tweet at LOL Esports. Use either hashtag T8win or hashtag CAwin. Let us know who you think is going to win. Pull that up a little bit later on in the game. But we're going to have the players themselves also tell us who thinks going to win by playing League of Legends.
I think that's going to be the biggest tell there. Regardless of what you say on Twitter, they don't know what you're saying.
Hey, you're supposed to leave our people empowered. The Twitter voters are empowered here too.
But they don't influence the game.
How do you know that? Why do you think we have... No. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I had nothing to follow
even
up
you
there.
can't
I was
back that
hoping. I was hoping I had something. My brain didn't work fast enough. Why do you think crits are random? They're actually based on Twitter votes.
Really?
Yep.
Is that why you get crits every game? Because you're more popular than the Olive Garden?
Yep. That's why. Free breadsticks too. Maple Street's got to be careful. Pop the E. He's taking a lot of damage, though. The Twitter votes are with Maple, though, as he runs away. Javelin hits Dodo. And Chris is not going to get him.
The slow being leveled up first from Bunny Fufu. It's a 2.5 second, 55% movement speed slow. At max rank, it's 5.5. It's a long duration CC.
But it's going to lower their harass potential a lot. Like, the attempt for that kill is actually going to
hurt them.
Really help teammate.
Yeah.
It is a flash on cooldown, to be fair, so Maple Street is down a summoner.
But here's the thing. Is Curse Academy impactful? Leveled up Valkyrie. Bunny Fufu leveled up his...
I missed that.
His Time Warp. They have no way to push this lane against Maple Street and Dodo. Dodo, he leveled up his heal. Yeah, he's Ebb and Flow. And then Maple Street leveled up his Void Ooze, so he does have his Wave Clear tool available to him.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, teammate should have the... Should otherwise have a decent early lead. The problem is, though, his teammate is actually leashing the red buff here for Porpoise Pop. So while Lee Sin will get top lane really early to tilt the matchup, and Cali Trolls as well will notice that Chris is leashing for St. Vicious here. It's basically a bunch of knowledge gained on both sides now, but Porpoise Pops, I think, will have a faster jungle route.
Yeah, he's going to get more assistance, and now missed a CS.
Did Dodo get experience in that one? Can we click on Dodo, actually? Yeah, he got XP for the first melee, so Maple will not get level 2 off of the 3 melees in the second wave, but Dodo will hit level 2, I think, first of the wave entirely. That might matter then when a bubble comes out and kind of zones back impactful.
And if they can push this wave out, and yeah, people really favoring that teammate right now after that game 2 and 3 performance.
Well, I agree with what Jat said, which is like, look, once you get a win like that, the series is kind of swept in a certain way. Like, if you lose all your morale, it's kind of over. So there's a real big potential there. Slushy trying to push in Keen. That Kassadin, 4.14 Kassadin. That's a 4.14 Orianna. She does much less auto attack harass, so could help Keen more than you might realize in this lane.
At the same time, though, Orianna is kind of the counter pick to Kassadin.
It was the assumed, yeah.
It's the one that goes even, comes out a little bit on top early, and contributes to the team fights, and we'll have to see what they do with it. I know there were some players that were just so confident in their Orianna play that they let Kassadin stay up and bait it out and then pick it into it.
I like that we're finally at a point where Kassadin's no longer perma pick and ban. Like 8 nerfs later, and a rework, or like 2.
Yeah, but here comes Porpoise Pops and St. Vicious. They're both around mid right now.
Ooh, good.
And Slushy, he's actually going to drag him back.
But here's Porpoise. Saint's got to run away from this one. Pops the jump. Takes some harass back and forth. Slushy out of potions. Now knock up there.
The bubble.
Onto Impactful. Good damage. Dodo trading exhaust now with Bunny Fufu.
And that's going to be actually level 3 for both members of the Curse Academy bot lane. Maple Street hasn't hit his level 3 just yet.
Yeah, he got to lane just that little bit late there. Finally 3 for himself.
You know, they're standing on top of a ward. He actually sees where the back is. Throws the boys out to stop it. Good job there.
Impactful. He should be able to afford Dorans, though, so it's not the worst recall in the world. Actually, no. Ruby Crystal for himself and then some potions. Okay, so still wants to go towards Phage. Enough consumables, though, to survive the lane on the return. Maple's probably going to wait till he gets Vamp Scepter on the recall. So
yeah, he'd probably go Bilgewater Cutlass. It's actually
wait for that entire item.
Mildly cheap item in that regard.
Yeah, that's true. Ruby Crystal has no really that effective combat stats, so you can wait with this like quote-unquote item disadvantage and just farm up for a bit.
And Dodo is doing a really good job because he's taking the Zillion bombs and then he like walks them out of the wave.
We put them into the caster minions to try to like create a freeze or deny CS from Impactful. Like that's part of the reason it's for CS and Bunny Fufu. Is you try to deny the AD carry gold.
It's also helping the wave freeze and push towards him. So Bunny Fufu has to watch his bomb usage in this lane. And he's fast pushing it right now, and it is actually just going to be the Vamp Scepter for Maple Street here.
Okay.
Because he doesn't want to have to deal with the power spike that Impactful had, but it's just a Ruby Crystal for himself.
Well, I like this, though, because it allows basically all the gold income to come through. Because Dodo upgraded it to Frostfang as well, so it's like this sort of nice way to cement your lead by being basically unharassable.
Calitroll's been smacking around Chris's Nidalee in the top lane.
Yeah, they're going pretty equal. The Malphite's working despite Nidalee being characteristically a lane bully. Equal CS on this wave. First recall goes to Chris. Calitrolls will do the same.
I know for a long time that Malphite was really the only team fight-oriented top laner that Calitrolls played. And it is actually the top laner that he played when they lost to Necrophantation because their damage output wasn't high enough.
Yeah, and we've talked about that in Champ Select. This game is a lot about Maple Street. And he has been a consistent damage source, a risk-averse damage source to be fair, but he's actually consistently topped the charts for damage dealt by Team 8. So this might just work. The fact that he's going late game carries now could be enough for Team 8 to win the battles here.
Nope, Saint sneaking into this bottom lane bush.
This could be good. Level 5 on that Kha'Zix forces a flash from Dodo 8. Bubble's going to miss as well. That's a good amount of damage from Phosphobomb.
Yeah, Dodo gets chunked out on the return. Yeah, they walk it into the minion wave.
Oh, Porpoise is coming though. Lee Sin waiting in the wings.
He's actually walking around. He's trying to find where Saint is because he knows he's half HP and able to bully him around.
And good wards from Saint though. Stop that. Okay, so enough ward coverage from both sides. Looks like no ganks will now happen from these guys. Calitrolls again in battle with Chris. Level 6 on Nidalee. Does get some decent damage down. Breaks to the passive, but they are still trading autos back and forth. 3 points Q, 2 points E. Nothing in Brutal Strikes from Malphite.
Yeah, doesn't want to push the wave.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, he does have just a Giant spell. So he didn't go for Chalice for Mono Regen or MR.
True. Sunfire first.
And he didn't even go for the parts of Spectre's Cowl against the magic damage source because he's more concerned with the physical damage.
Yeah, the autos are a big source of Nidalee's early damage output here for sure. Interesting to note, by the way, as a random factoid, if you actually care about your ground slam damage, getting a second point in it is worth more damage than getting a point in Brutal Strikes and activating it for the bonus armor. in, I think, basically every case. So if you care about your burst damage, you actually ignore W. For all those Malphite players out there.
Yeah. All,
yeah, Malphite players.
One in the house. Just one. Oh!
Impactful. Loses his summoner heal again. The exhaust rated out by Bunny Fufu. Dodo didn't use his, so a summoner spell lead now here for Team 8. And that 2-on-2 is working well, and they're fighting a lane bully in Corki, and yet winning this matchup. And those guys got a gank from Saint, so I am very impressed by Team 8's duo lane right now.
Dodo can't really walk up to deny the cannon minion because they have to back off because Keen walked by that pink ward. Still not going to check it.
Aww.
He's not going to check for it.
I don't know why Keen actually didn't go all the way down. Like, there was no one around, actually. Yes, he backed by a ward, but, like, you can stop the recalls, push your team down, and actually go for something there. I was surprised he didn't finish the roam.
Yeah, he's trying to stay in this mid lane and stay up in CS with Slushy. This top lane, though.
But keep it staying up in CS. Yeah, Chris is actually crushing Calitrolls right now. 62 to 40. It'll be around 45 by the end of this year. And look at that harass. I mean, Chris is really doing well. Curse Academy now going hard for this one. Porpoise Pops shows up mid a little bit too late. Slushy says, this dragon's dying, guys. And Curse Academy off. They're already up 300 gold before it even starts, and they get Dragon as well. Curse Academy, this is good for them. They need to get ahead so that they can force split pushes and get away from team fights.
Yeah, and the blue is going to be taken up here. And exactly, they need to force the split push. And they need that extra gold for themselves on Curse Academy side. Calitrolls TPing to the top lane. Now he's going to just push out Chris. Meanwhile, Team 8 can start applying pressure to this mid turret and try to get an answer for that dragon that they gave up.
They're trying some good damage. Porpoise Pop's making it happen, and yes, that will be mid turret going down. No surprise, though. Orianna versus Cassidy matchup after all. A couple of words come down. Porpoise Pops did rush Sightstone, by the way. His first Sightstone of the match. Oh, damage on a Dodo, though. Keen, plenty aggressive here. Does dodge the bubble. That could have been 400 damage that bubble landed.
It's not going to take the Q there. They left Maple Street in the bot lane again. Dodo, he roamed mid. It's the typical MO for Team 8.
Maple feels safe, though. He's against a fairly low pressure lane. Sorry, low kill potential lane of Corki Zillion. There's harass, but not usually the fatal damage. And so Maple just farming, getting solo XP. And with E and R, he's actually pretty safe to last hit from range as well.
We're going to have Dodo rejoining him, though. So he's going to be even safer in this matchup. Impactful actually goes for the Sheen first and just sits on the parts of the Phage, even though he started with the Ruby Crystal.
I actually like that because...
better, because the parts of Sheen don't feel good.
Right. Like, parts of Phage are so reasonably useful. So it will be his best sort of arrangement of his gold, basically. It's the best he could go for here. And you can see he will get some decent damage harass onto Maple, who will be forced to use the Vamp Scepter and Nami to stay in this lane. But so far, so good, honestly. Top lane is absolutely crashing. There's the engagement. Chris pulled aggro. He's going to go down to the turret. A mistake from Chris means first blood for Calitrolls.
Calitrolls playing the Malphite, still very aggressive. Chris, a little too overly aggressive there. Took the turret aggro, and he made him pay for it with the ultimate. Look at Slushy a little too far forward.
Who flashed away from the slow of Keen, though. Saint still in the chase. Two-man shockwave, but that's another slow coming in. Keen gets the kill. The trade back there from Curse Academy.
And that's actually going to be St. Vicious evolving his W for the extra slow, which helped them get that kill.
Yeah.
Got multiple rotations of that spell off. Was able to keep him slowed and away and stop him from getting away. But now they're going to continue to pressure this mid lane here. It's only Porpoise Pops.
Well, that's the thing, though. He can't really defend easily on Lee Sin. Calitrolls getting free pressure in the top lane. Chris will not teleport to it. Saint clears away one of the defensive pink wards of Team 8, and Curse Academy are in exactly a tied game right here. Again, they have very different goals with their mid games. The early games have gone the same.
And actually, Bunny Fufu roamed mid, and that leaves both Maple Street and Dodo to pressure this bot lane. And there isn't going to be much help for it for a while here. St. Dish is going to have to walk down there. But at the same time, Porpoise Pops is en route. Yeah, it's just going to be impactful for a little while.
Well, interesting. Thing is, though, that's going to be him getting wrapped on. Dodo goes for the ult, does not quite block the Valkyrie. Porpoise Pops flashes in, flashback from Impactful, lands the Q, doesn't chase though. Trade of flashes. This bot lane turret sure to go down. TP just killed the turret. Wasted teleport from Chris. No reason to do this at all.
He's right in front of Cali Trolls, too.
Here comes Saint, though. No slow.
So they waste the teleport. Chris, a little too late on that. And the good focus there by teammate. But another big thing was the kick back, just a couple pixels to the left. A couple pixels short of that. So impactful, good flash.
Yeah, exactly required. It was the right choice to realize the kick was going to happen. Chris still trying to make top lane work, but Calitrolls with a Sunfire now. Like, watch this fight here. Chris can't barely even break through the passive shield of Calitrolls as he gets burned to death very slowly. These long duration trades let Calitrolls get a second round of spells off, and Chris still loses health while this happens. He even laughs for it, he knows. But here comes Keen. That was good from Chris. Calitrolls does have the ulti. Does use it, but they had actually stopped chasing him by then.
He's out of there. Wow, that turret is so low.
It's gonna die at some point.
So the point that he actually got Chris to overcommit to killing the turret was actually, Chris could have probably taken it out if it's been at that same HP. I think it's taken more since then, but they do end up killing it. But there is a collapse here.
Yeah. So both advantaged lanes, both the Orianna vs. Cassidy and the Nidalee vs. Malphite, eventually do turn into turret kills. And that's the payoff for what are supposed to be good lanes here. Those have been equalized now. Kind of in a mid-game at this point, where Maple Street does have that Ruin King spike in. No Triforce yet from Impactful. Chris got to be careful. Kicked in. Calitrolls does not have ulti just yet. He's going to get slowed down. Good cripple there from Porpoise Pops. Red buff on as well for some decent damage. Chris does not have flash. Dodges the Q, but that's a 4-second slow from Seismic Shard. Chris is going down. Calitrolls gets the kill.
Calitrolls 2-0 in that top lane. Look at this. The pressure from Keen in the mid, trying to keep Slushy down, and now Saint here to push the wave a bit.
So really, though, Curse Academy aren't being held down by the fact that Cassidy is supposed to have a bad lane matchup here. They kind of escaped that early game, and it's on to the point where they can realistically roam pretty effectively. So I think we're going to start seeing a lot better plays come out of all these individual performances of Curse Academy, and it's going to be up to teammate to try to survive this situation.
Here's the thing is, you did get that matchup in the mid lane, and Castan's going to keep scaling up. But this top lane is just going in the worst possible way it possibly could have for Curse Academy. Chris 0-2 as Nidalee down in farm against the Malphite. He's not in a position to effectively split push at this point in the game. Teammate, on the other hand, Calitrolls, he's in a great position to join fights with TP and set his team up for success with his ultimate. They are on very different spikes right now.
That's true. If he actually does hold down Chris one-on-one, that's a gigantic win condition for Chris Academy, just completely nullified. And it still gives room for teammate to make plays. So that is something to watch for. And you're right, yeah. Calitrolls has done well in the 1v1 so far. So big risk for Chris Academy. Now it's kind of on the bot lane and Keen to make things happen, maybe.
Looks like he's going to go and get himself even more armor. And I think it's going to be the Iceborne Gauntlet. I think Calitrolls in the top lane.
Yeah, Sunfire, Iceborne, very, honestly, pretty good at dueling with a build like that.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of cooldown reduction, ways to stick to this Nidalee if he times it correctly between his Seismic Shard.
He even has wave clear without spending too much mana.
He'll eventually get to that point, though. Right now, he's still just flexing, bullying Chris. What can he do?
Look at how far away Nidalee has to run there. The slows are strong. Chris still taking damage. Calitrolls now 3 points in Q, 5 in E, just crushing him back. And the Seismic Shard, of course, such a good wave clear. Wow, he's really going to dive this. Chris still running away. Knocked in the air, takes a heal, but Chris has basically nowhere to go. Calitrolls thought he could win this. There's the tidal wave. There's the Q. Revive comes in from Nidalee, and now there's St. Vicious kicked back. Knock out the Bunny Fufu. Chris will get away, but here comes Keen. Teammate overcommit, and they allow the roam to happen, and look what happens. 3 kills to Curse Academy for a spread out fight.
Way too overcommitted to that fight, way too aggressive. They went under a turret, and then they kept going, and Bunny Fufu showed up for the save. Keen showed up for the extra damage. Saint, still in attendance. Slushy, not a part of that at all. He was still farming the mid lane.
Yep. Well, Cassidy's going to be better at leaving lane than Orianna, certainly.
This is a big boon, though, for teammate, or it used to be. Because Calitrolls is able to do this to Chris, to push him all the way back. This is a Nidalee. This is a champion that is constantly banned because it just 1v1 so well. And the fact that Calitrolls is set up to pull off this type of move, Porpoise Pops gets in there. Ends up killing him, but it's right at the time. And he has to kick Saint away. can't wait for Chris because they have to retreat. They are in full reverse here, but Keen shows up and cleans up both Porpoise Pops and Dodo.
Yeah, this honestly made no sense to me, though, because they don't need to win 1v1s to win the game. I mean, yes, taking advantages is nice. If you can get kills, why not take them? But to try that hard and ignore the fact the enemy team could be showing up is completely disrespectful and honestly rightly punished by Curse Academy.
And they're going to the source of the split push. They seem to be wanting to pick on Chris. He's the only member of Curse Academy who's actually died this game. He's died twice.
Yep. But Curse Academy looking like they got signs of life. 1,300 gold lead still for themselves. The roams have worked. Keen is 3-0. We're going to watch a bot lane fight, by the way, that happened during our previous engage.
Impactful chunks him out with a good phosphorus bomb, and then just throws bombs at him.
Damage.
And boom.
Yep. That is why Triforce First is a very strong item for AD carries. Ruin King doesn't do much unless you're Vayne in an AD carry duel, so.
Yeah, the fact he rushes that first every game on Kog'Maw delays his first item power spike.
Yep. This is a very strange build because I think I've talked about it enough already.
It's personal safety, I guess, but like
it's not. He just died.
I know you lack the movement speed.
Yep.
And the HP. It's not a good. It's not a good build against another AD carry. You're not going to get a lot of damage out of it.
It's okay if you're going to go into the basically trifecta items of Ruin King plus Eye Edge plus Phantom Dancer. Then you're just like, great, I'm just going for the quick 3-item spike. But
he also got himself Merc Treads so that he can deal with the long duration slow from Zilean. But that's about it. That's it.
He's been buying a lot of Merc Treads this tournament, actually. It's one of the only AD carries I've seen. I think this is his 3rd Merc Treads in, what, like 7 games or 8 games here. So really favoring that item a lot recently. It does fit his style. He's pretty risk-averse and pretty sort of methodical in his play. Hoping to get away from CCs and whatnot, but we'll have to see if it's going to pay out. It is a loss of damage. It's 25 attack speed he could have from Zergreaves. Impactful, more auto-attack focus, though. He did not go Sork Shoes on Corki. Instead went for Zergreaves here himself.
They put Keen in the top lane, but that's going to put Chris and Calitrolls back in the bottom lane. They want this matchup on Team 8's side because Calitrolls just keeps winning it.
And honestly, that's fine because it puts him right next to the dragon that comes up in a minute. There's no turrets to kill, but it's not the split push power. It's just waiting for team fights here.
Oh, they're trying to collapse.
Well, that's a dead turret. That's right there behind. Saint does get spotted out by a Q. Chris now bullying with his Triforce here. Look at that jump in. Calitrolls half health. He's got to respect the fact that Curse Academy can roam down so easily.
And there's 45 seconds on that dragon. Maple Street, he's pulled down from the top lane alongside Keen to go back to the mid lane, so they are around the vicinity.
Well, let's see what we're going to get out of this one. Iceborne Gauntlet now done for Calitrolls. He will be even better at dueling Chris. I think the matchup flipped one more time with that item coming through. That'll make Chris have to respect him a little bit more. But the fact of the matter is we need to really watch kind of the 4 guys in the middle. It's Slushy, Maple, Keen, and Impactful. I think those are the people that are the players to watch. That's where all the action's going to happen. How good are Keen's roams? How high is Maple's damage? And the people who oppose them, basically.
Okay, here's the thing. Is this team fight is about to happen, or at least it looks like it might happen. Curse Academy, they don't want to go to the dragon. They want to stay by this mid, and there it is.
Oh my god, the random pick. Calitrolls with the ulti takes down Bunny Fufu. And that means dragon for Team 8.
Remember when I said at Champ Select, if he gets knocked up, he's not going to have time to even use his ultimate.
Yep.
That's exactly what happened there, because he's extremely squishy. And Curse Academy, they want nothing to do with these fights because it's the Malphite ball delivery system. And Slushy has been doing pretty well for himself. He is the highest CS in the game at 240 at 21 minutes.
Yeah, he's been completely untouched, basically. Yes, a couple of ganks have come through, but he has been farming like a madman, hoping to just push a gold lead and keep Keen down, keep him pushed in. Still a 3-kill cast, and watch that fight again, just waiting over the brush.
Boom, smack, and he's gone.
Yep. Just the one ulti, some auto attacks, and down he went.
Didn't even get to touch the ground.
True. Well, after he died, he just kind of
his dead body
face-planted.
touches the ground, yeah.
I think a Zilean normally doesn't touch the ground in the first place, so how does Malphite even deal damage to him?
Blowing my mind. He knocks him even further up.
Weird. You think he'd just like fly down gracefully.
I guess he loses whatever keeps him hovering and he just splats.
Aw, poor guy. Teammate, though, now up 300 gold off that pick and the dragon. The difficulty, I guess, that there's not a lot to team fight for, which is the weird thing. They've already taken the 3 outer turrets off of these lane matchups. The Dragon's off the map for another 5 minutes. There's a lot of time for Curse Academy to wait around and sort of scale. The difficulty, I guess, also is that not a lot for Curse Academy scales up that hard. It's kind of just the Kassadin. Everything else, I feel like, gets outscaled in the role in any of the meaningful ones here. Mid lane turret's going to go down. Nice play by Curse Academy. Just playing off the recalls of Team 8. And now they're back at lead 600.
I think Team 8 are going to start to group up more and more and keep themselves more centralized and just have Cali Trolls answer to Chris wherever he is in lane and then wait for the 4-on-4 and then make it a 5-on-4 or 5-on-5 because Team 8, they should be more than happy to take these team fights.
Honestly, yeah. But as long as they can find them, that's the really big thing. Curse Academy typically playing well around them. In fact, most of their team not even catchable. Chris, Saint, Keen, and Impactful all run away fairly quickly if they get spotted out.
These wards from both teams are actually just hyper-aggressive wards. So wherever the action is going on.
Yeah. Team 8 have really good Baron control right now.
Chris getting bullied around. There's the power spike we talked about with the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, Cali Trolls is really crushing this matchup right here.
Is he going to use
Sword
his ulti?
shoes are done as well. He's going to wait for Chris to hop.
Ooh.
Oh, he could have, but he didn't know where anyone was. That was smart. That was Cali Trolls learning his lesson from last time, not throwing these leads away. He's created more control for the map. He's going to get his own wards down now in the eastern jungle to keep creating pressure, pulling Curse Academy away from Baron and allowing them to take it later, happening right now.
They're going straight for it. He does have his teleport. He hasn't actually shown himself in a bit. There he goes. He shows himself down bottom. Chris is actually going to try to answer it.
It's going down so fast, though.
No
Curse Academy are checking late. This Baron at 1/3 health. Here comes St. Bishop. Ward of the Wall says, oh crap, are they on Baron right now? But he's got no wards. He's got to check blind.
Right
reveals it, jumps in. St. Bishop gets the Baron from Team 8. He revives. He tries to run away. A bubble says no, but that was worth it.
And they also get the TP from California Trolls. He is a part of this fight now, and they're going to start pushing wherever they can because they just gave up the Baron there. Saint had no ward. He had to check it with his W. That's why you evolve it. Got the vision, jumps in, sticks around.
Yeah. The question is, what can Team 8 take? Their health bars are a bit low, but they had a little bit of time of 5v4, and they do nothing. They had a 5v3 available in the mid lane, actually. Chris was still bot.
And we're going to see that again. He has to wait for Bunny to get the range, so he's like, screw it, I'll do it myself. Jumps in, gets knocked up, but it gets it right after Porpoise pops.
Early smite by Porpoise.
Slightly early, just fractions of a second. Saint's hitting smites. It's definitely a different Saint.
Teammate's screwed.
Oh.
He's unlocked his real power.
It's not even his final form.
Now he's got an Evo left in 2 levels.
Yep. No Rengar, though.
Darn.
At the same time, though, that is huge for Curse Academy. Exactly what they needed. Because they didn't fight a team fight right afterwards, either. Because that could have been catastrophic if they continued to press the issue. Saint basically said, you know what, we've got to cut our losses. But look at this. Keen fighting Cali Trolls. But everybody else who's tried, they've lost. But Slushy's here, too.
Try. All right, there we go. Doesn't go for it.
Nope. Slushy doesn't even show himself. But meanwhile, mid lane's being pushed down because Slushy is not in attendance, and they don't have the wave clear here.
I like this, though. It's basically a 1-3-1. Curse Academy not grouping up.
Oh, they're going around Maple.
Maple's now really screwed. He got split off by Chris right here. That is the damage coming through. Chris will have to get revived, I think. No, Saint pulls aggro. There it is. Wasn't quite enough damage. But hey.
Very close.
Probably the right choice for Bunny Fubu here.
Better safe than sorry. Baron regen definitely saved Chris.
True. Okay. Curse Academy doing the right thing, though. Kassadin split push. He is really hard to hold down. It's been long enough in the game now that he is 16, so he can't be caught by any of these 1v1s of teammate. I don't think any single person can duel Kassadin and make him die here. The Nidalee split push from Chris. Going for the build we saw Quas do, actually. The Bloodthirster second. He's going to be good at killing turrets and, honestly, really hard to kill.
Yeah, the big thing, too, is that Nidalee's Q in Cougar form has an AD ratio on it. Yep. About 100%, and then it increases as they get lower and lower, up to about a 333% AD ratio on the execute. So, and it's magic damage, too. So you do physical damage with your auto attacks, you change over, and then you do magic damage on top of everything. So it's really hard to itemize against it. Because your AD basically becomes magic damage.
It converts it, much like Poppy Q does the same thing here. We're going to see Curse Academy make their way top lane. They say, you know, I think we've got enough time, even though we are grouping for this. This turret can fall rapidly. Baron buff, only 1 minute left, but it's turret number 4 here for Curse Academy. The first tier 2 of the game for them. And out goes the minion wave.
There's no response here. Cali Trolls doesn't have his teleport up. Porpoise Pops was going towards the dragon. They give up that turret for free.
Wow, and so Chris, looks like he's the dominant force again. That BF sword helping him quite a bit. Keen looks for Porpoise Pops, level 12 on this Lee Sin. Kicks him back in, doesn't do much though. King can just hop back out, no problem, no questions asked. And Palpatine gets the kill, there's the engage, they find one. Chris in the mix, Maple, good flash away, stays alive against Saint, the shockwave on the 2. They're still trading back, Zillion revive though. Can Calitrolls win this fight? Saint is back up, Chris being chased away. Saint with the resets, will kill Dodo, no he won't. Slushy keeps him alive. That's actually a fight won by Team 8.
They end up getting the separate there. Cali Trolls with the ultimate keeps casting up, and they're going to get this dragon off of that, or at least attempt it.
They're certainly going to try. Their jungler will revive first, and I don't really think Curse Academy can stop them here. It's just Chris and Bunny Fufu. No easy stealing abilities in Team 8. Well, they found a team fight, and look what happened.
I think the team fight kind of found them.
It did, but that's still a concern.
Yeah, Porpoise Pop's extremely out-leveled here. Tries to go for the insect onto Keen. Goes back in, but Cali over the wall, hits 3, and then 2 of them get knocked up, and they blow up Keen, and he can't rift walk away. Slushy shows up in the nick of time to keep Maple Street alive just a little bit longer. Now Cali Trolls zones Chris, Bunny, Fufu out of this fight. Keeps them away. Just a little bit of help.
Oh, he whipped the auto. He moved. Saint Vicious.
Animation canceled.
Too early. He would have gotten that kill, gotten the dangerous game, maybe gotten out. Slushy carried that fight though. He one-shot Corky from like 2/3 health.
Yes. And also the fact that they were able to get Keen off the field very quickly and not have that slippery cast outside on the outskirts of the fight, coming back in and weaving.
Well, look at Keen's build. It's full greedy. He went Roa right into Death Cap. If he had a Zonias, he was fine there. And you're seeing him pay for it there. So maybe a way in for Team 8
I mean,
Curse Academy keeps...
He would have been fine with the Zonias if he had popped it before Cali Trolls even used the ultimate from Fog of War.
Yeah. But even armor would help him take a little bit less damage. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that one, but it's still like the thematics of his build says you're very one-shottable when all you've got to do is split not get caught. There's a shockwave, so you just got to be careful. Jumps over the wall. Keen is just fine. Porpoise Pops lands the Q, teleport in from Chris, because why not?
Because he's done split pushing his Nidalee. He's going to go do something else now. Group up for the fight.
Keen will rejoin the team. It looks like they want this mid lane siege. Problem is, Curse Academy, they have no good way to win the game, to end the game.
Yeah, their win condition is kind of snuffed out by this Malphite, because Cali Trolls can duel Chris in
Oh no, Dodo's got to be careful.
Oh, he got the
great
bubble.
tidal wave, great bubble. They force the revive onto Keen. Out goes Impactful. Cali Trolls trying to create some pressure. Ulti already used though. Zillion gets out. A lot of flashes lost by Curse Academy.
They just get the support Dodo off of Team 8, and now Chris, he's actually going to try to push this bottom lane as fast as he can.
They got him! 50-50, won by Slushy.
That one wasn't 50-50 if he's time in the back once again.
Nope, won the lottery there. $128 million won by Slushy.
Look at that. Cali Trolls just tanking this turret down. Maple Street shows up to help him out. And like we said, Curse Academy.
Porpoise Pops kicks one back. Ward hops just in time. Chris actually flashes for it. Gets the kill.
Curse Academy, they're trying to go back to their win condition of split pushing right now because they aren't getting a response yet from Cali Trolls. He's the one who's been stopping the split push all game. And when he goes mid, it frees up Chris to do what he wants. Oh, they're trying to go after Slushy. Speaking of doing what they want.
Shockwave gets Saint. The heal comes through. Slushy gets the kill again. Hey man, the first pick Orianna, I said maybe not the right choice. No, it's the right choice.
No, Slushy excels on all these different types of champions. The fact that he's playing the Orianna, the Ziggs, the Yasuo. It's, like I said, it's pretty much impossible to ban him out, or ban out something that he has a good showing on. He's very versatile.
Wow. Baron pressure for teammate. Out goes the ward. They actually go on to Baron right now. St. Vicious is dead for 20 seconds.
and Ultimate wants to do is bait a 5v4. No ult for Slushi though, damage on the Dodo. They don't slow down Keen much. Baron deals some damage, out goes teammate.
Calitrolls does have his ultimate. Dodo is chunked down very low, but here goes Porpoise Pops on the side. Not going to try to make a play just yet.
Porpoise is only level 13, taking a whole bunch of damage from Keen, forced to ward hop away. Baron still taking damage. Saint is now alive. Calitrolls, can he find and engage?
Chris,
smart.
Got him. Got us.
Yep. Made him look at him the wrong way. That's a cooldown lost.
So Calitrolls, he had his ultimate available. Slushi didn't have his up just yet because he had used it a moment ago for the kill on Saint down bottom, but now it's back up. They're ready for this. Curse Academy, they kind of get sucked into this power vacuum on the Baron, and they're saying, we gotta go do it. No, they don't.
Oh, Tidal Wave comes out. Impactful stuck in the Baron pit. Can they go? Porpoise Pops dies, but they find Impactful. He drops. Saint goes in, but is immediately exhausted. Takes a zillion. Shockwave catches 3. They pick up 1 plus a revive. Chris, 1 hit from dead. Saint trying to mop up. Can't do it. Slushi, 6-1 and 3 here.
Almost stepped on a trap there for a second. It was very, very close. Chris?
Oh!
Slow poke.
What?
At the same time, though, that fight, like I said, they section it off, and you see Saint go off to the right. They try to focus down Porpoise Pops, but that leaves Impactful in the pit, and they go straight after him. Single man ulti that, and it's just a command attack dissonance. The exhaust onto Saint, pops the revive, and they get a 3-man ultimate there. I think actually
there's 2. Chris
jumped in, looked like it.
Willfully.
Saint gets taken out. That's like the second time that's happened to him.
Yeah.
Where the person right in front of him for the reset is just so close to dying.
Slushi is doing great. 6-1 and 3 in these team fights. Turns out they don't need Maple. They need Slushi to crush faces and get 360 CS in the 34-minute game. 4 items done, 1 slot left.
Actually had about that CS at the 31.5-minute mark. He just hasn't been able to farm for the last couple of minutes because they've been contesting objectives.
He's been farming champions.
Yeah. That counts too. 6-1 and 3.
Yep.
Tied.
Respectable scoreline.
Tied for highest kill participation on his team.
And lowest death participation.
Yep. Calitrolls also holding both of those honors for himself. Gets the Abyssal Scepter. So now he has a build that increases his own damage. He also has double resistances, so he can deal with Chris.
Yeah.
In both types of damage. And I think he might be going for Spell Penetration next.
I like this build because it makes him durable enough to not die. He's already, by bursting out a Corki, removing some of the damage in the field. He's just durable enough to withstand the Catherine and Italy, low persistent damage threats, and yet still putting up enough threat to remove Corki. He doesn't need to do any more damage than that, just enough to remove Corki. It's really nice.
Chris is pushing that bottom lane. They're just trying to buy time for it, stall it out, and stop teammate from getting there. Chris is actually trying to run away. He's going to run by some turrets, but he's pretty quick.
Yeah, and this is actually very smart. They're not taking any time to chase Chris down. There's more important things to do. Curse Academy try Baron, and they realize why chase Chris. More better things to do. Bunny's going to go down. He's Impactful, dies. Shockwave does not quite catch Keen. He Zonias though. Bunny gets out, but the AD carry and the mid laner both go down 2-for-0. Now top lane's being attacked. Calitrolls will teleport to defend this against Chris. St. Vidge is forced to run away.
Really the only route that they had, and now the Baron going straight down here from Team 8. They're going to pick themselves up an objective off of this and a gold lead as well as those temporary combat stats. And now they stop the split push. They won a team fight that Curse Academy picked.
Yep. Team 8 basically showing up at the Baron that Curse Academy thought they were splitting their team off of. And again, smart by Maple to turn back around, ignore Chris, and Curse Academy need to be in a spot where they can disengage from that and let Chris hit turrets. That is not happening. Team 8 are getting their way in on these fights with the Malphite ult, with the Orianna Shockwave, and I'm so impressed by Calitrolls because he's balancing holding Chris with engaging fights perfectly the entire game.
And here's the thing too is that last fight that we saw, Bunny Fufu had a lot of pressure on him. They start focusing him down, pops the ultimate on himself, Calitrolls simultaneously flies it Impactful and ends up blowing him up during the CC. I believe they get Keen very, very low as well, but the fact that Bunny Fufu had to make the decision, I have to ulti myself, I'm just way too squishy, and I was caught out of position, was terrible.
There's actually a couple mistakes I'm seeing here from Curse Academy's builds as well. Still no Aegis, despite facing a Magic Pen Burster, which means Aegis is super useful there. And Muddy Fufu still goes for the Morellonomicon instead of getting like a Mikhail's or helping get the Locket in, or even like going YOLO face the mountain for a shield or something, just keep his teammates alive. You're seeing Calitrolls be able to one-shot people, forced to run away now, ults out.
TP coming in.
The slows are massive though, Kassadin shows up, more damage being dealt. Calitrolls gets picked off by being isolated. These teams keep playing to each other's win conditions. Dodo forced away, still though on the chase.
There's a minute on his respawn timer too. Slooshy and Maple Street were both near that bottom lane, nowhere even close to that team fight, which would have been a 3-on-5 if they had picked it for themselves. So Curse Academy, they take advantage of the situation where Calitrolls is just too deep inside of the jungle.
Yeah, you can't isolate yourself against a team this mobile from Curse Academy. Now the same thing might happen. Maple, thankfully, is defense here for Slooshy, but Keen would have gone for that 1v1.
And like you said, both the teams are kind of playing to each other's win conditions. Look at Keen into the wall.
Flash again to Keen, but he just rift walks away. 3-second cooldown, not even a concern here.
Yeah, touching more on the fact that you were saying they were playing to each other's win conditions. Curse Academy, they're grouping up for team fights. Horrible team fights in comparison. Team 8, they're spread themselves thin. Calitrolls gets picked. That's exactly what Curse Academy want to do, so they can split push and that they can just blow somebody up without having that team fight. And they took off their primary engage. So you know a team fight's not going to happen right after you pick Malphite off.
Yeah. So teammate trying to fix that now. You saw 4 people go to the bot lane just to clear a minion wave, get map control back in their favor, clear away a camp, and wait for Malphite. Every ultimate just about to be back available. Teammate's going to look all right here. They're off the map, but they can definitely play Siege. Kog'Maw, a decent turret killer with his range. And there's enough shields and heals to keep Cass and Harass from mattering.
The Twin Shadow is also completed for Dodo, so he's trying to catch people and also be more relevant in team fights too, because that is a great tool for them for picking people off or getting the stragglers of a fight.
Yeah, look at that. Maple from the long range, turret goes down and basically nothing flat.
And Calitrolls has to back to deal with Chris again. This is a Frozen Mallet build too.
Liandry's Torment comes out though, with basically no meaningful magic resistance on Chris. Teammate, I think, are well equipped for this. Keen's got to be careful. Impactful runs away. Tidal Wave comes in. Nothing picked up.
Doesn't hit anybody. And Chris is being forced away by Calitrolls. Slowly but surely. Just the duel back and forth. Siege in the 4-man in the bot lane here. Without the primary engage tool.
Alright, damage to the Slooshy though. Curse Academy white. Just might want this 4v4. Without Malphite, they might just win. Shotgun catches Keen, and he gets blown up. No revive from Bunny, and here's the teleport in from Calitrolls, meaning they can cement this right now. Bunch of minions in the mid lane already pushing in towards the Nexus.
He's got flash.
Here's the push forward. Will he go in? Flashes. Q's Bunny. He's in range. Gets him. Damage comes out. Does not force the revive though. Just a flash and a heal. Maybe a waste of cooldowns, but that is an inhibitor going down. Flash away from Dodo. Mid inhib goes back down. Teammate in a 5v4 with Kassadin dead for half a minute. But there's no important cooldowns left for teammate. They've got to back out.
2 inhibitors for themselves. Chris didn't have teleport. He can't even show up to that fight. And he doesn't want to. He wants to continue to split push, but he just cleared the wave. And hey, look at this. Malphite is already back to deal with it.
Perfect by Calitrolls. Minions go down. Team stays safe. Dragon becomes more gold. And both those inhibs just died, meaning teammate can get a free Baron while the minions push the base.
They have a lot of things going for them here in this final game for them. If they end up winning it, they could take the series 3-1. And just talking about this and what it means for the LCS, the bottom LCS teams, and who they're going to pick. Because Coast won Summer Series 1 and 2, but they ended up getting 3rd place in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Team 8, they didn't even participate in Summer 1 because they had a bad pick ban phase, and they lost in the round of 20.
Yep.
Summer Series 2, they ended up making it to, I believe, around 3rd place.
Yep.
And now they're going to be 1st place here. You basically have to look at these teams, digest them, and be like, what does our composition? How do our players hold up against these players? And what is this team's strengths? And does it counter my team's strengths?
Something to consider for sure. For now, Dignitas and CLG are preparing for themselves, but one of them is going to have to prepare for one of these challenger teams afterwards. We'll see if it's going to be Teammate or Curse Academy. The Academy only down 5K. At this stage of the game, not that big of a deal. Maybe they can hold on, but Teammate playing with a purpose, grouping up. Top lane now the target. Chris is split pushing in the bot lane. He was doing what he can to create pressure. He's just not pushing fast enough to make things happen.
He can't. There's super minions there. He's pushing against a huge wave.
Ian goes in. Zonya stops the tidal wave. Impactful taking damage, but Calitros is already ulted. Takes the Zillion revive, and they jump in. Porpoise Pops will be going down. Shockwave grabs Saint. Keen goes back in. They're trying to clutch this one, but Maple Street kiting away does go down. Now Chris on the push. He's going to take out Dodo, and that is an ace for Curse Academy.
That's exactly what they needed. They can't really push too much off of this. They might be able to get the Baron, but they have to defend their base from these super minions. Chris, he's going to go back to split pushing, and I think, yeah, they'll most likely get the Baron off of this if they can keep the minion waves out of their base. That
would be a bit tricky.
A huge team fight for Curse Academy there. They ended up having Chris show up a little bit late, but it was exactly what they needed because Teammate went too hard again. We're going to take another look at it. Keen goes in, slows, keeps them grouped, and look at that. 4 members of Teammate aren't doing damage right now. Meanwhile, Calitros, he's getting chunked down. Keen already has Zillion ultimate on him, but it didn't really matter. He goes back in, blows up that backline, and then they're able to close that distance because Calitros, he just didn't have the DPS of his team during his ultimate, after his ultimate, for a very long time.
Yeah. He dove in by himself onto Impactful, who had finished a Spectre's Cowl at that point. Plus the Bloodthirster Shield and Lifesteal means Malphite can no longer one-shot the Corki. He'd been doing it all throughout the mid-game, but that will no longer exist unless he went for DFG or a Death Cap instead of Leandries. His time to threaten the backline has finally ended here. So Calitros has to realize this teammate needed maybe a little bit of a new game plan. Or you pull in the Shockwave alongside it. You have Slushy help you with this one.
Yeah, and Keen did a perfect bait there onto the team. He came in from the side, used his Force Pulse, Zonya'd. Then he's able to get out of it and then re-engage it by wrapping around. He also got the Bunny Fufu ultimate as if he was going to die there instead of Zonya'ing, but it ended up working out for him. He didn't have any use for it, but not a lot of members of Curse Academy would have made use of it either.
It's true. Only one guy even died in the first place, so not that big of a deal. Curse Academy playing defense, though. I can't believe, though, they just held a push against double dead inhibitors. Like, Teammate didn't even have to dive that. Like, keep in mind, when 2 inhibs are dead, you sit top lane, you're like, 2 of you defend your Nexus. When you defend, we'll 5v4 whoever the hell we want, and you'll lose the game. Impatient by Teammate, spread themselves out, didn't make the dives happen, didn't pick the same targets, and it was Curse Academy getting to play the kind of fight they wanted.
Yeah, and exactly. And Chris, he didn't TP until way later. He wasn't a factor in that fight for the most part of it. It was essentially a 4-on-5 plus a turret. And just the zoning, Calitros went too hard, and he didn't have a ball on him either for a backline Shockwave. Like, he can threaten the backline if he has the Command Protect on him. But Curse Academy is doing a really good job of splitting their forces.
Yeah, exactly. You're seeing one-man ultis by people who don't get killed by that ult anymore. Keen playing great 6-6 and 5 on Kassadin. Finally recovering now by the end game. Impactful, very defensive in his build for good reason. Banshee's Veil now on top of that Bloodthirster.
Bunny Fufu, same story. He has himself a Banshee's Veil. He's been too squishy. He's recognized that. He also has the Seraph's Embrace.
Yeah, finally upgraded off that tier, so another shield there for him. And I think the timing of Teammate's comp might have run out. They have to play these fights so much more differently. The cool thing for Teammate, though, is Maple Street is going to be doubly more effective than Impactful. The 2 reasons being, one, it's Kog'Maw instead of Corki. The other being that Impactful had to build so defensively. It gives room for Maple to just deal so much damage. His build is more efficient. So Teammate can pull back and say, let's play Protect the Cog, peel back the Kassadin, and Maple can now be the carry of this team.
He's really relying on his Bioarcane Barrage here for the damage because he has a more attack speed oriented build. He doesn't have his Infinity Edge yet, and he doesn't look like he's going to actually get a Last Whisper at all, which isn't a big deal.
That's fine, yeah. Who's got armor on that team?
Exactly. Nobody has it, so it's fine. So he's going for the Phantom Dancer in place of that.
Yep. And that could just work out for him. So teammate, can they play Protect the Cog, or can they get the random picks? Like, that is still a chance, right? There's the X factor of somebody can get one shot on Curse Academy. If you don't zone use it, if you don't revive against it.
Here's the thing, though, is if you look at the CS, there's 160 more for Impactful than Maple Street.
Yeah.
Maple Street has not been doing a whole lot this game in terms of farming, and it's chosen his items. Impactful is full build. Maple Street, he still has 2 half items to go.
Yeah.
Even a little bit more than that. I'd say an entire item and maybe a half on top of it.
I don't think he needs the Banshees. He's basically, let me check the money actually. He's 1,500 gold away from the eye-edge power spike, which is all he needs. If I'm teammate, actually, if I'm realizing this, you wait that 4 minutes, you give Maple all the waves, and you try a little bit later. But they're going to try right now. Keen goes in, but you can see he walks right back out with the Cassidon speed. He really can't be pinned down. Spooky Ghost come out. Impactful wants something. Good rockets. Dodo, half HP.
Saint is off on the side, trying to look for the flank here.
He goes in. Good soldiers by him. He can rift walk out. Can they stop him? Bubble doesn't do enough. There's the tidal wave. They go in on this. Chris is now separated. He's trying to run away. The revive forced onto Keen. Calitroll's got to be careful, though. He gets jumped on. Saint's going to go down. 1 versus 0. This is the team fight. Keen drops. Double kill for Porpoise Pops as the top laner falls of Calitrolls, but they can keep going.
Oh, the shockwave!
Beautiful shockwave from Porpoise Pops, and maybe they can do a bit more. Chris forced to run. He is trying to escape the flash dissonance as Slushi gets the kill. This could be the 3-1 for teammate.
They're going to start pushing down this inhibitor freak. They have only 2 turrets in front of them and Victory and taking this entire thing. But they're going to go for the second inhibitor because they don't have a minion wave just yet, but it's arriving now.
And they turn around, they stop on the inhibitor. Only Impactful and Bunny Fufu are alive. It's not going to be enough. Teammate trying to stop him back. There's the revive. This is going to be a kill in a couple of seconds here. They're going to try. They're going to. Dodo does fall. Porpoise on the chase for Bunny, but still 20 seconds on the revives.
It's too long.
This is going to be enough. That's going to be GG. Teammate with the Malphite top, the Fizz top, and a bunch of other fun stuff. Take home the Challenger Championships.
A team that didn't even participate past the round of 20 in Summer Series 1. Favorites for Summer Series 2. Didn't have a good showing against Coast. Come here into the playoffs. Go 3 games in the first round. Almost lost it there. Come up 2-0 Team Coast.
Yep.
Get revenge. Come all the way here against Curse Academy. They solidify themselves a spot. They bring out the top lane carries. They adjust their strategies. And they end up taking Summer Series playoffs.
Well, that is it, guys. Team 8. We will be seeing them in the North American 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament in about a month. Whom they will face is up to the other teams. We'll have to see who the opponents are. Of course, Curse Academy, you're going to see those faces again as well. They secured top 2 in these playoffs. They're going to be in there as well. It's up to Complexity, Evil Geniuses, and either Counterlogic Gaming or Team Dignitas to figure out who's going to face whom. Might see some new face in the LCS next season.
Yeah, and aside from some champion select things that happen occasionally with Team 8, like sometimes they just flat out lose a champion select. Sure. I don't know what causes them to do that. They do seem like the strongest challenger team in terms of versatility and what they could bring to the table in champion select. So if they get, like, I don't know if they have a manager or an analyst or somebody who can set up these types of things for them.
Sure.
But I think that they have a lot of skill and that they could make it to the LCS.
Yeah, they're definitely a very, very good set of players. They got some cool stuff going on. We did see a few slip-ups in that series, but at the end of the day, you've got a really fun team to watch from a casting's perspective.
Yeah.
I like seeing the Fizz top. I like seeing the Malphites come back out. I like seeing the new comps and whatnot. So Team 8 definitely an enjoyable group of players to see come out there. And you can see there's a lot of glimmers of hope for these guys, right? There's some very good shot calls out there. They've made some very good choices. Just individual things I saw there. Chris split pushing, they say, oh, hold on, I think there's a Baron attempt going on right now, turning back around. Those type of things are very smart by these guys. So I do think there's a long story still to tell for Team 8 here.
Yeah, and they've kind of been together for a long time now.
Yeah.
Just they've had struggles back and forth, but they finally made it work for them because they kept falling short. They were winning outside tournaments, first place, back to back to back in different tournaments. But now they came here, they flopped at first.
Yeah.
They ended up against LMQ in spring and got knocked out, and now they finally come back. and they just use that tenacity to get all the way here. And another thing too, just throwing it out there, as Maple Street did the most damage in the game again. So his stat line just never reflects how much of a contribution he has in these team fights.
Yeah, scoreline 2, 5, and 11. Again, doesn't look remarkable, but the job always gets done. The damage always comes out.
And the big thing, too, is you're going up on the same team as an Orianna with all this AoE damage in a team fight.
Yeah.
And then a Malphite who has all this AoE damage in a team fight. They were behind him in damage, just actually pretty far back there.
Yep. The Kog'Maw was consistent. It worked out, and it was a good series here by Teammate. For now, we're going to send it over to Dash, who's on the blue side with the victorious Teammate.
Thanks, Freak. I'm here with Cali Trolls, who did some insane work there to pick up the Challenger Summer Championship. That's got to feel great. Talk to me a little bit about what you're feeling right now.
Well, this is probably my last offline event after promo. But feels great. Like we came in the first game as lost, and we're pretty bummed about it. But we knew what their strategies were because they pretty much picked like the same thing over and over again. And we analyzed what we should do. And Maokai, I think, didn't really fit the carry role I like to play. So we changed it up. It worked, I think, pretty well. And here it is. We just won 3 straight games after. And feeling great, of course.
Well, so now you jumped onto that Fizz and the Malphite, who, for the majority of us who are watching competitive play, don't get to see those champions played very often. So why is it that those 2 champions work specifically for your team in these games?
I mean, for Fizz, we had 2 scrim games against Cloud9, and it worked out okay, but our team got smashed for some reason. So we are kind of afraid to take out the Fizz, but I believe myself. And then also, Fizz is one of my favorite champion, and I really think that it's playable top if you know how to use it. Like, that is a champion that I got to #1 solo queue last year. So I just wanted to bring out my signature champion. I was like, dude, I have to play 1 Fizz game at least. And then I was looking for an opportunity. They picked Mundo and whatnot. Let's go. Worked out really well from the beginning. Yeah, it's an awesome game. And Malphite is, I think it's very underutilized champion, and I always liked him. Even before, he was really good TP user, champion. So I always, even before the TP buff was done on the tower 3-minute thing, I always use TP with Malphite and then try to have influence on the entire map, which worked out really well, and it's really good pick and Nidalee too, because you can't really split push, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, you had some incredible stat lines there on all of your champions. Now, you mentioned a little bit earlier that this is going to be one of your last times on a closed LAN event, something of the sort. Do you want to talk to me a little bit about what you mean by that? Because I know a lot of our viewers might not be aware of what your situation is beyond the promotion tournament.
Yeah, so being a pro gamer was always my dream as a young kid from Korea who kept on watching StarCraft and stuff. So I always dreamed about becoming a pro gamer. But between my year gap from undergrad to pharmacy school, I just wanted to try out whatever I wanted to, which is like travel, hang around with my friends, my family, and also try League for professionally. And coming in February to Team 8, I told them that if I get into pharmacy school and it worked, I have to make a decision by August, and they already knew by the time I joined the team. And I always thought about it, and I already had the time of my life, like just a 6 month with the incredible my teammates. It was such a great opportunity for me, and I'm not gonna regret having played till now. And yes, it was a really hard decision for me. It's not an easy decision at all. But I've been always looking for a good top laner to replace me. But it's gotta be, we have to get down to LCS and whatnot, and I have to make up my mind like 100%. Like I don't really know right now, because how how much this activity has like being a pro gamer for a while. It just motivates me so much. Like I'm enjoying this so much that I might or might not, but it's iffy, but yeah.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. There's no reason to have that decision made right now. I want to ask one final question, just looking forward at that promotion tournament. How confident do you guys feel after a great display against Coast yesterday, who was regarded, or 2 days ago rather, who is regarded as one of the better challenger teams, and then today, another fantastic, 3 games in a row wins against Curse Academy. How do you guys feel you're going to stack up against those other LCS teams?
Well, we've been scrimming most of the LCS teams already, and we have a really good chance, I think, of getting in. So the LCS team better watch out that they don't pick us or they get the last ping doesn't get us. Like, I just have to pray. I think we have a really good chance of getting in.
That or they have to learn again how to play against Fizz, right? Well. Anyway, Vladimir too, exactly. There's all kinds of crazy picks you can come out with. Anyway, Cali Trolls, I want to thank you for joining me here and talking to me, and also congratulate you because this is a fantastic victory for both you and the entirety of Team 8. We're going to send this right back up to Freak and Zyrene to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Dash. And Cali Trolls, don't retire. Your Fizz top is wonderful. But now that the Challenger playoffs are over, we can now officially obsess over the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. On September 9th through 11th here in Los Angeles, the top 3 Challenger teams will do battle against the bottom 3 teams in the LCS in a bid to tuck their gerbs.
Team 8, Curse Academy, and Team Coast have earned the spots to challenge Evil Geniuses, Complexity, and either Counter Logic Gaming or Team Dignitas. That final LCS team will be decided on Saturday in the 5th place match.
And that will kick off the action. At PAX next Friday. Afterwards, Latin American Team PEX and the Brazilian Kaboom Esports will battle for the final international wildcard spot in the 2014 World Championship. It all gets started at 12 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And so with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, Dash, Jat, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Good night, and GG.
Welcome to day 2 of the North American LCS Summer Playoffs. Great job by Double It, focusing the turret. Whoa, boy gets locked in. He did get the Zillion ult. Curse, take down Counter Logic Gaming.
How badly do you want to win? Ask yourself that question, man.
We can kill him, okay? Yeah. I think behind him.
Makai. I healed you.
Kha'Zix jumped in.
Makai's dead.
Okay. I'm gonna go. Kha'Zix. He's stunned. Kha'Zix.
Nice. Curse's performances have been ridiculous. There's tremendous pressure on the COG players right now.
A great wind wall by Boy to shut down a bit of that early DPS to impact the fight. On to Aframu, he's down. Curse takes out Counter Logic Gaming.
Welcome to the North American Challenger Series Summer Playoffs. The Curse Academy scoring off against Team 8.
Bubble's not going to land. Nibble Street going to be going down. The revive force on Impactful. Now it's a 3-for-0. The slow on the Dodo make that 4 kills.
All right, good job, guys.
Game 1, Curse Academy.
The bomb!
The ulti comes in. Bunny Boo Boo owns the wrong guy. And Keen could go down. Down goes Saint. In goes the push on the Keen. And Cali Trolls is still alive. Down goes Bunny Foo Foo. 2-1 so far for Team 8. Saint's gonna go down. 1-for-0. This is the team fight. Keen drops. Double kill for Porpoise Pops as the top laner falls of Cali Trolls, but they can keep going. Beautiful shock fight from Porpoise Pops. That's gonna be GG. Team 8 with the Malphite top, the Fizz top, and a bunch of other fun stuff. Take home the Challenger Championship.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, right? I look good, right? I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, right? I look good, right? Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls saying, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. I look good, right.